we have any Israelis here on stage? Let me see. Anyone? When they come, I'm just.
What are you looking for?
What is the rebuttal for that?
There isn't. They don't give a
They just don't care.
Since the 1940s, they just went in and threw people.
China, being anti-United States, which I don't say anything about China's foreign policy, is that, they definitely want to have, control. They definitely want to have power, economically at least.
Organize this chaos. A couple days later, this happens. That's just crazy.
Would you acquit this guy if he was charged for murder?
Would I?
Yeah. Based on the facts.
How things should be
Well, unfortunately,
administered in terms of citizens. So that's why America's so robust. China, they're
you never hurt somebody over words. So if somebody's going to attack him and he defends himself as soon
population. Yeah, are they investing in a lot of places? Yeah. Are they involved in Africa? Yeah, but that's like a low-hanging fruit. I'm not criticizing African people, but I'm saying it's not like, I think, I don't know, now when here, I think General Mathis, like when he interviewed, they asked him about China, the threat of China. He made like a good point. He spoke about this idea of like, it's not America versus China, it's the UK, it's everyone who believes in horizontal governance, who believes in a free market system, who believes in democratic governance. And this
right, but can you have a free market? Can you participate in the free market even if you have a dictatorship or some kind of a potential theocracy, etc.? Can't you still participate in the free market in a similar manner as the Western democratic nation?
100%. We're seeing it, but just as a point, when you talk about when you think about early, I'm just using this as an example to understand the foreign markets. Okay, so you have scholars, black scholars, you have Booker T. Washington, and W.E.D. Du Bois, whatever, if I said it wrong, but they had a perspective that I think really has a big insight into foreign policy. And so they took the position, and they wrote, these are famous black, I don't know if you call them historians, philosophers, I don't know how you categorize them, but they wrote a lot about early America from their perspective, being ex-slaves and trying to navigate. And so they had a really interesting critique, and they said, one of the things, because they were comparing the black man versus the red man being the Indian man. And he said, because of slavery, it forced the African to achieve two elevations. One elevation was they were forced to master or attempt to master the market system, being industrious, being innovative, understanding, how to create value, these type of things. That was Booker T. Washington, a very big point. And then you have Du Bois, and his outlook was, the slave was forced to not only understand the Western legal system, right, but in many ways perfect it and utilize that same legal system to leverage its own freedoms, right? And they compare that to the American Indians, where the American Indians were kind of well, we have our own culture, we have our own society, we have our own ways of exchanging, we have our own ways. And they did engage, with the early colonies and those types of things, but they saw who they were and what they were about, had a very good historical precedent in terms of their sustainability and these new ideas.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the president's trip to China?
So what I'm saying is that when we talk about the growth of capitalism and these other mechanisms around the world, we understand even though Iran can participate in capitalism, for example, right, or other countries that have a dictatorship, if you haven't created a society society that is focused and obsessed with affecting the marketplace, that they want to create new businesses, they want to create new ideas, they want to find greater ways to provide more value at lower prices to compete with it. That's a worldview. That's an attitude. That's not just like, oh, we have people who do technical skill sets. You know, we train so many engineers. You know what I mean? That's not what we're talking about. We're saying like the fabric of the country is people who are thinking that. So even though these other countries, you know, they could definitely participate in free market and they can invest a lot of money. They have a lot of tax, you know, monies and reserves, these type of things. They're not going to ever compete with the United States unless they adopt.
But they have in China. They have in China, and I don't know what that has to do with what the president. That's a great analysis. I'm not saying that there's not a good analysis. But the president is going to China, is in China right now. He's meeting tonight our time, tomorrow their time, with President Xi.
I wonder if the selling
by the way,
already lost some of their funded.
Just so that we are clear, China.
Well, you know, I don't know what Chud the Builder is known for or what happened here. I'm going to click the link. We are now on CNN. Live streamer Chud the Builder, known for posting controversial videos with racial slurs, is in custody after shooting incident.
John, just speak of Pepe on the streets, doing what he does on Clubhouse.
Exactly.
And John, I see your future here. We need to transition you from Clubhouse to the streets.
Yeah.
And have you start doing this? You're built for this. I don't know about the racial slurs. We'll think of something new, but yeah.
Well, I would like to do a Clubhouse Live the experience and do like a private screening of like a Clubhouse on a Friday, Saturday night from say, you know, 5 to 10 p.m. Make it like a full experience with drinks. And basically, we just put Clubhouse up live on a big screen, and I'll be the host, and I just project Clubhouse into the auditorium for people to observe, you know, passively as I navigate these Clownhouse streets.
You have access to an auditorium.
There's venues that I can rent that are nearby, but the thing is, how do I actually get people to show up?
It's kind of an interesting idea. So you stream us up on a big screen, and people can come into the auditorium, right?
Exactly. They will watch me on stage interacting with a big screen of Clubhouse.
We should do it. Try to figure that out. I think
Yeah.
I would find it entertaining because people will pop in and go,
No, the whole thing is the videos that I'll create of the experience of people watching me interact with. So the whole thing is just like film as many videos in the auditorium as possible.
Like Science Theater 3000. Remember that?
Exactly. It'll be like that. We will have that angle, yeah. That's already what I'm technically doing. Like, people, I got a compliment from a woman yesterday who says she went back through my Instagram accounts and watched like videos from years ago of herself. And she was like, I loved your commentary. It was so funny. She's like, you are so funny. And I thank you for filming all that. And I was like, you're welcome.
That's actually good. You should get, knowing that stuff, the guy has another partner. Obviously, it's that little robot dude, but they're all human beings, of course. But maybe AI could actually be your partner, but you should do like a review of Clubhouse rooms as they're going, so you can like, okay, here comes, Peter with his copy. Like just do like total like, because everybody knows the characters for the most part. Not everybody knows all the characters, but a lot of people would be interested in
See, A9 lets you do that. Like right now, I'm in Gary Baumgarten's Critical Thinking Forum, and I have The News by John Kitover open and politically correct. So I'm like doing Mystery Science Theater 3000. I mostly just listen. I don't actually comment too much on what people are saying, but the liberal Democrat observational studies are always amazing.
Right. I don't know. I think there's a new angle to how all of this, like, it kind of is a new form of entertainment. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, let's be fair here. Like, there's a lot of people on this app who aren't serious people. I mean, let's just face it. It's just entertainment.
It is, but these rooms become bang rooms. But you're just a white banger. You're a white gangbanger, because if you go to any other black room, it's all crash out all the time. Cray 3000, that guy does it. And those rooms are, like, in my opinion, not mentally healthy. But, if you can.
The sound I hear John Morley is that I am very impartial, I promise. You are not. I am just listening to you. But John is more racist in some.
I don't know what he said. I hope you're at the gym.
Racist.
I think that's what he said.
He just insists on that word strongly, and that makes the sensation. You know?
Still losing me here.
Take it easy.
But yeah, anyways.
John, you do need to work on some kind of. You need to totally reinvent media. I think you have a shot at it. I don't know what it looks like. I have to see what you're doing.
No, it's the Kill Tony tour. They're already doing what we're talking about. The Kill Tony tour and Joe Rogan and the Austin Comedy Mothership. They do these types of interactive shows, but nobody has, like, taken Clubhouse and made it into, like, a live show. It would be an experimental thing, and I'm willing to do it, especially if I, like, tie it into my Chicago mayoral campaign. So I will try to secure a venue and set all this up. It'd be nice to have, like, a projector, and I'm pretty sure I actually have all the stuff that I need to try. I could even broadcast it on the side of my house. That would be one way to do it.
That'd be funny. Yeah, I mean, all you need is some place to shoot it up on,
Well, I have this projector that you just put your phone into the projector, and then it literally projects your phone using mirrors and a light.
Yeah. It'd be funny, like, how, like, you can rent those things that project like on buildings, like, even like I remember, like, the Twitter headquarters had that. They had people projecting things about during the campaign, I think, but obviously, or they were mad at him moving. I don't remember what it was. It was something to do with Elon or whatever. So if you were able to, like, project something on, like the Empire State Building or some building, if you did Clubhouse onto that, and, like, I don't know if you could do audio on those big building things. I just realized that. I don't even know.
Yeah, I could have, like, two big speakers, Bluetooth. Yeah, I could do Bluetooth. Like, I could have a big Bluetooth speaker tied to. All I need is two phones, the projector, and a Bluetooth, and then other cameras to record on tripods. I'm already doing this in my studio. This is the nice thing about doing it in an office, is you just contain it all in one office, and you don't do anything in the streets. You don't wait. Because in a way, this is, like, the really efficient way of creating media and content.
Like, how do you get 100,000 people? That's the goal, right? I mean, that's kind of the goal. I mean, like, just, like, you get, like, just a shit ton of people watching your shit, and just actually, if we're enjoying it, we're all still here. There's got to be a whole segment of people out there that are just, like, that aren't tapped into this. You know what I mean?
Well, the way to.
He has to start streaming. He has to, like the Chad the Billy guy and all these guys, not their own Twitch.
No, the way to spam this out is to recruit and hire influencers, which is pretty much local hot chicks that have 30,000 to hundreds of thousands of followers, and get them to actually project and spam and film and publish all this shit, which a lot of them probably won't do. But if they get paid to do it, guess what? They do it.
You can't, like, on Twitch, you can't use the N-word, right? Like, so that's the thing. Like if you have Pepe on the stage, like, you would just get banned eventually, right? Is that how that goes? I don't even know these days.
He could bleep it out.
No, you can't bleep this stuff out. It's too toxic, and it's too annoying, and actually, when I hear Pepe talking now, if I'm in another room, I run back here to my main recording studio, and I actually turn the volume down and put something else on, because personally, I'm just sick of hearing him, and I don't want to record him and keep publishing him, because I think a lot of people know that I'm recording, and they actually step up their activity when they know that I'm recording.
They get you in trouble too. Like, he's lately a lot, so it's like that gets like really dicey.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, to me, that's just. I agree with Edward last night on that. I'm like, dude, you gotta like just chill out on the raping thing. It's a little weird, you know. But I can see how you can.
Just a little. I mean, he says he wants to kill hitchhikers and rape them in his van. Like he says all kinds of fucked up shit.
Well, he's type A, like, in the, like, Reddit, 4chan, dark web, Pandora's box. And so...
He says he came from the neo-Nazi streets of Discord. That's where he's from. The white trash Nazi ghetto of Discord. That's where he came from. That's where he was That's where he grew up. That's his mythology and his backstory.
Yeah, they mix in with a lot of incels, and then that's what they fall in. Rape becomes the thing that gets them off. You know what I mean? Like that.
It replaces all the other joys of vices. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So I don't know what you do with that.
I sure it's just all for entertainment purposes.
It is all for entertainment purposes, but the sad thing is, you know, I think the way that everybody talks and sounds and acts is really who they are, or at least who they're projecting who they are. And if that's what you're projecting all the time, well, Jesus Christ, you are one unattractive, unappealing, obnoxious, horrible, to quote Akshay, horrible, terrible person. Hello?
Putting him because you could get him into a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it.
That's why BB so attracted to him.
Yeah, BB likes it.
No, I don't like it. I just think I don't think that's who he is. I think he just he gets carried. He's either drunk or high, and he's on Clubhouse.
Well, no, you're actually right. He admitted.
Things for entertainment
You're right.
value.
He admitted last night he doesn't do this. Like he's a completely different person on the app than he is in real life. So there you go. You got your answer. Both you and John.
Information technology protection. Essentially, stop the Chinese from stealing our tech. I think all of those things would be a win. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go now to Monset, followed by Marat.
Hey, thanks, Gary. There is not a lot of foundations from this visit, as from all the analysis I read. The U.S. actually needs China right now more than China needs the U.S., and that's not a good position to go into a summit or a meeting and expecting to win. So the best case scenario that Trump can consider a win is to get China to buy more of our agricultural products, soybeans and all that stuff. But it's not like they're gonna increase their buy-in from what they were before. Selling soy to China has been a very great business until Trump came and destroyed it, starting with his first presidency, and then with this presidency with the trade tariff wars and all that. Our export to China from soybeans, anyone that can look this up, has been on a steady decline to the benefit of other countries. Anything that we don't sell to China, they turned around and made other markets that benefited from the horrible relationship that we had with them in this particular field. Brazil now is the main supplier to China. So if we only get back at 60 or 70% of what we were selling them in the past, that would be considered a win, believe it or not. But that's something that we always talk about, Gary. You destroy something, and then you put up a fire, and then when you show up and start, taking it down, you declare it a win, like you put up a fire, and forgetting that you're the one that started this whole damn thing. So, the delegation this time, the business delegation that there's a lot of talk about, is much smaller than the 2017 delegation that we how to solve that crisis. Every single thing that we were.
That's possibly the situation.
Listen, I just want to say, BB's like, BB is like, I could get Pepe in trouble. Well, I'm not trying to get Pepe in trouble. And the fact is, if Pepe gets in trouble, it's not because John Kitover got Pepe in trouble. It's because Pepe got Pepe in trouble. Hello?
Yeah, but sometimes people come on this app and for whatever reason they have the right to like crash out from time to time, and it doesn't mean that we should somehow.
Okay, where's Mr. Edward? Where is Mr. Edward when we need him? Because you know what he would say? Personal responsibility, guys. Personal responsibility, guys. You know what personal responsibility is? That's right, personal responsibility, guys. The government isn't coming to save you. Personal responsibility, guys.
I control my life, and that's it.
I'm more perfect. Will you play one of those, please?
Oh, what did you want me to play?
In the chat, there's 2 links.
Has not been established.
Play this
He had this great. I mean, he always kind of comes up with this thing, bombastic stuff like this is the end of the world, and if by tomorrow at noon you don't do this, you're going to be obliterated to the Middle Ages. And then 48 hours later, it's like, yeah, I guess we're going to take another look. We were told that the U.S. Navy ships are going to finally open the strait. That whole idea lasted for, I think, 24, 36 hours, and then we're back to ships moving.
Beautiful child, stand before the dragons of the deep. I invoke. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke.
You just standing here while she works. Am I 12? I'm 28. 28 years old. No, your age. 12. 12? Isn't that a number like 12? Hey, homeboy. Hey, what is 12? I don't speak Ebonics. Oh, so you know who I am. Yeah, back the fuck up out my face. That's what I thought. Watch your up. I really hope you want to. You want to step outside? Come on, nigger. Let's go. Come on, nigger.
Yikes.
Batteries and all that shit. So we quickly scrambled and went back. It's like, oh, okay, we'll do a truce. And it's been like, I mean, they agreed on a 12-month truce, which, with this visit is an expectation that the truce would be extended. So this is, again, what I said before, it's getting back to how things were before. And then when they say we're going to extend a truce and the tariffs are going to be lower, and China's going to keep selling us their rare earth minerals. This is how things were before. We destroyed it. We're going to fix a little bit out of it, and we're going to declare victory that we did it. So, there's not a lot of expectations. This is how I see it. This is how a lot of geopolitical analysts see it. I listened to a lot of news today from Europe, and people are actually laughing. Literally, news people are laughing at us. I mean, everybody's saying this is not the United States that we are used to, that is expected to be the strong power. We're being seen now that the U.S. president is going to basically beg China for a little bit of wait that, like I said, is please let us get back to where we were before.
I'm trying to recall, but wasn't Obama disrespected by the Chinese when he went there? And commentary about how weak he made the United States look? I'm going to have to.
Yes, there was. There were several articles written about how the United States was a paper tiger.
Right, because he got played. They didn't. He had to walk. They didn't. They did not bring even the stairs for him to go out the front of the Air Force One and walk out the back.
That's true. That is true. I remember that.
Yeah.
But that tells you, Gary, that when you have the second I mean, someone talked earlier about how China can afford to do a war. And it's the largest army in the world with 2+ million service men. You can't ignore a power like that and say bombastic stuff that we're gonna destroy China. China's gonna come back. Well, China did not come back in when you added tariffs. They simply said fuck your sorry for the whatever buying soybeans from U.S. farmers. U.S. farmers declared bankruptcies or whatever. The United States ended up paying $29 billion to support the farmers. China won because they got their product elsewhere. We ended up, we ended up paying the price for that. And you just, that's not very. There is no diplomacy in doing radical stuff like that. So yeah, China is I mean, we love the United States. China is a formidable, adversary. Minimizing their power and hegemony on the world or whatever is only make us look like fools.
Well, they are trying, as was expressed earlier, and not just in Africa, but in Southeast Asia in particular. They have been trying to expand their influence. I use this example.
Expanded back into traditional Chinese areas, places like I think Vietnam and Korea would be specific.
Oh, absolutely. All the way to Central America, Gary, and all that. I mean, all the ports in the world. I mean, that's been Marshall talked about it, how they do in Africa and all that, and how they control the seaports, the infrastructure, how they when they go build those hospitals and bridges, Marshall, they don't even employ the local population. They bring Chinese people to work there because they want to employ their people. So, I mean, sometimes you gotta look at your adversary and not be foolish in thinking that you just had them before you actually do.
Thank you for that, Monsef. By the way, I mentioned very briefly earlier that there were the leaders of our high-tech industry participating in this summit, and William was kind enough to list the names of all of them, and they are all posted there on the main chat if anybody's interested in seeing who is there with the president. I thank William for that. Moran, followed by Daryl.
Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone. I understand the passion that Cartman displayed, and it is true that any form of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is abhorrent, but it has nothing to do with our China policy. And our China policy, if anybody has read anything from any reputable think tank, is the main strategic challenge for the future. If anybody reads even the Chinese writing, they know that's what they're planning. Their plan is to challenge us in the coming decades. So what we should be paying attention to is what CCP is trying to do, what sort of strategic challenge they have, and the main important thing, if anyone PTRs, I have replaced a map of Southeast Asia instead of my photo, and we see the first island chain, which starts from Malaysia, Philippines, goes through Taiwan and Japan, and the second island chain, which is further away. This is a plan to control and maintain Chinese expansionism, CCP's expansionism. If you read the military plannings that the Chinese have, their own writing, all their military is planning to break through this chain. And right in the middle of it is Taiwan. If if you see right there is Taiwan. By taking over Taiwan, you're basically breaking the first island chain, protecting us from Chinese expansionism. This is what it's all about. I mean, if you look at what they're planning to do, that's the main important thing we should be thinking about. So this is something for the next decades, and it has nothing to do with any other policy that we may have. Now, going back to the question of the room, what is a win? Well, as Marshall said it, I agree, and I think Gary mentioned it too. The most important thing is to manage the trade tensions we have with China. That's the most important thing, without giving anything about Taiwan. And if we get a plus, if we can have the Chinese to help us managing Iran, that would also be a plus. Again, all of this has to be done without paying anything about Taiwan. And everyone is kind of scared because we all know the president is the man who can go off script. And we're all worried that, the Chinese, if anyone paid attention when he arrived, the Chinese put on a big show, send their vice president. And as you guys said, Obama didn't receive this treatment because they know how to treat this president to get something out of him. So what I'm hoping, and everybody's hoping, that the president cannot go off script, pay attention to our strategic plans, and not give up anything on Taiwan. But if in the meantime he can manage to ease the tensions, trade tensions, and get some help on Iran, that would be a win. And that's all I have to say, Gary, and thank you for your good rooms.
Thank you. Of course, the problem he has with that is that he said he's hoping to get some help from China with regards to Iran, and then he backtracked and said, no, we don't want their help. We got it well in hand in Iran. And so, is it a win if he gets that help, or is it a loss? Because he said we didn't need it. I guess no matter what, this president has shown a remarkable ability to declare victory no matter what. So I guess it would be viewed by him as a win. I don't know whether we would view it as a win. I think so. I think if we can bring an end to the war in a manner that resolves the nuclear weapons issue, really resolves the nuclear weapons issue, I don't really care who gets the credit for it. And I guess maybe that makes me un-American based on what a previous caller suggested. And I don't know how he makes that comparison with other folks who have spoken here, that makes him un-American and hates America and wants America to lose. Because I thought that was the goal, to eliminate the nuclear weapons. I would like to see the goal to also be the removal of that regime, but I don't know how that's even in the cards anymore. I think that was overly optimistic when that was suggested by this president. Thank you, Moran. We'll go to Daryl, followed by Maze.
Hey, Gary. Just a couple of, you can give me some latitude, a couple of things. There was a caller, Black, who made some statements that are just factually not true. And, so Russia is China's largest single supplier of oil, not Iran. So, that's just factually not true. And America's economic power really hinges on the strength of the dollar globally. And I've said this in this room before, I've said this a million times before, that all China really needs to do right now, then I'll get to whether or not, because Pete didn't even show up to meet him, so I don't know how to interpret that just yet. All China really needs to do is kind of just hang back. There's this quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War, never interrupt your adversary when he is in the middle of making a mistake, right? I think what the previous speaker just said about Taiwan is actually very important. Because if you look at what we've been doing, over the past 13 months, right, we're looking to control energy, oil, natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about invading Cuba. What some don't know is that Cuba actually does have oil and natural gas. I think Cuba produces a significant amount of oil per day. It's not great oil, but it is still oil. And if you were to look at this from a perspective of like global geopolitics, right, and just hemisphere control, if the idea is that OPEC nations, because I don't know if you saw yesterday, but Trump basically said screw OPEC, right? So, which I don't think was bright. I think he has no filter. I think no one can actually control what he says, and the ramifications of it be damned. I would hazard to guess that in some way we are preparing for the end of the petrodollar. And I think what we're looking to do is, okay, well, if the petrodollar ends and we can't force the sale of oil in dollars, then we need to be controlling the oil. We need to control oil in the Western Hemisphere. Not only oil, but we need to control natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. Because the previous caller who mentioned something about like China and whatever, I guess they're not familiar with BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now tangentially Iran. There is already a consortium being formed that is looking at the next 30 years of global energy supply, and that does not include the sale of oil in US dollars. I mentioned in your room the other day that the UAE, before they bailed from OPEC on the last day of the month last month, they had already reached out to us and said, look, if we can't fix this Hormuz thing, we're going for our own survival. We're going to have to start selling oil in yuan. So that means that playing card is now on the table, and that playing card is also now on the table for the other OPEC countries. So all China really needs to do is kick back and watch how this progresses. It's very important. I think more and more people are going to start to realize this as our economy really tanks. And again, I think China doesn't have to do anything but hang back because they are the world's manufacturer. And I think Trump taking these tech execs to China was probably the best thing he could have done, because like a previous caller said, he can't get in the room and talk this stuff with these guys. He needs Tim Cook and Musk and all these other guys, because the future is going to be about rare earth minerals. And that means the future economy is going to be based on rare earth minerals. And China controls a significant amount of rare earth minerals. And if they were to go into Taiwan, then it's going to become this, okay, you have the oil, we have the rare earth. I don't see any scenario where there's actually a conflict, like a kinetic conflict with China, because it's just not necessary. To the question of what is a win? I don't know what a win could look like. I think Pei not showing up to meet him today, I don't know how to interpret that. I think he, this wasn't like a G20 meeting or anything like that, but him talking for the past couple of days about how he was going to see his buddy, how he's going to see his friend, and he's a strong dictator and he rules like 1 billion people with an iron hand. Those are his words. I'm parsing, but those are actually Trump's words. And he shows up and Pei doesn't meet him. I don't think he likes things like that, because I believe he likes to be seen as the biggest guy in the room. But hopefully the smarter guys that he took with him are focused on the future of business with China.
So the New York Post, which is not adversarial toward the president, their headline is China made a revealing choice in its airport greeter for Trump in Beijing. President Trump arrived in Beijing without a tarmac greeting from President Xi, but the apparent snub was actually an upgrade from his last welcome in 2017, according to an expert. That's the way they're spinning it. It's actually quite revealing from a protocol perspective, said Isabel Vladoy, founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. Xi Jinping did not personally greet Trump at the airport in 2017 either, but this time Beijing noticeably upgraded the reception by sending Vice President Han Zeng along with both ambassadors and senior foreign affairs officials. He does appear with a grin on his face, but I think you're right. This is really not what he probably anticipated or wished for. There is a red carpet. So it's a massive upgrade from the way Obama was treated.
And it's a way of taking a dig at someone who you know has a massive ego, who you know probably wanted the press and the photos of him being met at the airport by another head of state. I'm a head of state, he's a head of state. You know, he's a dictator. I don't want to be a dictator. This is how I want to be a dictator. I'm being facetious, Gary, so don't hold me to that. I'm simply saying these are the little things that get under his craw, and I think China knows that.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll go to our Mays, followed by Andrew.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Gary, this is, I gotta laugh. When I look at that, for Trump, what constitutes a win? I think he's going to do what he did in the Middle East. He's going to try to figure out how he's going to make money. It's got nothing to do with the U.S. It's he's looking out for himself. And China knows that. China knows that all they have to do is stroke his ego, and they're going to have Trump in his pocket. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
So that's an excellent perspective with regard to, or analysis with regard to the Chinese perspective. But what about from the U.S. perspective? What can the president come back with that he can declare a win?
Well, I think that if he had some kind of agreement with China that they were going to help manage Iran or something along those lines, I think that would be a win for the country.
Okay, thank you, Armaze. We'll go to Andrew, followed by Jerry.
Good afternoon, Gary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Sorry about that. I was managing the room and couldn't grab the microphone.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would constitute a win. I don't think it really matters to Donald Trump. He'll sell it as a win, whatever it is. I think, with the tech bros going over, that could possibly be a good thing in terms of investment flowing that way to some degree. But I just want to point out that when Donald Trump went there in 2020, I think it was January that year, he came away with 3 or 4 MOUs, memorandums of understanding. One of them was for $200 billion. One was $78 billion for West Virginia, I believe, which is more than their GDP that year. And that was for power and gas and some other issues in West Virginia. But really, the proof is always in the pudding. And unfortunately, those memorandums of understanding, the real investment has fallen much, much shorter than what was to be understood. So if he comes away with those again, he may waive them, much like Neville Chamberlain waived his little paper in coming away from Berlin. But if they don't follow through, then you're stuck with nothing, really. And and China's not a reliable trading partner. We've noticed that here in Canada over the years. They retaliated against us by kidnapping two Michaels, as they're famously called here in Canada, and held them for over 2 years in prison in retaliation for us holding the telephone executive lady, I can't remember her name, in Vancouver at the behest of Donald Trump and the administration for violations of whatever trade rules that she was accused of violating. And then, of course, they tagged on canola as a bargaining chip as well. So they're really a tough nut, China is. And I'm not sure what you can expect in real tangible results. That will bear out, I suppose. But I do believe that whatever he comes back with, he will pronounce a win on that. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. I think it was Daryl that was talking about how the president may view with admiration the way Xi runs his country. Just want to give you a little insight. A friend of mine who sadly died because he was waiting for a kidney transplant and it never came. He was a longtime correspondent, U.S. correspondent, foreign correspondent in China. And at the bureau where he worked, he had assistants, Chinese national assistants. Well, the assistants came from a pool provided by the Chinese government. So he had no choice but to hire minders. That's what they were. It wasn't that they didn't do their jobs. They didn't try to arrange interviews and act as fixers, as the saying goes in my business, where a local will go and talk to folks and try to clear the way to get you in for the interviews. Those are called fixers. They did their jobs, but their other job was to report back everything that was discussed in the bureau, all of his movements. If he wanted to travel outside a certain radius from where he was located, he was forced to get a permit from the government, and the government would, they accommodated him by providing him a guide. Well, obviously that guide determines who he could see, what he could talk about. The people who are talking to him mind what they say very carefully, because this so-called guide is there in the room constantly. That's the way a totalitarian government, which apparently is something that this president admires. That's how they run their governments. Amir, followed by William.
Me, Gary.
Amir, yeah, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Gary, for the opportunity. Probably I'm just going to echo some of the sentiments that's been expressed already. What constitutes a win for Trump? I think if Trump could convince President Xi to pull the plug on the regime in Iran, that would be a massive win for him. But the question is, what kind of sweetener would have to be dished out to President Xi to convince him of that? Now, the fact that a whole host of tech giants are accompanying Trump, it could be that the sweetener is actually to roll back on some of the tariff wars that's been going on. I don't know the exact details of that because I don't live in the US. But perhaps to shift some of the even manufacturing that was pulled back, maybe not too technologically sensitive stuff, but more of a less techy manufacturing to help with China's unemployment. I'm just thinking aloud here, really. But the jewel in the crown for Trump, I think, is to sort out the situation in Iran. He would be able to, he would probably stretch as much as he could to achieve that and to get Xi on his side on that. Can I just say one thing? I think someone mentioned about the relationship between China and Iran. I think a lot of people have got that wrong. From what I understand, it's a pretty one-sided relationship, and it's all in favor of China. I know for decades they were making the cheap oil. Obviously because of sanctions, and of course in place of that, they would just ship over, shall we say, second-rate goods, and some militaries, of course. So my point is, there's no real strategic relationship between Iran and China would be willing to, given the right price, to drop Iran. That's what I would imagine.
So I would imagine the right price would be another source of oil, and theoretically, Amir, that could be from Venezuela, and theoretically,
we've seen these pranks
the
where
titular
motherfucker will walk up to a man and a wife at the grocery store and grab the wife by the hands and try to mac on her in front of her husband just to see what her husband does, right? Those type of pranks. Though I don't appreciate that type of shit, because I say, hey, if they get whooped, then hey, that's what the fuck they deserve. And I've been saying this shit for a few years. One of these days, these pranksters are going to get shot. Somebody's going to get fucked up. And there was a
Adrian, you sound a lot like my black friend who said I was going to get punched in the face. And I was like, I'm ready to go to heaven. And my friend was like, man, somebody going to punch you in the face.
Yeah, so, when I see pranksters out in public doing these skits or these acts and shit, provoking people for no fucking reason.
Venezuela or other places. And in place of it, play ball with what Trump wants to do in Iran.
Thank you for that, Amir. We'll go to William, followed by David.
For the opportunity.
Style of change, long-term strategic structure of American national defense security, which includes Okinawa, Taiwan, South Korea, going down to the Philippines, and Malaysia. China has an adversarial relationship with the U.S. in the South China Sea. The 9-dash line where they were building islands, trying to basically fraudulently expand their exclusive economic zone to encroach upon Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia, and other countries in the 9-dash line. I don't have a graph of it open right now, but the 9-dash line is a pretty critical area where countries with whom the United States has alliances has an adversarial relationship with China, and so we have some incentive to try to maintain some alliances. The economic the oil imports from China, I pulled up a chart of it, are pretty well diversified between Russia, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Iraq, Brazil, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Canada. But a lot of it's not just Iran, but a lot of the oil that they import does come through primarily the Straits of Hormuz. So China, from a strictly business perspective, China's not like adversarial in the way nobody in China is chanting death to America, death to Israel. That's not their thing. They're more about business, and whether you want to get into capitalist or not capitalist, they have a mixed economy to some degree, but they have actual real needs. They have to import their oil. They don't really make their own oil. They have to import their fertilizers. They need that to feed their own people. They actually have a water problem, especially in the northern provinces of China, where they're really parched. So they actually need better access to water. And some people have argued that they are, along with sort of the
it's a weird
Sun
kind
Tzu
of
philosophy.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not endorsing what he does. I think it's an idiot.
Yeah, you see them walking away, but still antagonizing people.
Hello?
But I'm like, I think, like, okay, on the scale of all the people that are out there, I think he's, in my opinion, and I'm not getting some heat for it, he's still fairly harmless in all the shit he does. But
well, he's threatened to shoot people before.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true too. But obviously, if someone threatens to shoot him, I mean, it goes both ways. I don't know. Like, this is real. This part is all stuff is really interesting.
It's entertainment. But the truth is, if you want to do so.
I'm not gonna ask you again. I'm not gonna ask you again. I'm asking you to remove Liberty's profile from your picture from your profile. Would you please do that?
All right, for you, Bima, I will.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't know who was Adrian just talking about.
Oh, I was talking about that Chud the Builder guy that goes around calling black people the N-word and stuff.
I have no idea who this person is.
Well, Bima, this is John. I just removed Liberty's photo from my. Could you put me in the queue, Bima? Thank you, Bima.
Okay, John, thank you. Please don't do that in the middle of me speaking. I don't know what the fuck, like, you guys are talking about with the shooting. I don't know, man. I've been at work all day. Can you just catch me up to speed? Yeah, but we got. Go ahead, whoever wants to.
Oh, no. I was going to explain to her, but if you got it, you can go right ahead and go.
Yeah, Bima, if you could acknowledge my existence and.
I've been at work all day. Can you?
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm asking to be put in the queue. That's what I'm asking for, moderators.
John, doing a recap, trying to help people out that are new here. Come on, man. Well, I'm not going to do it. Bima, go ahead and just do it. You actually know more details than I do. I just got home and was sketching it myself. But go ahead, Bima.
Yeah, thanks. I'm new to this, so anything that I say, it's potential for error, so we can all correct each other and learn from each other as we go. But I understand there's a guy
Yeah,
in
it's
the
part of coming to an agreement with China on all these other important issues. We also changed the tariff policy, which has changed like hundreds of times. It keeps going back and forth and back and forth. But if he can back out gracefully from the tariff policy and pull that away, that would be a win. If he can get an agreement, and I don't know if this can even be made public, but if he could get their help, an agreement to pressure Iran to open the Straits of Hormuz, China does have a relationship with them in a way that we don't, and it would also benefit our other allies in the Persian Gulf, because I think Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, they're all getting a little pissed off that their access to get their oil out of the Straits of Hormuz is disrupted, and it's damaging the world economy. So I don't know if it can be made public. It's just some things have to be actually handled quietly and diplomatically, but that's something that Trump might achieve that would, in reality, be a win for the United States and a win for the world, because it would get us out of a base losing situation. Because I don't think I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I wish we could have made regime change for the Iranian people, but I don't see it happening. And I think we're kind of in a quagmire right now, and we'd be better off to be out from an American point of view. But that's a possibility because a lot of Trump's voter base, a lot of the Trump MAGA base, is really pissed off about the going back on the no new wars, and this is what looks like it's a very expensive potential quagmire. So that could be a win for Trump in reality. How he would announce that, what he's going to announce, I have no idea. But whatever it is, whatever he comes up with, he'll announce it as a win. Another win that might come out of it is with lessening tariffs and reopening free trade. He's got all those really competent tech guys with him and other captains of industry, somebody from Visa, somebody from various banks. That's something that can open opportunities in a way that Trump can publicly declare as a win that would benefit our economy. So, that remains to be seen, but that's my guess about, what he can publicly say is a win and what is privately maybe going to happen that we're not going to know about right away, or maybe we will. Who knows? Because Trump is pretty impulsive. So he might have a secret deal that he negotiates and then put it on the Truth Social or Twitter or whatever. So those are my thoughts.
I did want to make, not for you, William, but just like a simple correction. I'm talking with my friends who used to live in China and then came to the United States for college schooling. Apparently, the Chinese diplomatic protocol is usually for the foreign minister to meet the head of state, not for the vice president to.
I read something about that also, and I think this is keeping with protocol. That you don't expect to have your head of government, your head of state, going down to the airport like an errand boy to do that kind of meeting. And this is just consistent with prior protocol.
Well, so the other point this person made was that sending the vice president of the country.
And if you decide to, reach out your arm.
Hey, Coco, I hate to interrupt, but moderators, if you could put me in the queue, thank you.
You're in the queue, John, right after Coco. Jesus, why do you keep doing this?
I was next.
Oh, sorry, John was waiting. Go ahead, Coco. It's just really annoying, John. Honestly, bro, you sit at home all day. You just got on the app. Can you chill?
No,
so,
just
if
I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up.
Even if I went and I said just a bunch
because
of
that's when problems start occurring, and I'm not there to be manipulated.
Concealing is in my state, what point do they need to tell you this just out of nowhere?
I guess what I'm saying is I'm choosing to be more of a hermit than to meet more people at 43. I am more discriminating and discerning, not discriminating in terms of race or sexual identity or political identity. If I ask a liberal, hey, I'd like to take you to dinner and give you a gift, do you know what the number one response is on what is the gift? I ask you, what do you want? Guess what the number one response is?
Well, you wouldn't choose way over the question and say, racial slurs. I'm not condoning, just want to be transparent, but the racial slurs. If you have a friend who is male, at what point does he need to mention that he's gay if he happens to be gay? At what point should he just say it out of the blue?
No, I would never expect or request anybody to disclose something like that. It's just,
these are
I'm just saying
difference
that,
between morale
I
and
appreciate transparency. I never actually ask any details about somebody's personal life. I just don't care because I am with that person for specific purposes, which is to meet women, to have fun.
to
someone
be
without their
artistic,
consent.
but not gay.
So I don't know,
And,
that
you
might
know,
change things around if whoever's representing these people.
Woman at the bar the other
decides to,
day
you know,
who has a husband,
pressure that.
she was
That's all I got.
accusing me of being gay. And I was like, well, if I was gay, you know, I'd be upset about what you're saying right now. But since I'm not gay and confident and happy, like, you know, very funny. Ha ha. Can you touch your toes? Can you take a deep breath? And all I'm saying is when you look at my hairy armpit, because my armpit looks just like that, you know?
Do you think that?
I mean, I can take a photo right now and be like, yeah, we can't tell the difference whose armpit that is. Maybe you could tell by my muscular, physical exoskeleton.
What was the point of putting the picture? Do you think you were calling Liberty out or something?
Nah, she kept telling me to adjust my PTR, so I just screenshotted the pity. Not out of like mockery, but just like, you know, hey, look at that pity. Because pits. You know, does anybody here ever get skin tags on various parts of their body? But I recently had a skin tag on my pity, and I picked it off. Yeah, skin tags are gross. Like, do any of you rubber band your skin tags on the dermatologist? Like, I've tried to see a dermatologist for so long, and it is so hard to see a dermatologist. It's like impossible.
I'm waiting for this. I have a question. At one point, the chicken and every channel I've been saying, okay, we're waiting for this guy to either get shot or shoot somebody. And sure enough, it happened. But I was every report to be on screen. This guy was hold on.
So, let me know if I get the series of events fucked up. So he comes out of the courthouse. He's speaking to him saying something about him. He gets thrown in. And then soon after that, an altercation happens. Because he's walking away, and then an altercation happens. During that altercation, he pulls his weapon and shoots someone. Not only shoots someone
just
else,
like if
but
I'm
he shoots himself.
actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things.
If I'm actively engaged, that means he had his gun on him when he walked out of the courthouse or was in the courthouse. How the fuck did he have a gun in the courthouse? You feel me? Did they allow him to have a gun in the courthouse?
I just don't know what
Maybe he's so limited.
Does any other song of that?
No, it's the cheaper version. It's the cheaper version of a sauna because when you heat the sauna, it takes tremendous amounts of gas or electricity, but the infrared is its own. So, in my opinion, infrared is thriving.
When he left, they gave it back. I'm not counting your thing. I mean, what you're saying is they let it into the courthouse. They got it there.
His problem is that I'm assuming that he had already had a gun on him when the altercation happened, and before the altercation, which means he had his firearm on him in the
I can explain that. So in Texas, specifically, I don't know about where it is. I think it's in Tennessee. In Texas, Texas, they have like storage lock boxes. So if you come in with a firearm, you can actually lock it in the lockbox before you go through a security checkpoint. And then they give you a key that secret key. They can open that. They have like a master key. They can open it. But they give you a key, and then you hold on to that key, and then you can reholster your firearm.
The Supreme Court is clear about this.
No, just if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just
if I'm actively depending on
Crime is when it's open places, location that it's available and accessible to the general public, and manner is a manner that's not disruptive.
Yeah. So that's the issue. So if he could say, I'm just going to 7-Eleven trying to get a drink, and this guy's harassing me, then it's not and that's one of the three things. So those are the things. John wanted to go.
Head of state, not.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, this guy who uses the N-word in this very vulgar way, who happens to be in this horrific, incident, People are, see, Clubhouse is a very small community compared to like the YouTube community and these guys that technically like have their own platforms and followings. And it's unfortunate that, American men or Canadian men or Australian men or European men happen to find this type of content entertaining. And I follow so many Instagram accounts and I see such horrific violence on Instagram on what I would call like shadow accounts that like, I don't know how else you see these videos, but a lot of it is just criminal activity. And it's shocking the violence that is on Meta, on Instagram. But it is basically social and societal violence. And it's horrific, beyond horrific. But I would also just point out, as somebody here who engages in political communication, that your security and your well-being is important this summer. And just the other night, I had 2 people on my property who were probably homeless and intoxicated and up to no good. And they were trying to steal shit, and they were doing all kinds of shit. They were going through alleys and picking through cars and trying to go into this building over there. I mean, they were having a good old time in my neighborhood, and I was observing them, and I called the police. And the police showed up late by the time, they had made their getaway. And I'm just telling you that you can become a victim this summer. And Clubhouse, this little security briefing, which is something you usually do before an event, is to say, hey, practice situational awareness. But the real situational awareness is not just your physical security, like if you're on a train or a bus or somewhere like that. What I'm trying to tell you is Clubhouse physical, cognitive security is what Elon Musk calls it. And in my opinion, listening to racist, vulgar, profane hate speech for days and weeks and months on end, to me is a waste of my life, my existence. And I'm just warning you all as users of this app, and this app will probably shut down eventually because you see no advertisements, right? You see no like real subscription. I mean, let's just look at the pluses in here. Let me look at the pluses. I don't see any pluses. Wait, Bima and Nye are the only people paying for this. Anybody else? Nope, that's it. So 2 out of 15 people actually pay for this content. That's not good odds for an app.
Here we go. So in
those districts ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, absolutely. And particularly if they're being ran in the face of even higher gas prices than we're facing now. So, the Republicans are going to have to somehow find a way around that. But Gary, the win here also, I think, is involving, can China bring Iran to heel on some level with our military and our economic might? Can China carve out enough of a win with us to do Trump's bidding backdoor-wise, help everybody save face here? Because, buying that much oil, that deal that they cut with Iran would absolutely go up in flames and be one less oil source for them. We saw how we got checked on Venezuela. So, I know China's got a stockpile of about 4 months of reserves that they're sitting on. And that gets burned up really quick. We've got a massive economy like theirs to churn. So, I think
initial proceedings are in progress. This applies regardless of whether you have a handgun carry permit or a carrying under Tennessee's permitless carry law, which allows eligible adults 21 and older to carry handguns openly or concealed in most other places. So whether they have lock boxes or not for you to put your firearm in, you can't bring that motherfucker in there regardless. Period. Full stop.
Yeah,
under Tennessee law. Yeah. So back to the observation. How
walk out of a courtroom or enter a courtroom and get into an altercation with someone outside the courtroom and produce a firearm. Where was that firearm the whole entire time he was in that courtroom, in the courthouse?
Good question.
So, because he didn't go to a vehicle and retrieve it, he got into an altercation after he came out of the courthouse.
Well, that's
so that means, logically, that means he had that firearm on him when he wasn't supposed to have it on him.
Yeah, but what you're missing, Adrian, is that if when you get to the security checkpoint, if you say, I promise on a holy stack not to do anything bad with this gun, then they let you in with it. That's right. Yeah, that's awesome.
And I wonder, so if he was at the courthouse, that was probably for his resisting arrest charge that happened a couple of days ago. And also fleeing the bill on a $400 tab. So this guy's having a shitty week.
Right. So he was there for whatever official court proceeding.
3 charges.
Yeah. So where the fuck did he produce this firearm from?
That's interesting because it makes it more sketchy. We can't verify whether he had it on him in the court or not. But there's 2 case scenarios. One, he either did have it on when he went into the courtroom, or 2, worst case scenario. This is the worst case scenario. He went out of the courtroom. He went to his vehicle.
Retrieved
it, then went and
antagonize people.
That would be horrible.
Which, if you watch his videos, that's what he's always walking to his car. Like, he's always, like, once he gets into it with someone, he goes to the car, gets to, like you said, retrieve the weapon. This may have been, I can't wait to see these cameras.
An antagonistic action that he did on purpose because he understood, hey,
yeah, but Adrian, it's legal. That's the thing. Like, this is the thing, like with the ACLU back in the 70s, there was a bunch of neo-Nazis, like Nick Fuentes types and fucking Sean the Builder, that wanted to march in Indiana through a Jewish Holocaust survivor community. And they wanted to carry signs like saying, fuck the Jews, you know, you won't replace us and all that kind of shit. And the city there in Indiana said, no, you're not allowed to do that. That's racist.
It's legal that he did.
So they said that it was anti-Semitic and that they weren't allowed to do it. So they restricted the neo-Nazis from doing this. And the ACLU, who is predominantly Jewish and founded by Jews, actually defended the Nazis and said, hey, the Nazis are allowed to fucking march through here. It is fucking hateful rhetoric and we disagree with it, but they're allowed to do that. So as long as you're not doing a call to action, if I say, I'm going to get my fucking gun and shoot you in the fucking face and I'm not in fear for my life, that's illegal. But if I say, hey, I wish you'd get shot in the face, that's 100% legal. If I say nigger to you on the fucking street and you attack me and I feel that my life is in threat and in danger, I have the right under stand your ground to
wait,
myself.
Hold on. What are you arguing is legal or not? Because my whole point
is legal.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I think we're talking past each other, respectfully. My whole point was, where the fuck did he get the gun from?
Adrian,
I either got it from his gun or they have a secret lockbox on it.
Adrian, I just put it in the chat. Under, you can see it there. Under Tennessee law, the sheriffs provide lockboxes for you to do it. So it wasn't like...
Yeah, you come in, you say to the security guard, you say, hey, I have a firearm on my 3 o'clock position, it's in a holster, do you have a lockbox? They say, yeah, we have these boxes over here. We'll give you take the key out after you secure it and lock it. Then you take the key with you inside to the courthouse and stuff. And then when you come back out, you stick the key in and you turn it, you take your pistol, put it back on, and you walk out. It allows for people to still have their Second Amendment right, but they're not allowed to have it past security checkpoint.
Yeah, I don't think he would have gotten past security.
No, not at all. I mean, unless it was like a polymer ghost gun or something, it was all polymer or something.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Adrian. It sounds fishy to begin with, but
yeah, I mean, there would have like New York or California.
There would have to be a huge breakdown in security for him to get into the court with a gun.
Yeah, he did. Well, I mean, he didn't enter past the security checkpoint.
Also, why are we saying that his, like, because he has a partner with him all the time for his streams. Why would the partner just give him the gun?
Yeah, his partner had the gun and holstered it in his secondary holster.
Wait for him to come outside, give him the gun back to his holster, and off he goes, you know?
I think the main point about all this is, because you guys put it in the questionnaire, you know, can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack him? Yes. I mean, if you're standing out screaming, eat my fucking demon dogs, Black Hebrew Israelism shit, and I start fucking wailing on you, and the Black Hebrew Israelite thinks that I'm trying to fucking kill him and he's fearful for his life, he has the right, even after saying that I'm a fucking demon and a dog, to pull his pistol out and fucking drop around at me in certain states. Like Tennessee, Texas, you got standing ground laws. If you're in fear for your life, you can use deadly and violent, defense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shit. If the guy's immoral, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, the guy's a piece of shit.
I don't think it's I don't.
No, I defend like the ACLU. I defend his right to do and say whatever he wants. I would never in a million years want the ACLU. I would never in a million years want the government to stop Black Hebrew Israelites or Black Panthers or neo-Nazis or even fucking Jewish supremacists to respect their lives.
But you can't just start like running up to people, punching them in the street and expect nothing back. I mean, what are you doing?
Especially if the person fears for their life. I mean, if a person comes and slaps you on the face and then runs away and you shoot them, that's one thing. But if they're just fucking teeing off on you, ground pounding you, I mean, this is why we have the George Zimmerman.
Well, my thing is, if you're going to use the fear for your life defense, why are you provoking about identity?
Well, all you have to do is prove it, Nye.
Why are you bothered? But you know what he's doing. We can prove motive by life.
Do you want to restrict the Black Panthers? And
we're not talking about the Black Panthers.
No, we don't.
The Black Panthers can walk around calling white men.
We're talking about the same thing, though.
Provoking white men into beating their ass. It's completely different, right?
Yeah, but
Black Panthers can go around harassing white people and holding white men to fight them.
Oh, actually, no. Actually, the Black Panthers
entered each other, Rich. We can't talk over each other.
Okay. The Black Panthers entered into the state capitol building in California with fucking select fire rifles. They walked in there, Class 3 firearms.
You know why they did that, though?
They protest.
Let's not use.
I agree with protest.
Resources, oil, and commercial routes to and from China are in our hands. Not to mention the Panama Canal. So we have already taken it back completely. So this is a huge win. And so China is in our hands. And also there were people talking about the currency, BRICS currency. This is nonsense. China's currency is not. They did not allow their own currency to trade freely in the international market. So there's no worry about for them becoming a freely traded hard currency on the international market. And also, the trading volume in renminbi is very, very low. And then also China itself has increased purchase of U.S. assets overseas, not decreasing. They're spending a lot of the currency reserve on purchasing overseas assets. And as for Taiwan, people were talking about Taiwan. Taiwan just recently, Taiwan legislature approved, despite the obstruction of CCP in Taiwan, approved the $25 billion weapons purchase from the U.S. And I think 2 days ago, it's a snub at China. Just 2 days before Trump's trip to China. So we have a strong hand, and President Trump's trip to China is a victory lap. I'm done speaking.
So Hanson brings up a very important point that heretofore on this stage has not been discussed, and I have to acknowledge with my overabundance of listening to the pundits talk about this trip is also, I haven't heard it, maybe some people have heard someone suggest this, but it is absolutely true that 90% of Iran's oil goes to China. 90%. So, in reality, what's going on with Iran, I know it's a global market. I know it's sold as a commodity. But the reality is that China is in a whole world of focus over what's going on right now. So they have an extreme vested interest in, I mean, the top of the room is not what would constitute a win for China. Well, it could be, but I mean, it's implied that we're talking about for the United States. But you bring up an excellent point. What would constitute a win for China? And that would be getting that oil flowing once again. And I think they're in a position probably right now when this is a critical question for them. So, we've discussed before the threshold of pain that Americans will endure is very low as compared to other nations. And we're crying about the cost of oil and the effect on the economy. And I think rightly so, people have reason to be concerned about that.
Yes.
But I'm not finished. But that being said, the pressure on China right now is immense. 90% of their oil cut off. So, we should probably expand our view of this, and it's a little late to do that now, on this stage, but I'm just saying that we should collectively expand our view of this and try to look at it from the Chinese perspective. What do they need to get out of this? And, so it may not be, as a political article that I read at the top suggests so much, the president of the United States with his hat in hand. In some respect, the president of China has his hat in hand as well. And so let's see, this president claims he understands the art of the deal. So we will see. Thank you, Nancy.
Can I chime in? That's okay.
Okay, hold on, guys. I would really like the opportunity to moderate the room and determine who speaks when. And I'm sorry if that sounds autocratic, but that's the way I run the room to avoid the kind of crosstalk that we nearly devolved into just now. We don't want that in this room. Why? I will tell you, because it confuses me. And I presume if it confuses me, it confuses other people. And it's impolite. And we try to run a polite room. So had you been patient just for a couple seconds, you would have already been speaking. Simp, you're up.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it, Gary. Great room, by the way. But I would like to push back a little bit on the things that I heard that Hanson was saying just earlier. I don't believe that this, the fact that Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz and that America is blockading a blockade is really affecting China to the way you guys are saying. You have to understand that China also, in recent years, have diversified who they purchase oil from. They purchase, especially since the war has started, they've been purchasing tons of oil.
Hold on a second. If they get 90% of their oil from Iran and they're trying to diversify, that still means they're heavily dependent upon Iran.
Yes, but since the war has started, they've been heavily buying oil from the Russians. And they also been buying oil from the Brazilians. So they also have 6 months of oil reserves, one of the most in the world. So they're able to take the hit. Unlike the Americans, let me tell you why. The Americans are in extreme pressure to get the open because their allies, India, Japan, and the South Koreans, heavily depend on this oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, way more than China.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the...
Yes, but what I specifically with the oil...
Action or sit tight! Tell me if we...
open, and I guarantee you his allies to open the Strait of Hormuz. So I believe that the Iranians understand
Asia, going to India, and other parts of the world. They also want to charge money for their internet being terrible. It's even getting worse. Forget about the oil, now they're talking about the internet. So it's very important.
Mine is the head of the
I
hawk.
don't think he's coming with the leverage through
Abracadabra.
I think it's actually
And
the opposite. I think that Trump is in enormous pressure and he's going to capitulate and probably say, hey, you know what, the Chinese, we're losing this, and, we'll give you an amazing trading deal, with Apple and all these other companies that you could build factories in America and, it'll make these Chinese billionaires more rich. I think that's the avenue Donald Trump is going to go for. So therefore, then the Chinese can go to the Iranians and be like, hey, we have $1 billion or $1 billion, he doesn't want to put any tariffs on us. He wants us to open factories in America. He has the Apple CEO meeting with us in China and all these.
I don't know if it can be made public.
Coming to China. I think that's the angle Donald Trump is going to go at, and that's the way he can capitulate to the Chinese to basically put pressure on the Iranians.
We've been at this all day. Nobody's going to pull it out.
I've been practicing my entire life for this moment. Hold my baby oil.
So, we're closing things off. Unfortunately. So, what the caller said about the internet is very important, and it's again an aspect of this that I've not seen discussed much, despite my perception infrastructure through the Strait of Hormuz. They feel that it's a new strategic pressure point beyond oil ships. However, I overlooked which is more mining equipment and something like
Stephen, you're late.
Because of its high reliance on oil while the United States is less impacted, potentially even gaining financially from higher energy prices as an oil exporter doesn't help you or me. It doesn't The global nature of the supply chain means both nations face severe long-term consequences. But according to the Atlantic Council, or whatever that is, what China does from a closure of the Strait of Hormuz than the United States. Folks, we are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the...
I think, yeah, because...
So essentially, somebody is called the N-word, and that person who's called the N-word is so angry that he lashes out and he physically hits someone. As a result, he's then charged with battery of hitting the person who called him the N-word. When he's being defended in a courtroom, the lawyer cannot explain to the jury. If the lawyer says to the jury, well, he was called the N-word, and that caused him such anger that he lashed out. It's a lot more impactful when you're doing a closing statement or opening statement, or you're presenting in front of a jury, to be able to have the word said, so the jury has the horror of the word and would understand why this man would then have the visceral reaction that he has. But if the lawyer says it in court, he then gets destroyed for using the word, even though he's doing it to then help the defense of his client. Does it make sense now what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the barrier of using it in any way. And the law school professor that used it by reading a case. I mean, it's in case law. It's in literature, by the way. I mean, if you want to read Huck Finn or you want to read certain literature, but to use it by quoting something can happen in a case or quote in literature.
Abby, this is John. I got a question for you.
God, can I just finish?
Yeah.
For a sec, John. Let me just finish this with Alan for a minute because we talked about this before.
I have a question for you right after.
The quoter who's using the term, and sometimes to the benefit of those that had the horror of hearing the word, now goes and gets censored and sanctioned. And in the case of the law professor, I think that students petitioned to get him fired. So anyway, now I'm done.
Can I ask Abby a question? Because my question is, when Pepe comes in this room and he says G word, the J words, and he says horrific things about the J words, why do you tolerate him or his presence? And why does El Normo tolerate him or his presence? What is it about him that is so affable to you that you just think do you just tolerate him because this is a conference call app that anyone on the planet can come in and say horrific, vulgar, profane things? Is that pretty much what's happening here? Thanks.
Othello, you wanted to ask me something?
Yes. So this Chad the Builder guy, he's not only in trouble with the black community for using this word, but now he's in trouble with the police in this restaurant, which he's brought bad publicity to. So they could actually sue him for that. How would, after what he did today, and after you've seen how he moves, how would you go against disrupting this guy?
Let me look at it. I just came in the room, so let me look at it. Is that what the video is up there? I'm sorry to play dumb on this, but let me look at it and I'll give you an answer. I mean, if he did something to disparage the business, is what you're saying, or to disrupt or intentionally interfere with their business relationships, then they could go after him and tort for that, most likely. I mean, I'd have to look at what he's doing, but if he's going after a business intentionally and painting them in a false light and disparaging them, then yeah, it's commercial slander. They could go after him, or it's saying it, or if he's writing it, then it's libel. So that would be my gut, but I'd have to look at it. I mean, but did you follow my point on never being able to use the N-word, even when it's to defend the person that it was said to?
Yeah. What about the music? What about saying it repetitive?
I mean, I don't buy the music, so I'm not the one to ask that question. I listen to Springsteen, and I don't think he's ever used it in his lyrics. So.
Well, when we say the N-word, let's be specific which N-word we're talking about. The N-word that we're talking about is the hard R and the soft H, also Negro. Is it okay to say Negro? Can you say Negro? Hello?
Hopefully I answered your question, and I'll go.
Well, there was a guy that was he wasn't recently. There was a guy that worked at Netflix, and he was fired for using the word. What they were doing was they was giving us sensitivity training and stuff like that. And he was telling them he was listing all the words you cannot use. He was talking to the employees. He said, these are the words you cannot use, and these are the words that are offensive.
It's the grammar police.
Right. He said the N-word. They fired him. Someone went and complained, and they fired him for using the word that he was telling them, y'all can't use. Do not use this word.
It is a sacred word reserved only for N-words. I was in a room. They were talking about how they have to protect the word. That we should only use the word in limited amounts because it's so sacred. The N-word. Hello?
We also have some speakers that I'd like to open up the mic and Big Mom if they want to get into. Go ahead, Coco.
Okay, thank you. I would like to get it.
And then Coco. Okay. Coco, then Alan, then Viking, Big Mog, and Viking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bjorn.
Okay, Alan, you, and then me.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what do you find more offensive? Shiloh Hendricks raising, it wasn't millions, it was $800,000 for using the N-word on a child, or Carmelo Anthony raising $500,000 for stabbing and killing another boy. Which do you think is more offensive? Using the word or killing somebody?
Yeah,
I'll leave you with that.
Okay, yeah. I don't condone murder. So that's if it's.
Do you have to publicly state that you don't condone murder so everyone knows you don't condone murder? Isn't that just a given? Isn't that an obvious statement? Why would you even have to say that? Why would you have to preface any statement saying, I don't condone murder, and I don't condone murder? I'm sorry for interrupting. I just thought I had to say something.
You wanna act like people don't actually go out and murder people in our fucking country? You wanna act like we don't have gangs in our country? It's literally every fucking color in this country has my murderers, whether that be fucking biker gangs, whether that be street gangs, whether that be, other militia types we have. There's people in every race of our society that what do I think is worse? Murder or, this other scenario with words and somebody been given money for, using racial slurs. Please just don't police my speech. I don't know what's wrong with it, John. Honestly, every time I
micro and macro econ. You should take one in political in politics, and then you'll know that yes, one mode of persuasion is through the emotions. Aristotle called it pathos. Yes, welcome to high school student government. Hey y'all, I want to be a student government president, and if I'm the president, we're going to get rid of 7th period. Yeah, and everybody votes for him. He still has 7th period. Yeah, welcome to it. It's pretty basic stuff, bro.
Can I go now, or are you done? I don't know if you're done.
I'm sorry, I muted up. I'm done.
I'm oriented now. I'm back in my vehicle now, so I can answer you more succinctly. So I agree with you. Both sides use emotion. Okay, everybody on the political spectrum uses emotion to animate their base so that they can, generate political power and all that stuff. So I'm not saying Democrats are the only ones that do it, but Mr. Wesley, whatever his name is, Wesley Hunt, is responding in kind. So yeah, you're right. Roly-Poly's audience despise Wesley Hunt, but it makes the rounds. That clip is gonna get clipped up. It's gonna get put on somebody's feed. We're talking about it in here. There's a lot of roly-poly followers in this room within the sound of our voice, in the audience or elsewhere, who is going to hear that term, that statement. And I understand most people are going to throw it out of hand. There's going to be that one person who hears it, who's in roly-poly side, and maybe just about sick of the whining and crying and complaining from people like Roly. He's still on his side, but he's kind of teetering back and forth. And this 50th time he heard somebody like Wesley Hunt say it clipped, and now he turned his back on the roly-polies of the world, and now he becomes a new baby conservative. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't work on the masses. You're right, it ain't going to work on the masses of roly-polies audience. But there's people in the middle that follow roly-poly that when they hear Wesley Hunt's rhetoric for this 50th time or the 60th time, they heard what's his name? They heard that guy Larry Elder a million times, and they always be repeating
yourself. Come on, bro.
I want to speak. Okay, I just want to land with the emphasis. When you hear it multiple times on that multiple...
It's not working here. You have a new point. Come on, man. This is kind of frustrating.
I'm answering your question. That's the audience. That's the audience.
Cool. You said that 7 times. Anybody else want to speak? Got it.
Yeah. I'd like to speak to the West Hunt situation. Also weave in a little bit about what RJ said about history, which was wild to me. Like, what's the worst kind of Negro? Him saying that slavery and Jim come back is exactly why RJ brought up about Black history needs to be taught honestly, to white Americans. Because people hear Jim Crow and they think it only means separate water fountains and somebody yelling, the N word. They think racism only counts if it looks like a old black and white ass picture. But history evolves, language evolves, systems evolve, right? So nobody is saying that we're literally back in 1950. You already covered this, man. But the point is that we're watching all these voting protections get gutted, affirmative action dismantled. We know the drill. Black political power diluted. I mean, just in Tennessee, they cracked the only majority black district through redistricting, then removed every black Democratic member from committee assignments. So, that's the problem. People who don't know history, they think oppression has to come back wearing the exact same outfit to be recognized. And if we had more actual history, white Americans might not be getting duped so easily by MAGA. You know what I'm saying? If they had been taught real black history instead of patriotic mythology. Because once you understand it, you start recognizing the same strategies they're using against you. And then you go on and you scapegoat minorities and this manufactured fear. They feel like America is unstable because of black people, because of immigrants, DEI, the new term wokeness. The playbook is old as hell. And part of the reason why it works, and part of the reason I got to work with so many mediocre white people is because they have this false sense of identity. They're raised with this, that they're natural achievers. Like America was always a meritocracy. And whatever success their families had came from hard work, which is bullshit. But when you actually learn history, you realize the playing field was never level to begin with all of the things that come with our history. And I'm not saying white people don't work hard. I ain't saying that, but ignorance hurts them. It hurts us, but it really hurts the hell out of them. Because if your identity is built around believing that your position is entirely earned and you're morally superior, and that any attempt to level the playing field, that feels like oppression to you. All of a sudden, they're the oppressed ones. That's why they lose their minds over all of the programs and, what, even if you say systemic racism, they lose their damn minds. So Black history just isn't about teaching us. It's about teaching everybody. And if they understood how division gets weaponized and how ordinary people get manipulated every day, we might not be in the state that we're in right now.
So, are you done, Madison? Oh, good. Okay. So, sure. Let's wake something up. When Wesley Hunt said that he doesn't mind if there aren't any black federal lawmakers, what he was saying was that he doesn't mind if we go back to 1901. I just decided to do some digging, and I found that by 1901 there weren't any black U.S. representatives in Congress. That remained the case until 1929. I also see here that no black U.S. senators were elected again until 1967. What we do know is that between 1870 and 1901, 22 African Americans held seats in Congress. So Wesley Hunt is saying that he doesn't mind if we go back to a time when there were no black congresspersons, and that time was 1901. I don't need to tell people what life was like for black people all across the nation in 1901. But that's what he's saying. He doesn't mind if we go back to Jim Crow. So.
What were the political affiliations of the 22 that were in office for 18?
I'm sorry, what's your question, Monica?
The political affiliations of those representatives.
You mean the parties? Oh my God. I don't know. I think most of them were probably Republican, if not all. What's the point? They got ran out of the party. It's called the Lily White Movement. If you want to go into why the blacks got ran out of the Republican Party, you just want to stop the affiliation. What might go on you?
I'm guessing it was fear of their excellence, but that's
no, it's called the Lily White Movement. They didn't want niggers in the party anymore. You should look it up. The Republican Lily.
I thought we weren't going to allow the blacks on the stage. You had a problem with it.
Hello? I'm quoting them. This is a quote. We're doing primary source material. This is the Republican Party of 1901 we're talking about. So I'm doing the original thing. And Monica, I'm gonna say something to you real quick. People indulge me. I called your name before twice because you hadn't said anything. And I moved you
down because when people are on the stage for a long time, they sometimes unmute by accident and you hear stuff and whatever, and it's like, it's crazy. I moved you down trying to be nice so that you wouldn't unmute like you've done 2 times before, and we've heard your business in the background. You then got moved down and decided to call me a pansy and do a little mini crash out in the chat. I was actually trying to be nice to you.
I called the person who said, move her down.
That's why he said it. That's why he said it. Because I was calling your name.
He was looking, because I wasn't responding because I wasn't near my phone.
Exactly, I moved you down.
He didn't want me sitting on the
stage
without
contributing. He said, no thanks.
And then I left.
Or whatever you said, you left because you thought I was moving you down. That's exactly what happened. I'll tell you from now on, when you come off mute, we'll just keep you off mute. You've done it 2 times now. I was literally trying to be nice to you. We heard you watching your silly television show, acting like somebody was tickling your hairy underarms.
Big Bang Theory? Why are you so nasty?
No, it was.
Were you looking
you
for?
have hairy underarms.
It was Big Bang Theory.
It was not Big Bang Theory.
It was Big Bang Theory.
It was not the one I'm talking about. They had a British accent. It wasn't Big Bang Theory.
It was.
Anyway, back.
Have you had a story about being? Oh, now you don't want accuracy. You just want to.
It doesn't matter what the TV show
Why
was,
are you
man.
so
I was trying to be
excited?
nice to you.
Well, do better, because you.
Shut the fuck up. Yell at me one more time, you dumb bitch. I'll block you for life. Shut your bitch ass up.
That was functional. That was fruitful.
No, it was cathartic.
Yes, at the very least, it's funny. I think it's funny.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Monica, do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a baby?
Oh, Neo.
Do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a man?
Wow, that was such a great comeback. Oh, jeez.
Okay, you're moving up on my weird list. Just so you know,
You
just
can tell
move up
when
another rank.
someone grew up
So
not
the
doing
list right now goes from least weird to most weird. And right now, coming in first, I believe is
If you
Dennis
don't know how
at
to do
least
it,
weird.
don't try.
I think followed by
Who is Austin?
Marshall. Followed by, it's really tough right here to
Not
make
a
the call.
negative round.
I think I'm gonna go with Aisha, which is really tough of me to
Probably
give her that low of a score.
Is that supposed to be a
I
snap
think I have to go with Rivas, which is almost impossible to do that low of a score anyway. So, and then it's Otter. And then Dave, I think you got the top spot, buddy. I think you did.
Don't come for
I think
me.
you extended.
And then I won't have to embarrass myself.
And you were just between me and Rivas. I knew it. Rivas asked me
RJ Doctrine. RJ was playing with the RJ Doctrine
One game for you. It's simply a statement of you don't know how to snap. That's not coming for you.
No, Ben,
With
what
the
is
RJ Doctrine
the RJ
playing.
doctrine? Ben, what is the RJ doctrine if you're home?
He's not going to contribute. I still on the spot. If no one else.
No, we don't need to patronize the RJ doctrine. The RJ doctrine no longer applies. What does the RJ stand for? It stands for Royal Juggernaut. There we go. Royal Juggernaut.
RJ, and I'm going to keep going because you don't have to die. And I got into so much
right to self-defense because you don't have a right to. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, because self-defense is self-defense is when you're defending yourself when you're not in a mutual situation. That's self-defense. He's mutually engaging with these people, so he doesn't have self-defense.
No, it's
That's
not
you stand your ground.
defendant because self-defense only is only with regard to the physical offense, not verbal, whatever you call it, offense or not.
Yeah.
Not
he's trying to
with respect to verbal altercation.
No, right, but he's trying to provoke these people into doing so. You don't walk up and on somebody. It does matter. It does. Yes, you cannot provoke a situation and cause self-defense. That's not how it works.
Guys, you can't use physical defense to fighting words. Fighting words are actionable in terms of what you can go out. They're not protected. They're not protected speech, so you can go after the person who used the fighting words, but you can't use physical to the fighting words. Go ahead, people do it. You'll be charged. Show me where you live that's acceptable. Mind your mouth when you talk to a woman, asshole.
No, I'm letting you know. You're talking to a black man.
I don't care if you're orange or green. You're an asshole.
I don't want to get into but I want to stay focused. But that's not how the law works. I don't know if
Bima, I'm answering Hanson, and Hanson is correct. Hanson is correct. That's how the law works. You can go after the person for unprotected speech and for fighting words, but you can't use physical contact. It won't mitigate, and it's not. You're going to be charged with the battery.
Respect black or get smacked.
You should be smacked.
Saying the N-word is fighting words. I don't know what
and you get some niggas. Okay. Yeah, that's how we do
Do you know what a fighting word is? Do you know what fighting words are?
What's fighting words? White people refer to that nasty behavior that they
Well, let's have this conversation.
It's all fighting words.
Yeah, no, Alex, tell them what fighting words are. I'd like to refer to the professional.
We still don't know why they couldn't control themselves. Okay, like that way, the terminology that's derogatory, and it cites all type of discriminatory emotions to somebody else, knowing that you're trying to just reincorporate some nasty shit that you should have evolved from because it's disgusting.
So,
and if you get beat up, if you get your white nasty face, look, if you get your white pasty face,
Bima, why don't you pull up the definition of fighting words and you?
No, it is. This is white people.
You can't justify it. You can, but you're going to be arrested. You'll be arrested for assault.
Yeah, I'll smack the white
Okay, I want Free Range wants to make a comment. If we could just
smack the fuck out of you.
We could circle back around. Free Range and then the SM.
Did anyone just hear that?
No threats, no doxing.
About free speech.
No threats, no doxing. Okay, Free Range, go ahead.
So I think we all agree that he's been aggressive and provocative in the situation. I'm not saying that words just inherently means that you can, subject yourself to violence. But I asked the question: if you provoke someone into fighting, can you claim self-defense? Right? And that's what he's doing because, of course, there's other clips of him saying hit me and shit like that, so he can pretty much use, mace or taser or gun, whatever he has. So it says generally, no, you cannot claim self-defense if you provoke a fight. If you're the initial aggressor, which he is, or intentionally bait someone into attacking you, you lose the right to claim self-defense, as you cannot create a dangerous situation and then use force to defend yourself. So that's what I'm saying. He's doing this with the intent to create a hostile situation, just so he uses the force.
But the words can't do it free. that words, there's no justification for
Yeah,
physical.
anytime a white person is antagonizing you,
I agree, but that's a separate issue.
Yeah, but that's, yeah.
But you also can
No, you're absolutely right. If someone physically goes after you, then you physically respond. But
You're right.
physical to physical is different than words to physical.
I agree with you, Abby. I agree with everything you're saying, except for if it's a white racist motherfucker trying that shit, smack their ass, bro. That's the exception. Beat their ass up. Yeah, because you would not tolerate that. Beat their ass up. Beat their ass the fuck up.
Really?
Yeah, straight up. They shoot each other in the neck for less. Okay? They shoot each other in the neck for less.
Would you do that? Would you do that?
I wouldn't do that. I don't shoot white people in the neck for freedom of speech.
Would you hit someone if they said it to you?
If a white person doesn't know how to behave and they want some nigga treatment, they can get nigga treatment because white people
What would you do to them?
they don't think they are. And sometimes you have to remind them that they can be a dirty white
And
nigga.
how would you remind
white
them?
nigga treatment. You understand what I'm saying?
How would
Like
you remind
anybody
them?
else can get nigga treatment.
How would you do this? What would your method be of reminding them?
I would take the white people method in Utah. I don't know. Maybe I might consider that one. I don't know. I might just go to the extreme.
What would you do?
Yeah, what do y'all do? What do y'all do to people who like freedom of speech that are white and named Charlie Kirk? What do y'all do?
What would I do?
Yeah, what do y'all do? Yeah, what do y'all do? What do y'all do?
Adrian has a question, but I just want to point there because Big Bob brings up a really good point, okay? Because think about Charlie Kirk, okay? There was a reason. Sorry, Adrian, just real quick. Thank you so much. There was a reason that Kirk got the response that he did from the public when
the white people he was protecting and defending, and they shot him in the neck. A white man did that. And to believe you red hat wanderers found your way into an HBCU.
Why do we care what color the guy was? The guy was someone who was here.
Your people are watching caring color.
They killed our brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay to
they
use
killed
physical?
my brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay? Do you think it's okay to use physical harm when you don't like what someone says? Do you think that that's okay?
No.
Are you justifying that?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Thank you. What's the exception?
Big Mom, you know that Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed, right? Big Mom, you know that
Let me explain my exception. I agree 100% with what Abby says. You do not, if somebody is antagonizing you with their words, you do not respond in violence. Oh, that is lower frequency level de-escalation skills. Now, if a white person, the same time, goes to Ruby Brick, like bothers Ruby Brick, you gotta understand these white people. These people are not like their lower level is different from black people lower level. These people will wake up and go to a school to bother a little black girl. They're like as grown adults, right? This is what they have evolved from, right? So let me tell you, anytime they revert back to this. You have to you gotta do this for America. And not only just for your people, but you gotta do this for white people, bro. You got to do this for you got to smack the fuck out their ass. Because they will not interfere with the white evolution. Because there was once upon a time white people couldn't control their emotions. You know how they pick on the black people, how they pick on the black people, they're just emotionally triggered. They couldn't control their emotions. They would get out of your bed as an adult. Hold on, Adrian, let me finish this, because let me tell you, this is why white niggers exist, and I ain't gonna never let y'all treat my people like we listening. On God, because y'all just the same. Y'all are just the same. And I love y'all. Hush your mouth, bro. Y'all are so triggered. Let me finish. Self-control. Can you try it? Damn it. All right, so look. Y'all come a long way. You can't stop the white evolution. And I will not let anybody get in the way of my white brothers and sisters growing up from that Ruby Bridges shit they used to do. You know, bothering black children who are trying to get an education because they couldn't control themselves emotionally to that extent. What dirty black in the hood has done such ruckus? We're like, niggas ain't 1,000 Chicago's cannot compare to all these things that we cannot find that y'all give, even from the 50s till now. That ain't even 100 years. So look, check it out. I'm proud of y'all, and I'm proud of Chud. I like Chud. I want him to win. But y'all gotta understand, this what you get. You should always get your ass beat for disrespecting black people just for the fuck of it, because that makes you a monkey again. That makes you a snow monkey again. I'm a compass. That's what it do. And you are better than that. Alright? You are better than that. You are going upwards. I don't
anything can I add?
Yeah, we're gonna start a queue, because I wanna get everybody in. Mr. Edward wanted to get in, Frida
Yeah, let's
wanted
start
to
with
get in.
Alfred.
Adrian was waiting to ask a question. Okay, Adrian wanted to ask a question. Free range wanted to jump in. I'm sorry, Othello. I did get you. I do hear you though. But Adrian said he wanted to ask a question. Free range had said that he was waiting to say something. We have you're way at the bottom.
No, we're not playing that shit.
We had Mr. Edward.
I'll do a cue in the chat. So we got a question, and then who's next? Who's talking next?
Oh, me.
We have Adrian, Free Range, Mr. Edward, Othello, Rich.
Okay, I'll put that in the chat.
Thank you. Okay, Adrian.
All right, so my question is, when it comes to the use of people's reach to defense, self-defense or stand your ground, can you use that as a defense for an altercation that you initiated?
Initiated what? By what?
If you initiated an altercation, a conflict between you and another person, they put hands on you. Can you use self-defense as a defense?
Yes.
Because
it depends. Go ahead.
Who initiated physical?
Listen. When it walks up on not who initiated physical. I think you're listening to responding. You're not listening to my question. Digest my question. Can you use self-defense as a defense if you initiated an altercation or conflict?
Verbal altercation, right?
No.
Verbal.
It's in general.
Illegal answers to that, Adrian?
Yeah, I got it.
Adrian.
Let me
Most
just answer.
circumstances, do you want me to?
I was going to go right
I'm free. I'm not in the queue.
Just quickly, yeah, it depends. Okay, depending on how the conversation is. Of course, me just addressing over the phone, there's no reason for us to physically contact each other because we can sell this with words. But if I address you in person in a fashion that provokes violence, meaning like, what's with all that shit you talking? That's great. But if I said, hey, I urge you to want to fight me or something like that, there's no reason for me to address you in person with that because now we are in reach of physical contact with each other, right? And as the conversation develops, who takes more aggressive steps towards each other, at some point it may get to a point where it's just, what is it called, standing your ground, so to speak. But if I'm coming towards you, like what happens in some of these, I watch a lot of public videos where someone, and some of you guys see this shit too, especially on like social media, when someone goes to someone's house, they cannot justify addressing words by going to the location to actually call, to escalate the threat. You cannot use self-defense in that situation. So I'm saying that the same with the builder dude, this dude that we were talking about, he actually engages people with his intent, which he does. It's not like he's just out and about screaming and this happens to happen. He's actually have a platform based on this. So I'm saying with that premise, he's not creating a situation where he can actually argue self-defense. He's actually putting himself in danger to where he loses that claim.
Right. So, and here's the qualifying factor here. He is armed, approaching unarmed people, initiating conflict with unarmed people while he has a gun. I don't think he can use self-defense as a defense anymore. Because you're armed with a firearm and you started a conflict with people who were minding their business and who was also unarmed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. If he escalated it to that level, but punches to a punch, it's different than if you bring out a knife or a deadly weapon. And the law will probably support what you say, Adrian.
Right, because simply brandishing your weapon, that's considered assault.
Not if it's justified.
Bullshit.
If a person has intent
you're not listening
to inflict deadly violence upon you, and you brandish a firearm and do not use it, you're saying that you would be put in prison for that?
That is a charge, buddy. I don't know about you live in. That is a charge.
No, it's not if it's justified.
You're trying to make the argument.
No, Adrian, 500,000 and 3 million times what the CDC reports. On average, that person brandishes or displays a firearm. You're asking a question I'm trying to answer.
No,
Peterson.
there's a key on there.
Peter, this isn't Tehran. It's different US.
You know that, right? You know that. You want to intentionally support the crime.
We can't understand you.
Somebody's punch is not stronger than other person's punch. If somebody threw a punch, the other person for self-defense need to use a knife or something, otherwise he would be killed.
Ima, can you translate?
That's the problem.
Oh, he said if a person punches you, you're legally justified in using self-defense. If it was one. I don't know if this can tell you guys. Explain how this all started. So this guy was just a kick streamer. He was just a kick streamer. He wasn't doing any of this racist tech shit, zooming out, and words all stuff shit. He was just a regular kick streamer. He was parked at a gas station. And then afterwards, he got pulled over the car and started screaming at him. His fucking car. So while he was on the street, he's like, bro, chill the fuck out. I'm almost done with that shit. You know, oh, by the way, you're just and he's like, oh, fuck you, nigga. He's like, yeah, now you're fucking stepping out and fucking looking. And then he started and started back to the consoles. She had said the breath of the celestial. I will personally descend to earth to judge and reshape this world.
No, dude, just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me, because that's when problems start occurring, and I'm not there to be manipulated.
What do you think concealing is? Like, not just like what point do they need to tell you this? Just
America is if China owns.
Your silly television show. Your silly television months on end. To me, is
Here we go. This is Rich left off where he steps outside of the courthouse, where he's at the courthouse. Okay, so here we go.
I said, what's up, guys? I said, yeah, I like your new suit. He said, walk away from me. He literally said, I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in. He said,
can also then build on it, right? We've got moral absolutes. This is what is righteous, and this is what is sin, or this is what is moral, this is what is immoral. And then we can, oh no, it's not absolutes. We've got moral.
Go back to, well, but Islam, like these are that's a core principle. It's like, no, it's not. Like, look at what's, you want to talk about that, but look at what's actually happening like on the ground. Like, you want to ignore that. You're ignoring that in your real life. So yeah. And I've been listening to Simon's bullshit for a long time, and I haven't said anything. So he got a little smackdown. I'm not planning on, going at him consistently. But, I had a little 15 minutes in the car.
I am your only future, and my path, your only path. Who among you dare say otherwise?
And like Princessia is just a title. It's like princess, not a identity. It's just like a title. Oh, is that what? No, it's just me being cute. Like, I made it up. Like the day that I made myself name Princessia, I don't know. My aunt, I was going somewhere with her. And she called me. It's very aesthetically
assault, right? It doesn't have to be a physical for it to be assault. You just yelling at someone can be assault. You playing a loud ass megaphone 2 inches away from someone's ear, that is considered assault in certain jurisdictions. Okay? So we need to be very clear on what assault is and what provoking a response from a person is. Right? Because you, being a person with a gun, and you came up and started assaulting people with your words and racial bona fide.
So Adrian, the second that I say nigger to you, you have the legal justification and beat my ass. Guilty. I can't defend myself.
You right all the time?
No, you're like a TikTok lawyer. That's what you are. You're saying that if I say fuck you, honky, or fuck you nigger, and then you attack me, you have legal justification to beat me to that, bro. And I can't defend myself.
I'm really not that fucking.
That's right.
Okay. So you need to chill the fuck out. Okay. What I wanted to say to you is stop citing the lockbox portion of your submission, because we have already established that is not settled law in Tennessee.
Alan already looked it up.
No,
there is lockboxes in Tennessee.
I debunked that already. That is not settled law in Tennessee. So stop saying.
You keep saying you said you can't bring a firearm on the courthouse.
Bro,
I'm simply saying you cannot. I understand what you cited. I heard you, but what you're misunderstanding is that they have lockboxes prior to the fucking inspection area. Where prior to where the metal detector area, you're not allowed to bring it. You're not allowed to bring it past the. You're not allowed to bring it past the security checkpoint.
You can't do it. Period.
You're not listening. They have fucking security lockboxes. We already looked at how they have lockboxes similar to Texas. When you went to put your firearm, you inform the security officer or the sheriff's deputy. You say, hey, I have a firearm. They say, okay, there's a lockbox. Go over and put it in the lockbox.
Right.
They say the lockbox, take the fucking key, walk inside. Jesus Christ, you're talking about on the premise, past the security checkpoint. I agree.
Okay.
You're not allowed to have it in a courthouse, or you're not allowed to have it in the courtroom and or adjacent. And you're not allowed to pass past the security checkpoints.
It's a state bill.
They literally fucking have lockboxes in them. Jesus Christ. Why they have lockboxes?
Fucking idiot, bro.
God, you're fucking TikTok lawyers.
Shut up. Thank you very much. Beaver, did free range already go or no?
No.
Okay,
up, and then Edward. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it quick. We made a lot of points that already, kind of satisfy the issue. But yes, if what Rich is saying, that is not a situation where he will be held accountable for, assault or whatever charge. It's self-defense, in other words. With Big Mark issues today, real quickly, I think we all agree that words shouldn't lead to violence most of the time. It's very rare. Yeah, I know a lot of us are very sensitive about our loved ones, particularly our children, so people can say things to provoke violence. It's rare, but those are extreme situations. I say to say that when we look at this situation here, most of the times we don't want people to be using racial slurs like that because, we know what can happen, and what has happened based on this guy having this history of it. Again, I'm not saying he's always doing this, but he does it enough to where you expect it from his content. The point of the matter is, if the story that's being portrayed based on the article is true, then like I said, it's a legitimate case of self-defense. I'm just saying this, and I'll end on this. If we are going to keep this principle in mind, then we have to start addressing the violence that comes to us from the left to the right, based on them just attacking us by so-called violent rhetoric. He said shit, saying Trump, that he always goes around saying shit that leads to violence. Meanwhile, the violent actions of the left is not compared to the right. So I'm just saying that if you guys are going to try to...
There's a person that said that there's actual law on using a racial slur, because I'd like to know what state you're telling me that that's considered an actual assault. It uses a racial slur as a criminal offense. No, it has to be coupled with a threat of harm.
White people who don't know how to act and they want to attack like people.
It's okay. What state
it's okay to even
think? I'm sorry.
They shoot each other in the
neck. Because that would absolutely be an infringement on your free speech. You can say horrible things. Unfortunately, you can do that. And however, so could you tell who said that? Could someone tell me what state they were talking about?
Like a deranged white person, and then you want to get smacked for it. That's
who said it.
I'll give you who's Adrian. He's going.
That's right. They smack you up. Watch your mouth.
Okay.
It'll escalate the crime to a hate crime. The speech in
watch your white mouth. Brown boy.
And I have a Bima. Are you alive? Well, I have a question.
Yeah, I'm.
Well, we got a queue.
Oh, sorry.
You should be prosecuted too.
Everything's working out. Why are y'all complaining? Attack the first white boy. The white boy is in jail. Or who cares?
We can add you now. Mr. Edwards next. Mr. Edward. Yeah, he might not be there. I wanted to also add this, and I'll just add this now because I think this is good to support what Big Mug is saying. So we were talking about fighting words specifically a little earlier, okay? So please, again, remember, I don't know everything, so if you have anything that you'd like to add to correct, this is what we're here for. One of the Supreme Court cases was Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire, okay? Now, this, basically, this guy said something to a marshal, a city marshal. This guy Chaplinsky said to the New Hampshire city marshal that he was a goddamn racketeer and a damn fascist. And the court upheld punishment because they were considered direct face-to-face insults. Has to be met in order to be considered fighting words. It has to be said directly to a person face-to-face. It can't be a general comment. So it has to a direct comment face-to-face. It has to be personally abusive, not like I hate your political view. You're talking about a very specific personal insult, and it has to elicit, likely violence, right? It says specifically by their very utterance, the court described it, the fighting words, by their very utterance inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. The court also accepted a narrower test, quote, direct tendency to cause acts of violence by the person to whom individually the remark is addressed.
Yes, they're not protected speech. That's what I was trying to say earlier. but
Cracking out.
it's a separate charge from the scenario you were talking about.
Cracking out, talking that shit. Now they're looking for legal loopholes.
Cut the builder, even though I don't agree with him. But look at the fucking niggers chimping out.
Cracking out. Cracking out. Look at it. These niggas go to the law. Hey, look, they go to the law after they try that nigga shit. Cracking out.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Method out.
So Rich just gave an example. Now the reason why that wouldn't be considered fighting words is one, we're not in a personal setting. It wasn't said face to face and it wasn't directly to somebody.
Y'all dissecting the cracking out.
But now, Rich, can you give us an example? Because you tend to be able to conjure him up. Well, can you give us an example? If said face to face, a personal insult that would elicit.
Oh, easily. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is concede my time to answer. Go ahead.
Well, you distinguish that case, Bima, because that was a disturbing of the peace.
God bless.
Big
I know he's black.
No monkey sliding.
All right, you stupid fucking ape.
Cracking out.
You know I was
No monkey sliding.
There you go, you fucking chimp. Sit the fuck down.
So I don't know if that answers, but you have to distinguish the facts on that.
Steve, quick question. How's Scott doing?
I haven't spoken to him in a couple of days.
Okay.
So the answer is I don't know. If I knew more, I would tell you I haven't spoken to him in about 3 to 5 days, so I don't know.
I assume that's Reverend Scott
Yes.
from your
Scott,
show? Okay.
Yes, Reverend Scott Jones of my show, The Mod Squad. I do have to go on a Zoom meeting. Less than 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead and do your clip. I think David was there.
Oh, it's not mine. No, he wanted to do something. He wanted me to react.
Yeah, well, anybody is open in the room, but you have a limited time here, so I'll let you crack at it first.
Okay.
Congressional testimony. This comes off anyway, I'll get the clip in a second.
Decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so. So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the federal. I'm just asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage. Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020? And I'm suggesting you in 2020 defend your huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
Powell's term as chairman ends this week, but with the DOJ's investigation into him in limbo, he said he will be.
Anyway, you know what the context of that testimony was?
No, but I can answer the question. There's no doubt in my mind that Trump lost the election, which is why he lost the presidency to Biden. That's my humble opinion.
Right, that's awesome. I agree with you. It's pretty easy to answer that.
Yeah.
What person that was about to be confirmed in front of the Senate, when it's kind of Senate confirmed things, do you think was struggling to answer that question?
Are they going through potential new judicial appointments for the Supreme Court?
And worse, this is the next Federal Reserve Chairman.
No. They all literally go this way. Everything for the Department of Health has gone this way. Everything with the FDA, with the Senate, with the RFK, all of this has gone this way.
Fired without cause because they served at the pleasure. The only thing is the Federal Reserve Chairman has is the independence to tell the president to fuck off.
And if I may, before I go,
they can only be fired for cause.
I'm sorry because I gotta go. I've been saying for years, or ever since he was nominated, elected, or confirmed,
that RFK would have been amazing as head of the EPA because he has 20 years of experience filing lawsuits on behalf of the environment against the EPA. That's his field of expertise. But if he would have been nominated and confirmed as head of the EPA, I'm all in. And with that, I have to go on a Zoom meeting. It's been a pleasure. Ash, once again, happy birthday or happy anniversary, whatever the hell it is. And take care. I'll see you all again.
Aw, yay. I love birthdays and presents and flowers and chocolates. I love them all. Thank you.
Are you testing the gifted chocolates before you consume them?
Huh?
I'm just making sure you're following protocols.
To test my chocolates that are already wrapped up and completely taken care of?
I mean, they might be edibles. That would be good in terms of the.
Oh, that would be bad. Yeah, no, I don't want to test that. No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would hope that the Godiva chocolates that I get normally are not.
I was a
Reef
definite
chocolates.
consumer of a lot of edibles before my wife got me to stop doing that in 2024.
Well, your wife got you off of Instagram, and your wife made you stop consuming edibles. What else was this Wonder Woman?
I wasn't. I was officially on. The whole thing of it is getting me off Instagram. The only thing it was me needing to sign in and delete my account.
I'm totally teasing you, but also,
No, we've been together 33 years. Our daughter's grown now, and I'm very happy to.
What is your wife still getting you off to now?
Oh, I wasn't going to discuss that because she tends to be pretty private about those things, but it definitely still happens on the regular, so that's all.
no need to discuss things you don't want to discuss.
And for the men in the room, there's a definite pipeline from piano to pussy. I'll just put it that way, as a pianist.
Wow. Okay. So that went in a direction I wasn't expecting. Thank you, Dave. Where's Roybus when we need him? I was just curious where Roybus is when that's all.
Is that Roybus said?
It's just it would have been a Roybus comment. That's all.
Oh, you know what's funny is to tell an incel that, and then they're like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "You know what? Stop pestering the girls and go start practicing your piano. It'll take you about 10-15 years to get good." And then,
Well, at least you're trying to help the others.
I don't know if it's helping them. At least it's helping them not be pests to other people if they actually took me seriously and went and did that. But I don't know. I'm not their father. I have one daughter to worry about. So.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so now everybody heard the clip, and David wanted responses. We can go back to that.
Yeah, no, it's crazy the amount of independence. Well, because the president says lower interest rates when they should be going higher. You get hyperinflation. So if you go Weimar, we could basically do Germany 1930s and fucking break the whole world economy in this kind of single move.
See, okay, here's my only problem with that. And I'm not a Trump guy, not even remotely. But why do we say that we would break the whole? We're not special, man. We're just
sort of. I mean, so Dave, do you know of any other way that they denominate oil other than U.S. dollars?
I thought China was taking care of that now. I thought that the petrodollar was breaking.
Well, the quick answer is no. Longer answer is not at all. And do you remember the financial crisis, the global financial crisis?
I do. I'm 2008 you're referring to?
Yeah, 2008.
Yeah, that was terrible because all the young people should have been getting that money, not the big bank.
Sort of.
Bonus
Yeah,
out.
On the moral side, but I was 5 years into being a stockbroker financial advisor when it started, and did it for 5 more years after. So very intimate with the mechanics here. But if the dollar breaks and people, what do they do after the Great Depression? They put in federal deposit insurance corporations so that people don't have bank runs, so that your money's guaranteed, that there's fractional reserve banking, all this other stuff. But the Fed, their independence is because they're not actually a government entity. They're not run by the government. The government's not directly setting these interest rates. It's essentially a bunch of banks that agree on the policy, and they have this weird, hard to understand thing, a dual mandate to keep inflation low and employment high, which are contradictory things generally, and it's a weird balancing act. But essentially, they're the one mechanism that says set interest rates as if the future matters. So Donald Trump, as a real estate developer, only knows, just like tariffs, it doesn't matter what all the economists say that it's a dumb thing to do and the tariff war is bad, blah, 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 blah. He still will do it because nobody tells him no. So the reason I played that clip is he won't even, his testimony won't say who won the 2020 election because he's trying to please Trump. He's there to be a yes man. So if Trump tells him to lower interest rates when you're not supposed to do it, the Federal Reserve is supposed to not be influenced by what the president wants or what one person wants. They're supposed to set it for, again, this kind of weird invisible hand long-term future.
No, I get that. You said fuck up the world. I guess the conservatives would call me a bleeding heart. Says, well, we're not the world. We're not the fucking world. If it will fuck ourselves up, but then wouldn't other people just sort of step in and like, okay,
well,
that
how do you price anything if the whole backstop breaks? Because don't you have to assume that something about money?
Yeah, but that's okay. So my opinion is probably
you basically are, because international trade has this counterparty risk when you go across currencies. So basically, you have to have one more dominant currency that is essentially fixed, and everything else floats around it. And one of the things that China had for decades done is devalued their currency and helped them grow their economy in a kind of weird way. But I don't want to get into all this stuff. Now they're putting finished goods onto the market, like BYD cars that are better than Teslas. So they have a lot of economic heft that I think a lot of Americans can't see or fathom. But all these products that are highly technical take many, many countries working together. And that's the part that Trump is so fucking stupid. He doesn't understand how anything works. He thinks tariffs are good policy to raise money. He thinks tax cuts are going to work perpetually for rich people. It's just a total misunderstanding of how complicated the ecosystem of our economy is. Just my views.
No, I support, especially ethically. I guess I knee-jerk reacted to the idea that America could break the world. Like, that seems like a very America-centric thing to say. Like, we're such a weird-ass fucking country. We're like, we're the greatest country. No other country says that so much. Like, I guess I've always thought, well, you know, we're not special. If we weren't there, somebody else would do it. Like, you know, I mean, I could be wrong about that.
Lots of countries say we're the greatest. Some of them don't, but a lot of them.
It's funny to me how we can get blamed for fucking shit up so much, but then when we try to not fuck shit up, it's like, why do you think you're so good that you can fuck shit up?
So I have some old issues that I keep. Here's an old issue of Scientific American from September 2010, special issue. And I'm flipping to the how much is left in the environment section. Peak oil, they were forecasting 2014. Peak oil at 80, just under 80 million barrels a day. Well, we have 100 million barrels a day. And it's 10 years after that. So it's just what you base your statistics upon. Things change. The fracking revolution wasn't quite over when this thing was published.
What do you think of McPherson's claims about 2030 being the deadline for, like, if we don't fix our shit for the environment by 2030, the planet's fucked or whatever? I used to see those videos like back in 2020 during the pandemic. McPherson videos.
I don't know the specific reference, but I mean, it depends how you want to measure it. But there are different tipping points along the way. They're going to fall like dominoes. Because I mean, I'm here in Central Texas. You remember hearing about the floods that killed all those girls? They just finally stopped their application to reopen that school. They're not playing.
Or got swept in the first place.
The air. Anyway, yes, it only recently. Marshall's here. He could probably explain it. We're convinced to pull the application.
So I haven't shown Texas on this NOAA map, but this is a NOAA map which lets you see where sea level rise will take place between 0 and 10 feet. Definitely bad news for lots of people.
looking at?
What
What do you mean bad news for a lot of people? Give me the cut and dry fifth grader version.
Also,
Sea level
rises. If the sea level rises 10 feet from where it is currently, imagine where you are.
Right.
I don't know if you're by the coast, but basically anything
I get
that's
that.
coastal.
I thought you said Texas was in real big trouble or something. I wasn't sure what you were.
No, I haven't looked at Texas.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Texas, and I was like, oh, really? What is that like? Okay, got it. Yeah, no, I mean, we already know climate change is a thing, and people refuse to acknowledge that. I got a lot of work done earlier in the day, and now I just can't keep myself up to do any more.
Rest is not a reward, it's a requirement.
You're funny. I have to worry about clinicals coming up. I'm tired. My bed is very comfortable.
Any tired brain is going to have a harder time retaining information.
I don't know. Have you ever tried CoQ10?
You're the second person to mention that today. I actually know the man who brought it to the U.S. He just died recently, and I was at his memorial. Yeah, the family is sort of family friends. So it's really weird when people are like, do you know of CoQ10? Yeah, like I know the people who helped bring it to market. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's a sign up.
A little bit. You're the second person today because we were discussing, my girlfriend and I went to go get pedicures today. We were having these conversations about specific medical afflictions, and she was like, are you taking CoQ10? And I was like, you know how much of that stuff I have at my, house?
Since you brought up a moment ago, I have to jump in. So, my understanding is that ubiquinol, as opposed to ubiquinone, is the preferred modality as it has higher bioavailability.
That sounds about right. I don't know all the pharmacological, mechanisms of action for CoQ10 at this point, but I just know that as a kid, it was brought home to my house all the time as it was being discovered. So
Yeah, there's a lot of pharmaceuticals that deplete CoQ10 in various ways and affect mitochondrial function. So it is a really, really useful supplement.
Yeah, for sure.
What are the signs you need it or you would benefit from it?
I mean, in general, I think everyone can benefit from CoQ10. Do I know the contraindications? Not at the moment. I mean, it's helpful, but everything in moderation, right? Obviously, I'm not really sure of the contraindications for it off the top of my head at all. Actually, if I'm honest, I haven't learned the contraindications for it, so not yet. Can do. It's hard right now with the emphasis that social media and wellness grifters have on peptides without knowing what they're doing, without, having the purity of peptides going on right now. I just wanted to go smell my roses. That's all.
I always encourage people to stop and smell the flowers.
Yeah, I've got my orchids and my roses.
Do you close your eyes when you smell the flowers?
I actually do. They smell so good. They look so cute. They're like this bright pink color. I am so in love with them. They've made my day every morning.
Did somebody get you roses for your club anniversary?
I wish someone got me roses for my club anniversary. I had to shout at everyone if you want to get me roses for my club anniversary.
Man, she didn't even know it was her club anniversary. That stupid blue showed up.
Yeah, I wish you happy club anniversary last night after. I guess.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was it, but I realized now that it was probably after midnight your time.
That's so sweet, Otter. I appreciate it.
Again, raise your hand if you're trying to do a club anniversary.
Dennis, you are just jealous that you are not getting love off your club anniversary.
It's not my club anniversary.
I'm very lovable.
Dennis, you have a gold medal. Come on, be happy with that.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't make me happy.
Yeah, he wants a real gold medal. Lots of gold.
Those medals are, well, their value goes up and down. They have a constant weight to them. So yeah, I wouldn't mind them.
They're not even real gold anymore. I was looking at something for the medals from like 1910 or something, 1920s, and they were actually
It's not real gold anymore. That's not surprising.
yeah, it's plated. So I think you actually had I don't know if it was actually solid gold, but you actually had like a worth a lot gold in like the 20s, and in this last Olympics, it was just gold plated. Which I mean is still cool. Like it still looks awesome, but it's gold plated.
I got a gold medal coming in the mail tomorrow. Ha ha. Ha ha. It's not real gold. Pretty sure. Gold medal. Mailing it. It's the safe way to mail gold medal. Just ship it. Amazon sending it.
Oh, you mean like
You purchased something on Amazon? This is a shocker.
That's not what I said. I said Amazon sending it.
so? But you mean like a gold bullion or something, right? Not like a gold medal, like a sports medal.
No, it's actually a gold medal from Amazon.
What for? I'll bite. What for?
He got it from Amazon.
I completed a course with Machine Learning University, which is Amazon owns. So they send you out a gold medal and a gold certificate. Doing the paraphernalia promotion thing.
I'm getting the gold star. Find out how much gold is in that medal and see if.
Pretty sure 0 is the right number. Pretty much like this title. It's 0 gold.
You owe them gold for sending you the medal.
No, it's antimatter. That would be very.
The worldwide cosmetic supply of Botox fits into a 16.9 liter or ounce bottle of Coke or whatever bottle. Less than half before it gets, diluted down and supplied to the whole world. So if you think of how much revenue that generates,
What?
way more valuable.
That doesn't make sense.
Not way more valuable than antimatter.
Definitely not way more valuable.
I don't know if you've got a buyer for that much of a market.
Antimatter is
Highly valuable.
almost infinity.
All that Botox gets sold on an annual basis. Who's doing what with that antimatter right now? You don't have customers.
Well, yeah,
Experimental. Well, no, labs.
Right. But I just meant anyway.
But it's
It's
got
the last
product.
product. You can't follow her.
Exactly. It's got infinity value.
I've got an NCAA championship ring coming my way. Yay.
Do a Google search and see theoretically if you had antimatter at like an ounce, what it would be worth.
There
I'm
are
gonna guess it would be
valuations.
hundreds of trillions of dollars.
There are valuations on antimatter and the quantities on Earth. It is the most expensive substance on the planet.
Right.
Earth is not really on the planet.
Transporting
That's kind of a trick question.
You have to store it on site.
Yeah, what's more expensive than nothing?
What's more expensive than the opposite of stuff? So there
Can you
was
get that on
a
credit?
recent.
What would you get credit?
There was a recent, I saw a headline about an experiment with antimatter, and they thought it might have anti-gravitational properties, and that was not true.
We're gonna buy this gold bullion.
We're gonna buy all the gold. It's gonna be.
All the
I'm gonna put it on my toilet and take a giant shit all over my gold throne.
this is the thing that I think people underestimate, right? With the whole, what's the damn security thing I had posted earlier? This fake government thing with the country's got to pay $1 billion each. I always forget the name. I mean, the amount of scammery, right? That has put this the peace club.
Yes, such a scam.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
because he couldn't get a Nobel Prize, so he made the Board of Peace.
But he gets this like when you start reading the details of it, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Like I heard it like 3 weeks ago driving in my car, I think, and I was like, "Yeah, this is fake news. This isn't real." And I was like, "Wait a minute, this is real? Like, how can this? Like, of all we always do that. We go, how can it be true with Trump stuff? But like, how can this be true? Right? It's like, but then you stop and you think and you go, what world body would stop him from doing just about the most illegal thing that you could do as a president, right? Which is pull in money from other countries and put it into your personal coffer, which it essentially is, right? Use your thing. You're pulling in bribery money off the books, but creating an entity to say, well, it's just crazy, bro. But the amounts of one of the richest people in the country legitimately now, one of them, no way you were going to remove him from the presidency. He has to die or he has to be arrested. He will not leave. Why would you possibly stop him? People go, oh yeah, that's not gonna happen. Who's coming? What Batman is gonna remove him from office?
He has enough cognitive decline that
Yes.
his party gets together.
No, his party doesn't have any power. Only the cabinet. Only the cabinet has the power. It would have to be.
Find that someone is going to eventually.
Prove it.
How much worse
No,
is
right?
it?
They didn't even do it under when we didn't have a loyalist as Biden as president. When people talked about cognitive decline, you're telling me that these people that are loyalty tested. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I played the clip from Elizabeth Warren talking to the next Fed chair.
Yeah.
But he won't even say who won the 2020 election.
Well, but he does get to a point that's ridiculously bad where he can't, even utter a sentence. I mean, that would
be like Mitch McConnell bad?
Yes. If he gets to Mitch McConnell bad, it's a wrap.
Well, no, actually, it would be different because he has the vascular dementia. So
it'll just be a press secretary. We won't see if he goes Mitch McConnell. He won't appear anymore. It'll just be tweets.
All he's got to do is kick out the school, and he's good for another 2 years.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean he's got some time left, but I mean the only concern with his cabinet is that he gets crazy enough that he might actually push something in their back.
He's that crazy. He's been that crazy for a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but like that might actually be something that he would do, and no one in his cabinet can stop him. So that's why they're advertising. Well, JD Pence and Marco Rubio are kind of making a lot of visits with him.
They don't have.
They're infinitely better people. There's nobody you can name who is I get so triggered on these people would be they're an awful replacement. They're fucking light years better. Light years. Give me the worst person in the country to be president. Way better. Better. In a second. I would take it in a second. In a second. You know that Trump is Harvey Weinstein. What the fuck? He's Harvey Weinstein and he's a fucking ridiculous dumb skull. Do you think Harvey Weinstein is as corrupt as him just because he's a racist? Trump's a racist and he's corrupt on top of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like
Trump's the full Monty. He's the full Monty. He's a full-blown narcissist who has no moral compass whatsoever in every area, and he's as stupid as it gets. He's a loose cannon. There's nothing like him.
Yeah, well, he's head of the KKK. That guy might suck.
Yeah, he's not going to be a billionaire. He's not going to be worth $6 billion. I mean, Sheldon Adelson, that kind of but you're not going to be stupid. He's the trifecta. He's the quadfecta. He's the full Monty. He's smart. He's the Klan, but he's way too smart.
He's evilly smart. He's smart in the way that people don't pick up on his evilness.
Yep. Give me that tomorrow. Sign me up. like Stephen Miller, like now that he's married and has kids, he's not quite as clansy as he used to. I think he has kids. I think he has doing the family life thing.
He has a wife.
He's got the baby on the way. Remember when?
Yeah, there you go. It's good enough.
He had to get his wife off the. He was the one that reacted properly during the press event.
Trump is like now he has deep
Didn't
roots.
he grab his wife's boob? Or who was that?
He helped her off the stage, whereas RFK Jr. took his escort and his wife
had to run after him.
Whoever you get, the thing is that people
freaking adulterer.
Whoever you get tomorrow does not have the roots of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's roots run deep now.
Yeah,
they're deep entrenched. He has more power.
Nobody has been talking to Putin for the last
That's right.
As much.
He's all over the world, all over the country. He's got his tentacles into everything. So it's like there's no comparison. All these little wimpy, whoever you pick, it just doesn't compare. Unless you brought Putin to be president, maybe I'd still vote for Trump then. But I'm saying, But in the country, people who could be, Trump could change it. Trump could probably make it so Putin could be president. That's how bad it is. People are like, no, that's crazy. No, there's nothing. We have nothing. People are like, oh, we got a court system. Do we?
I think Trump should leave office and become president of Iran. Then he'll have death threats daily, but they can have him.
So, bro, does the bunker get built?
The bunker that's supposed to be under the now $400 million ballroom.
It's a $300 million bunker and a $100 million ballroom.
I keep reading about this as it's possibly that. Do we have confirmation that it's that? I mean, all the articles speak very confidently, but do we really have evidence of that?
Evidence of what?
That's the plan? That the plan is to blow up the whole bunker other than just we think that's a thing? There's 5 or 6 articles that speak to this, but none of them say, we know for sure that it is a bunker.
Still is absolutely disgusting that he went and tore down the East Wing before even kind of getting any sort of permission to do any changes to the White House. He just was like, I'll just take down the East Wing. It doesn't matter. It's only been around since 1800.
Refuse to play into this productivity game. But then is looking at utility just another way of saying productivity, or is it, like you said, but I'm doing things that aren't useful and my life isn't there. My gut instinct is to say, but maybe if whatever you're doing right now isn't useful to anything, including yourself, then maybe it's good to recognize and make change. How do we know when to make change? What if something about how we're living isn't good, even for ourselves? I'm going through a lot of recovery right now, and there's some days where I'm not feeling good. I got a migraine. I'm trying to just deal with physical therapy and get through the day. And a lot of times I would probably feel better if I just went on a walk or drove over to the park or something like that. And on the whole, when I think about it, when I do that stuff, I usually feel better, and it's worth it. I'm not making a bunch of money walking at a nice park or going on a hike or something, but it makes my body healthier. It probably improves my heart health and physical health. It, reduces stress, does all these things. And then if I sit at home, let's say I go on Clubhouse. I've joined a lot of you from Clubhouse on walks and stuff, right? If I sit around my house and do Clubhouse, or I go on a walk in nature in Clubhouse, either one is a choice I'm making. And maybe one choice is a lot more useful for me. And maybe instead just, this is my personal opinion, so look at capitalist productivity thing, like, do I want to take care of myself? Do I want to be useful for myself? Anyway, Christine, go ahead.
No, I was just I was laughing because it's back to the whole argument of how efficiency gets in the way, right? If you're deciding when is a better use of your time. I'm not saying that you shouldn't make decisions or you shouldn't qualify them in some way. More like there's because it's still a good bad paradigm, it still has the same issues. But you zoom out to the universe level or you zoom in, right? Granularity or the broad view, there's still use from it still fits that paradigm for me. I'm saying that, but I think maybe
I like this. I think you're pointing out something with some meat on it. Like, I'm going through this in my head and kind of thinking, like, what the implications of that would be, or like what the thought on that would be. For sure, because there's something about just coming up with like a linguistic term of I'm not saying productivity or something. Instead, I'm doing something way superior. I'm saying utility. But what is utility but a proxy for productivity or goodness or badness or something like that? I mean, is it a good idea to be allergic to that or even to embrace it? You're definitely getting on something where I'm thinking about that a little bit. So feel free if you want to expand on that a little bit, or I'm not sure if you feel like you've said all.
I'll add this to release any tension, if there's any, for anyone. And it's that I think even in asking these questions and exploring this, the way I think about this for myself is it's like I was raised and conditioned within intersections of systems that cause me to view the world in a particular way. And while I'm trying to deconstruct and reconstruct something different and new for myself, I will essentially always exist kind of visual to me. It's Marvel vision is half in the side, the bubble of the town, and half out, or the Matrix, right? 1 foot in the Matrix, 1 foot out. There's no fully escaping this. There's an awareness that it exists. There's the contradictions that exist, and then how do we resolve them? Can they be resolved when, for example, I want to lean into the flowing grasses in the field when the wind blows and I'm inviting along with everyone else and
actively engage in activities with you. Just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me. If I'm actively engaged,
power dynamics of cultures that I have to sometimes pull out the power games in response because people don't necessarily understand this language or this way I'm looking at the world, let alone it's
this methodologist or boring. You know, if you're going to comment context in detail, and I just wrote back equity and economy. Virtues one knows to be just the virtues one knows to be rational.
It's like my hero in Die Hard.
Yeah, that's wild.
The codes will get together. I feel that.
I love them. Right? There's two books. I don't want to exist in that paradigm. I don't want to play those games. That's not the world I live in. And it's still a part of
Incorporated. And I have a call you MOM.
The systems don't. You cannot be the same body before the germs, after the germs, right? You're always changed by. And so this, there will always be the residual concepts and ideas in which I was raised in order to perceive the world. And so I guess what I'm trying to offer is that I don't think we have to strive for a perfect destination. It's more that whatever it is that we're rearranging around or thinking about or challenging, it's not about getting it perfect or good or right. It's more that there's movement.
and that movement is in a direction that is somehow, like, I'm calling it for myself, signal integrity. I don't even, sorry?
You know what this makes me think a bunch of, Christina, is like the being versus becoming. I was a huge advocate, and in philosophy, I was like shown this like 3 or 4 times. It was really illustrated for me, and I do try and live it in my life. Is like I think a lot of times we focus on what we are as like a fixed being, and we want to establish where we are and push it and prove where we're at. And there's so much value in focusing instead on our process of becoming. It's much more not just forward looking, but it's like acknowledging the process nature of what we are as living creatures, and opens ourselves up to a different way of contextualizing that I found, to use that word, very, very useful in my life. So I think like it sounds to me like you're hinting at that similar thought of focus not just what we are as a fixed being, but focus on what we could be becoming, because we are going to be in that process inevitably. Like you're using the example of the, we're not the insane after the infection. There's something different about us, and I resonate off that. And by the way,
I think she's integrating some awesome. You guys are really great on.
Chime in.
Sorry, I do want to be involved. I don't want to. All I want to do is couple what you guys are saying. Now I feel sort of integrated.
Sounds good. Feel free to chime in. And for what it's worth, I had to take a screenshot because this is the most old school room I've been in. Christina, you, myself, Z, Sam, James E, Floria, Dr. James, Rose. I'm not sure if we're old friends or new friends, but Jomar, Io, Mosh, Luann, there was 2 cats and Rachel's from back in the day. I'm not sure which you 2 are, but it's just like a super old school room. So it's just kind of fun to see all these like old school people come back together again for a second. That was cool. Anyway, back to you, Christine, if you want to share any thoughts on that.
You know what we should have, and Clubhouse doesn't integrate this, is like flowers or hearts for everyone, just as a regular practice of gratitude, because like I think that even if we don't necessarily realize it directly, that even sometimes this avatar can make us think of something and then integrate it into conversation, let alone if they write something in a text or there's an emoji or whatever. Anyway, but back to your point about I kind of don't even like to think of it for myself as a direction of becoming. It's more like, because that puts it in the future, and I'm thinking that like from a scientific perspective, the atomic clock, top of the head, tip of the toes, we exist in the past, present, and future at the same time. And so it's not a matter of becoming, it is I am, right? And that means that I come with, like, the eddies in a river are not bad, right? Decay in an ecosystem is not bad. Even a fire causes.
He's this real ass nigga. He does real nigga shit, and he just like he does whippets and does drugs on camera.
He's on another video right now with the AK-47, and what's his face is out right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't racially abuse people though.
So Matt, do you both really identify with this type of person, even though he's a white guy?
No.
No, none of us said we did.
Sorry.
No, Pepe, it was a question, Pepe. It was just a question. Pepe, you said earlier that it makes white people look bad. That's all. I'm just trying to find out when someone who's definitely black does something, I never stop and think, oh, they make black people. No, they make themselves look bad.
Oh, I can give a reason for that. It's because he's talking down to a whole nother race. And it's coming from a white person. He's basically saying that, like, hey, look, you guys are a bunch of chimps that chimp out, and you have no impulse control, and here I am fucking with you, like, you guys are reacting like a bunch of monkeys, and you guys are too scared to do anything about it. That's his whole game, and it's just like, okay, we don't really need a white guy doing this. You're just showing that white people are bullies, and they all hate black people. I mean, obviously people aren't going to believe, but
Hey, I want you
it's not
to
a good
know.
look.
No, I hear you, but I want you to know that the 2 people that you're talking about right now, I've never heard of them until today. I've never seen one of their videos. So
They're popular with the youngsters.
I understand, but I'm saying to you that there's a lot of people that's not hearing this stuff, don't know about the content, not tracking. So for me, I've heard enough of it just from you guys, and it's quite interesting that this is what we're feeding our young. That's why I asked Free the question. It's really sad.
It is sad. I mean, there's no question about it that this is pathetic. I mean, and the only reason why I bring up race, and it's because that's what's being associated online. Obviously, they're saying, oh, another white person is doing this, so I have to reference it when I talk about it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I just be like, yeah, it's just another bad human being in general. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean,
because at the end of the day, that's what we got to focus more on. Is that the behavior? I think even Pepe said earlier, it's a low person, low individual. To me, this is something that I think it's really sad because a lot of these young people are out here doing this, and it's pretty sad. They're using the challenges that we have as adults to really push the envelope. And then there's companies, then there's companies paying for this. They're supporting this. It's just crazy.
They're monetizing. And I don't know, Ed, you heard me bring up about, I know this got a lot of people's hair up on their arms about, demonetizing stuff like this. I mean, I thought maybe this was something that's already being done. It's insane, but maybe he's in crypto. I think he's crypto streaming, so there's not much you can probably do. But what do you think about that, Ed? If the money dries up, all the fun stops. Do you think or no? Because he's making money off this, or you know that, right?
Yeah. He monetized. No, I know. There's a lot of stuff that people monetize on TikTok and stuff that, for me, is not my content, and I don't even know why companies think that this is what they want to promote. But I do believe, like you said, if you want to defund something, you have to stop, giving these young people this information. And the only way you can do that is by parents or adults looking at this and saying, how do we stop our young people from watching this stuff? Like, I have a 10-year-old granddaughter, right? We have to put parental code on all of her devices, her iPad, her phone, everything. Why? Because they're still trying to slip stuff in, and it's pretty sad. But we don't want her being exposed to this kind of stuff. And that it's unfortunate, but that's what you got to do in 2026. You got to do a lot of monitoring. I do that as an adult. There's places on these apps I will never go in. It's not going to happen.
I agree. Pepe, whatever happened to Baked Alaska? That's another name I was trying to.
Oh, I think he had to do some time. He lived here in Scottsdale. He for his part in January 6th, I think he actually went to the Capitol.
He did, yeah.
And I feel like he kind of dropped off. I don't know.
It's weird, right? He just kind of disappeared. He was so big back then, and then after January 6th, I bet you he was just told, you got to stop. I mean, because you have a record already. It's like all it takes is one more little thing, and then you're.
I feel like you have like Enrique Tarrio and what is it? Michael Biggs, some of the leaders of what the fuck do you call it? Proud Boys. And I follow their accounts, and I'll see. So Biggs has turned into I haven't really seen his shit for maybe a year or so. But it was that, of course he was pardoned. He was given a 10 or 15-year prison sentence for his role in it. But he's wearing he's still, I can tell they're still trying to do edgy shit, and be provocative, but they just fell off. Nobody cares anymore. They were only relevant because they were going out and Antifa they were a pain in the ass, and they were the one group that was going out there and confronting Antifa and beating them up, right? And so they were known for that, but we don't have Antifa doing this shit anymore.
Sure.
Well, Jake Long got a concussion or assaulted during his protest.
Another example of a fucking worthless clout chasing idiot.
He is a piece of shit. And then again, they get to do what they do, and then they get to suffer the consequences. You know how it goes. Now, Nick Shirley. So Nick Shirley, he's not a. So this is what I was going to mention. Is Beavis still here? She's still here. So provocateurs. We need to really define.
I don't think Tyler Oliveira, Nick Shirley, are what you consider trolls. Like even if they are, what happened in Minneapolis.
They're not provocateurs.
They aren't, right? No, they're not. They're trolls.
I don't think.
No, they're not. No, they're not trolls or provocateurs. I think they're legitimate journalists. They actually go out and just talk to people. They don't try to start shit, ask provocative questions. They just.
There's people on this app who say, if you're over there on that other side, you're agitating and you're provocating.
They just don't like it. This is bullshit. Like the Somali community, it was up in arms when Tyler Oliveira, whatever, he was doing his shit in fucking Minneapolis. They were calling, of course, the Somalis were calling him racist, and it was really funny.
I'm sorry. As a son of a Holocaust survivor, and I got killed earlier at the age of 87.
He's so great. And then he ends up doing one on, a couple of these townships in, New Jersey, New York.
I'm also proudly married to a Muslim American. Discrimination and
they were clearly documenting things they were doing that was like really, I don't know, I'd say wrong. They were taking over the towns and mistreating and defunding the programs in the schools for the non-Jewish kids. And of course, a lot of them are on and it's no surprise, and a lot of them are using public benefits because they studied, Torah and instead of working really, and they have a bunch of fucking kids. And then the Jewish community was just like pissed, and he ended up getting his Patreon account banned, all kinds of shit. And they're saying, oh, he's an anti-Semite. A lot of this I think is just political, tribalism. And these kinds of shows like the double standards people have. Like, for example, any of the Jews that called him an anti-Semite, you guys are literally hypocritical. You guys have a small group of your people that obviously are not going to be pleasant to move into your neighborhood when they take it over, and that clearly, abuse the welfare system. I mean, I don't know, that's anti-Semitic for telling the truth. I mean, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, to Pepe's point, so what people are doing, like Nick Shirley, and I've been watching Nick Shirley for quite just Somali Fund, once this, everything just bullshit once that happened. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of those people, like I said, James, we said Oliver, is it James Oliver? Or something like that, you name him, that's his name. I'll phone him too.
Jake Long.
Yeah, Jake Long, Adam, Francisco.
I think they have real careful comparing Jake Long to Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is someone I want to have protected and have protection.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm trying to really sort this out right now.
Jake Lang,
we can't mix them both up.
No, they don't try to
Report to be protesting against the policies of the state of Israel. Go to civic.
They will do like the reporting and uncover things, and of course everybody celebrates it when they're uncovering somebody that is not. I won't even get into it. I've already said what I was going to say. But then you have people like, what is that, Jake Lang? He's just a total fucking grifter. What was he doing? He went to protest the Muslim communities in Texas by carrying a tray with a chopped off pig's head with the Quran in its mouth.
The Dearborn, Michigan did the same thing.
Yeah, and it's just like Dearborn, Michigan, where you have a shit ton of Arabs. Like, that's real fucking smart. He does, like, the amount of that is like, you're literally provoking people when you do that kind of shit. I'm not saying that it's illegal or anything, but
and was screaming at the city council members of Dearborn, just like they're Arab, obviously, right? It's majority Arab in Dearborn, and he's telling them, "Oh, you guys all need to be fucking deported and get the fuck out of my country. It's the American crusade." Like, it was crazy.
Well,
like,
he's a fucking Jew that converted to Christianity, like, within the last year or two. It's so fucking cringe. Like, listening to this Christian nationalist marker bullshit.
Yeah, he's the guy in New York that went to Madani's thing, with the pig outside his place. In fact, cell phone smuggled in from prison, but he like converted to Christianity. He tried to like brand himself, even at that Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, they did a protest in the stadium. That was ugly. That was super ugly.
So he's like live streaming from this bus where he's going to Texas, and he's like, yeah, you know, us white people, we don't videos. It's like, dude, when were you ever a white nationalist? Like, what is this? And of course, like barely anybody showed up. He was just really, he's just a real so cringe. And we're not saying
I don't believe he's a real Christian. I'm sorry, Matt. I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I just really don't like Jake Lang. I feel like he's one of those people that are like using Christianity just to get his point across, even though he's not a real Christian. Like it's like he's like making a mockery of the religion. I don't know. That's just how
that is most of it. To be fair, even though he's like a Jew, I guess I kind of slip that in because it's far more bizarre for somebody to become a Jew to become a Christian
in a 4-year term Republican.
While you're a Jew,
Why
and
is
then
this
go
so hard
straight to this Christian nationalist. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody doing that. Like, I would say like probably 90% of the people that you see online that they're all super based on Eastern Orthodox or traditional Catholic, and these people are just wearing it as a fucking uniform. Like, these are not serious Christian people, and like anybody who knows, religious people that have been religious most of their adult life, you know that they're not a bunch of like edgelord racists that hate women and all of the shit that these guys will say. They're just fucking imposters.
But again, Pepe, I got a quick question for you, Pepe. Do you believe that humanity started in Africa?
It's starting to be, just from the experts' mouth, that theory is starting to look like it's unlikely.
So where did it start at?
The Africa theory? I thought that was largely accepted.
It was largely accepted, but you can look this up. David Reich, he's the leading geneticist on human populations at Harvard. He's been speaking to the media quite a bit recently. He's had something published that was a little it wouldn't have been published a few years ago, but as they're uncovering new evidence, especially in our DNA. Basically, there could have been, like, we already know there are prehistoric modern humans that were living in Asia and all over. So it's like, it's kind of hard to say where exactly they were coming from. Because you're finding shit that's a lot older in different locations, and so it's not really, that's why.
But yes or no though, can we not agree that humanity started in Africa?
I can't say that, no.
Okay, so you disagree. So I'm a part of the agreement that humanity started in Africa.
Though? I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying.
I'm in agreement that humanity started in Africa, and I do read my Bible, and I do believe that there was actually 12 tribes of Judah.
That's not. They're anti-evolution. They're anti-evolution. That goes against the science, so that doesn't work.
There were 12 different tribes, so
that's fine. That's not scientific.
Who are the real Jews?
Oh my God!
Are we talking about a racist provocateur claim self-defense? Do we have to go into that?
I don't know. He wanted to come up here and derail. This is silly.
Pierre, can you speak to the topic? Otherwise, we just move on. Leave quietly. Thank you.
I'd like to.
I mean, so I will answer to this mayonnaise question.
I didn't make it racist. I don't know who you are, Pierre.
Monica's allowed to be
There's way too much mayonnaise on this question. So can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack him. All right, so this statement is sexist because why didn't we involve the women? But that's neither here nor there. Okay, cool. So this is a misogynistic post that we're saying. So a racist provocateur. So
you can tell they love to hear the sound of their own voice.
Monica,
Don't over-moderate me, Pepe. Don't touch me.
No, it's misogynistic. No, it's misogynistic. It's misogynistic.
Shut your fucking mouth. I'm trying to clear.
I gotta shut my nigger mouth now. I gotta shut my nigger mouth.
Yes, exactly. Please do that.
Now, yeah, just say the word. You already have free reign.
Do I have to really move you down?
No, don't do that. We have good dialogue.
Okay, he's allowed to be racist. That's fine. Okay, people say racist shit. You don't need to be.
Yeah, I would love to be. They say that us as black people we can't be racist, but I would love to be racist.
Okay, just answer to the topic, dude. This is derailing.
If you provoke someone racist, whatever, you definitely can't claim defense because you baited them into that.
Really, after all that was your stimulating statement? Shit. You could have made fun of the Oreos without the fucking fudge sides, the fucking space monkeys, the see-throughs, the Caspers.
With no license, all of that.
Dude, no one rides a dick. You're a little fucking kid, man. We know you got the vagina because you're bleeding out again. You really want me to play that? You're doing it right now, bro. Because they may not say this shit, but whining nasally voice woke me up from my fucking nap. Fucking stop bleeding on stages. Your fucking little bitch ass fucking sounding voice talking through your nose, trying to pretend you're a winner of the Victim Olympics, the Oppression Olympics. So, we can, dude, you ain't gonna bring shit, dude. You haven't brought shit since you shitted in your mama's womb. You haven't brought shit since you smacked the last slepaho that you fucking tried to manhandle after she got done with your ass and fucking smacked you out of her fucking place. Dude, the only time you act tough is during cuffing season when you need a fucking check and you need it out of the IRS. So shut the fuck up. Go on, Pepe.
Yeah, it was way too much mayonnaise on that retort.
Really? Mayonnaise? Alright, do you want me to say there's too much pile of shit sitting there? There's too much of a dung beetle sitting there fucking crawling? Do you really want me to kind of keep going on that one? Because he may not say it. I'll do it. Jesus Christ, you guys were having a somewhat decent one. It was a nice nap. I was just listening to you.
Pierre, I have a high tolerance, but this was so derailing.
Fucking guys buying Walmart weaves and then thinking they're fucking tough. Go ahead.
So that is white boy spasm. Are you done, or you still got some more left in the tank?
We're not fighting. We're moving on.
Fear is a great psychological disease. Life has to be reflected. Life has to be energizing. In such a small life, being serious.
Absolutely right. So, for example,
when I can knock him knock the chocolate out of my friends.
I'm responding to that. Don't be a rude white. Don't be.
I'm gonna be that true white. You said that. I'm gonna be that oppressing white. I'm gonna be that colonial white. I want to bring back the Viking whites. How's that one? I want to sit there and make sure that you're working. I want you off of welfare, EBT. I want black women safe from you, so they don't have to worry about taking an abortion pill. Shit. If I was a black woman in your community and you were in the dating world, I would have fucking the morning after pills like Tic Tacs on the nightstand. Because ain't no way a woman wants to have a kid with you. Shit, worry about getting the milk. Shit, this motherfucker would still staying around. You'd have to raise 2 kids. You'd have to move on for 2. You'd have to get diapers for 2. You said what?
Okay, Pierre,
No, just if I'm actively
engaged in activities with you, just kidding, it's not blame, don't conceal things from me. Because that's where, if I'm actively thriving,
like you're doing right now, kind of, it starts saying mayonnaise, cracker, blah blah blah. Are we allowed to punch you out? Just let, and maybe even go further. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was gonna say before I was rudely interrupted by the trailer trash. So me and Pepe, right? Like I dialogue with Pepe often, like weekly, right? So if I go in here and I call him like a cracker ass cracker and some mayonnaise eating motherfucker, right? I cannot be a victim and be all sad when he be like, man, shut up, nigger.
Okay.
Like you can't. Like you can't because you started it. So and he's trying to finish it. So either you're gonna like go back and forth or it is what it is. But like no, you cannot talk shit about somebody and then expect to like be pampered when they talk shit back. Life doesn't work like that.
Okay.
So
are we making progress?
You've probably seen his jokes on your friend.
That's what you wanted to happen?
You don't need to be in a
Oh my God, the Martin Luther King speech of the fucking year, man. Holy cow.
Yeah, I mean,
no, can I have him? Can I have the chocolate snow bunny there? Can I take the chocolate snow bunny for a ride now, Matt? Am I permissible? Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna assume that's a yes. So, like, I let the conversation happen, and I was trying to be nice, but now I'm gonna back up Martin Luther King. Listen, dude, the last time you actually sounded like you had bass in your voice was when you were echoing in that fucking tunnel of a hate crime called your mama's womb. That's probably the same as last time you saw fucking pussy. But I digress, because you are walking pussy. You are something that's fucking seriously wrong with society today. You are the guys that fucking can't be counted on to build anything, can't be counted on to do anything. Fuck, your job at Walmart's in peril because you're just like, no, they don't know what I got. While you snap that fucking fake ass cornrow makeup on your fucking head. You're the motherfucker that tries to actually draw out eyebrows on there so it looks like you have a pair. I bet you, when she pulls your pants down at home and whatever fucking slut waffle you picked up at the Waffle House, I bet you, she sits there and goes, damn, I thought black guys were hot. I guess that's a trope that's not true. You know what? I think you're right. I bet you cry more for women than any woman has spent their time putting their hair up. I bet you're the motherfucker that goes, honey, I want to split the check only because you have $12 in the bank account and you think you can go to fucking Red Lobster. I bet you're pissed that you can't even smuggle out the biscuits to go home. Right? All that shit. I bet you're pissed because daddy left for milk. You ate cereal with water. Anything else you want me to do? You can't even make fun of white people properly. Like fucking we're Casper, the ghost. We don't wash our legs, so like fuck, that's why we always have hairy legs. You think our women break razor blades for nothing? Shit, man. Steel can't even fucking cut through those fucking bristles and those porcupine quills that fucking rub us together. That's why house fires happen in white communities, because women fucking rub their legs together and that fucking tinder goes up in smoke. What else do we have? Oh yes, white people when they chipped off, they colonize a fucking nation. That's like you could have went down any kind of racial stereotypes. You could have fucking attacked it, but you went with mayonnaise. Dude, you've drank more cum than is in the mayonnaise jar. Like, we know that. Don't have a whole list, a nasally voice, in high pitch, and then come up here and go, mayonnaise? Like, Jesus. Fucking grow a pair and have it, and come up with some real fucking white racial slurs. I would have tolerated yeast yeti. I would have tolerated snow bunnies. I would, like, fuck that. You could have had all of us. Like, literally, you could have said, hey, Frosty's up there, man. Get fucking going. Get back to work. Shit ought to be there. You should be building shit. But no, you don't have it. You still can't make fun of it.
So I have two comments.
So y'all, real quick.
Yeah,
I have to reply because he went on a tangent.
But after you reply, I'm gonna go.
Wait, I'm sorry. See, again, you have to cut in front of a woman to go ahead and try to be masculine. So why are you cutting in front of the white woman? Why aren't you
queen up there? Why aren't you fucking monitoring that fucking, midnight ballerina up there that you never see on the stage? Why aren't you fucking monitoring that? Huh? Fucking lack of gentlemen, man. I can tell you were raised by a fucking hood rat, right? Because I betcha. Go ahead, Beamer. Nah, man. No. Don't come off mute. I'm sorry, dude. You can't have it. Your shadow's gonna stay on that wall.
So I had a couple things. I wanted to know. This is my ignorance.
Did you know the most powerful cosmic characters in MCU? There are many powerful cosmic entities in MCU. So let's see the 3 cosmic beings that are very powerful.
What is a costume? Language that you make somebody with violent language, and you like attack them. Like, does anybody understand what a costume?
Costing just means it's to abruptly to dump on them, whether it's to be critical, to be insulting, to accuse them of something. Let me look up the definition.
Yeah, what is it called when you like to fuck your cousins and shit like that?
It's called being a fucking black man, pretending you have a do-rag on and thinking somehow, listen, that's your fucking sister, that's not a wife, alright? Understand that shit, okay? Dookie and Ray Ray season is kind of coming to a close. Black women are far exceeding you. This is why they're going, hey, I want white boy winter, man. I don't need these fucking guys walking around with do-rags, fucking fake-ass Walmart weaves, fucking painted nails, thinking they're great with their underwear hanging out with shit stains on it. That's you hollering at them from a fucking BMW from 1980 that's barely held together with duct tape and fucking glue. They don't want you, dude. They want successful men. They want men that they can count on to protect them. They don't need the motherfucker that's going to watch a girl get stabbed in a subway. No. They don't want you. That's your problem in life. Because you know what? Here, I'm advice. Get yourself a pair of pants that fits. Get a fucking shirt that can, get rid of that pregnant pot belly you have on that front. Stop having fucking premenstrual cramps all fucking day, every day. Then, work on your voice. Work on your articulation. Go out and split wood. Go hunt a fucking bear. Go fishing. Go camping. Learn to drink bourbon and tequila straight and not ask for a fucking pink drink with a straw and an umbrella in the fucking shit. And then, learn to eat fucking meat. Rare. Blue is fucking great. Learn to do that shit. Put down the fucking Popeye's chicken so you don't have fucking grease dripping down your chin while you're trying to yell at some girl. Go for some white boy shit. Learn that a 3/4 zip actually looks good. Hey, how about a nice button-down shirt that goes down like every other successful black white man in America that has fucking done great things for this nation. Like, yeah, I gotta listen to Pookie and Ray Ray named Pierre. Can't even come up with a fucking black name. You gotta coin it off with some white French man. Like, fucking hey. Stop your shit, man. Shut the fuck up with that bitch ass voice. You don't have one.
Hey, dude. You really don't get no pussy.
Hold on. Talking to Bima. So I just Googled it real quick and it said, accosting is the act of approaching and speaking to someone in an intrusive, aggressive, or threatening manner. It often involves stopping a stranger in a public place to make demands such as asking for money or to engage in unwanted interaction.
So I think that there was some report that we were playing earlier from this Chud guy, and it really sounded like some of that would tap into the realm of accosting. I mean, like, he went up to this one guy in a convenience store, and the guy was nice and gregarious, and he asked him something. The guy responded, right? The gentleman responded with just live and taking it one day at a time. A nice comment. And then Chud tries to push it to the extreme, saying slowly, I don't know about that Ebonics BS or something like that. And then he started calling him.
It was a white cracker that did that.
Right, yeah, but it was this guy that we're having the topic, that's the conversation. So then he started calling the N-word, but while he's inside the store, he repeatedly kept calling him N-word, like loud across the store, like, come on.
Dima and Matt, do you guys remember the girl that walked around pretending she was twerking her ass and smacked white people saying that's for colonization. And then some fucking hood rat like Pierre smacked her upside the head and she's like, I did nothing to deserve to get hit like this, right? And it was all fucking comical because guys were all like, oh my God. And she tried to play the racial thing, and it ended up being that she caused her problems because guess what? She was hanging around Pookie and Ray Ray like this guy. She was hanging out with this guy right here. So, you know what? Yeah, you get to defend yourself. You just got to be able to back your words up. Like, people like that, they're only tough online. They don't amount to much in anywhere else. McDonald's assistant manager of the fly coach section. I mean, shit.
You cannot write.
I can. Amazing. I can. So many years ago. I know you box like once like a fucking month or something like that. You like once saw a gym in a punching bag and then you thought it was great. And now you box. Most you box right now is dropping off into your elevator. Like, yeah, just try putting the plastic bag on your head and breathing deeply. Because that's about the only extent that I'm going to help you with that late term abortion thing you wish to have.
You want to beat me?
Beat you? Beat you, dude? Fucking who's on this stage? Fucking Bima Nye? Go beat you. What the fuck do I need to beat you for? You couldn't even get past the first round with them.
Like, you couldn't stand a chance at all.
Really?
Definitely knock you the fuck out.
Yeah, right. Dude, your Call of Duty days playing video games on a fucking PS1 is not going to be fucking great. Dude, Atari wants their fucking logo back. They're not going to go with Tyson's knockout, dude. I mean, shit. You are not fucking smart, intelligent. You have an IQ of a what, 10? Shit, I think the dog has more than you, but fuck. Fucking shit. You know what? I'm sorry I didn't leave you with a baby brother or sister, man. I know it hurts. You gotta go alone. You gotta hang the pork chop around your neck to get the pit bulls to play with you. I got you, right? I got you. Yeah, I know that white skin. Go ahead, Lima. Go ahead. Look at your voice, dude. Listen to your voice. Listen to your voice, dude. Go practice that. Record that shit.
You like hearing my voice, don't you?
Listen, no, I don't. Society on top over you.
Okay, just a second. I'm gonna play something. This was the day before this guy got shot. Okay.
Somebody could come up and try to kill me right now. There's nothing I can do about it, but I'm protected by the Lord, and I believe in His divine protection.
Oh my God.
Other than that, I'm literally a sitting duck.
And he's sitting just in a city street while he's recording this.
It sucks.
And it sucks in the end. Isn't that interesting? First of all, I can't believe the gall this guy had the nerve to invoke God. I don't know what to figure out. But he'd said something was up. This was yesterday. That's crazy. And so remember now that this was yesterday. Now the day I understand happened. He went into the restaurant. I think maybe the restaurant got wind of who he was, or maybe not. Whatever it was, they asked him to stop streaming and to leave. He had ordered his tab had accumulated to over $350. It was like $373 or $380. The FBI then got him the next day and caught up with him. The FBI. And said that it was related to that incident. They took his phones and all of his,
They wanted to question him regarding something else.
Right, but they also collected his phones. Do you want to hear his account of that? Are you guys interested?
No, I know. They wanted to know if he was. So there's a guy I've talked to him plenty of times. But he goes by the moniker Truth, and he's the leader of this neo-Nazi group called Gordon Defense League, and
the people took all my phones for a second. Anyway, so I'm talking to the fucking Fed. And it basically got to the point where they were like conceding in a way, like, listen. Like basically saying like, we got nothing on you. And after talking to you, we actually
charge of preventing these massive riots. Or maybe they're in charge of manufacturing them. I really don't know. The guy seemed like he was a pretty decent person. I still want to have faith in the fucking judicial system, federal agencies. I genuinely want to have faith in them. How do you gotta take everything with a grain of advice? Man, father to father, I don't want to see you get killed. And regardless on whether I have to defend myself in a life or death situation, the ramifications of that, even if I'm exonerated in trial or something like that, the world would never be the same, and my world would never be the same. In not a good way. That's genuinely my last desire.
So that was him 2 days ago, and then this happens 2 days later. I'm so confused. The invocation of God and the Lord. What Bible is he? Oh, I was gonna say me religious joke. I don't think that's Christ that he's following. Yeah, and Mike says, Dad, he says, almost sounds like a guy who knew and wanted this confrontation to occur. Do you know what I thought? I thought about, because we just listened to him yesterday talking about how he felt like he was a sitting duck, right? And then he has this confrontation. He has the restaurant situation, the FBI situation. They tell him how it's going to go if he continues on this path. He knows, he understands, and it's like, now he is carrying, if he wasn't before. I don't know if he was before or not, but almost like the seed was planted. I mean, could he have gotten away with, not having to use his firearm from this guy? I don't know. All speculation, who knows? Mike says that he had it in his head all day, probably thought a lot about it and overthinking everything, almost paranoid. Yeah, I totally agree. Especially after the FBI contacts him and does all this stuff, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to know how I feel about the Second Amendment, and the ability that we should all have to defend ourselves. So I'll never be swayed on that. However, I definitely see how some people do go down into these isolated, almost paranoia tunnels, and it feeds them. There was this guy that was local. He lived around the area, and he was part of our prepping group. And the guy was overly Second Amendment. It was uncomfortable. Like, everything was about constantly, always gun, have to have it on me, protection. He even hired a company to train 2 German Shepherds for, I'm talking like security level. No, I'm serious. Security level. He paid him like $10,000 for each dog to be trained in security. Very insane. Okay, so he's going overboard. And what happens? He moves to Texas. He ends up finding himself. This is in the newspaper, so I'm not lying. We could find it right now if we Googled it. Okay, we could find the incident that happened. He is in a car, a fender bender. Okay, the guy was a kid. He's in the car with his wife. The gun guy. Okay. I don't know if he hit the guy or the guy hit him. However it happened, I think he hit the guy. He's a younger kid. The younger kid gets out of the car, walks over to his car, starts yelling at the gun guy. Gun guy decides, I don't know if he decides to call the cops first or whatever, but got his gun right away. The young kid goes to punch him through the window, and gun guy shoots him, kills him, 1 bullet, boom, dead. Now, there's so many issues with this, right? people will say, oh yeah, definitely self-defense. And I mean, obviously I want to say, yeah, it's self-defense, but also, right, you're in a vehicle. You don't try to tell me that you were threatened. You could fucking drive away. There's a million things that you could have done. And now what did the result? This guy had to go into the secret, the hiding, what is it called when they have to hide your family? He had to go into a secret, what is it called? Does anybody know? Thank you, witness protection, because this guy's family was pissed off, and his family and friends was started to harass the family, started to harass his young kids, started to show up, throwing shit through their window, crazy like that, and so threatening him that they were gonna kill him. So now, God knows where him and his family are. I don't know. I didn't stay in contact with him or whatever, but I think like something like that, right? Like that didn't have to happen. And I feel that if he didn't have that mindset, it was almost, I know it sounds weird, but we were talking about this yesterday, like how our thoughts attract, right? Magnify and whatever. So, I mean, ultimately, I don't know if this was like a setup, because this is it's so, I don't know. Does anybody else feel like it's so coincidental that all this stuff happens and then all of a sudden the actual case happens that he uses a firearm? I mean, now
he was on tour. He's basically doing a streaming tour or some shit like that. Was this in? I don't know if in his home state where this happened, but I mean, we've all like predicted this was gonna go south. I mean, I think he was. I don't think there's a coincidence that he was.
Yeah, and that's what sucks, because he was thinking it. Now it's definitely in the forefront of his mind, and he's still going out to, what's it called? Instigate. He's still instigating.
I think this shit is a psyop. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think all of these internet personalities, all of these podcast people, they all are like one big ass psyop of different personalities and fucking like belief systems and values. And it keeps people glued for some reason. And I think that the Govs is just stepping in because they're starting to realize like how many people actually pay attention to this shit.
So what do you think the purpose of that would be, though? The ultimate purpose?
What do you mean? Like his situation in general, or just like the whole idea around like podcasts and personalities?
No, if it is a psyop, what are they using it for?
To start more racial tension. That's what it's about. Like, you feel me? That they want more racial tension. They're not seeing the racial tension between black and white people like they thought. They're starting to see more black and white people actually team up because they don't. They're starting to agree on like immigration, economics, shit like that, resources, all these fraud and scams that have been going on. And now it's kind of like what happened during like the 50s and 60s. I did a study on this in college, where like the owners of the factories saw that like black and white people, black and white men who were working in the factories, they were beginning to agree on a lot of things, like the white picket fence, a good education for their kids, the dog, shit like that. And when the motherfuckers saw that, they sent the niggas to the mines, and they sent the white dudes elsewhere. And then you had that fucking movie about that fucking black dude who did something to the black girl come out later. And it just stirred racial tensions. That's all it did. And that's what you're seeing right now with a lot of this shit. Like, all of these personalities are a new thing to attach your hate to. It's like what you saw with Trump. They do it with Trump all the time. Trump is like supposed to be the face of racism or white supremacy. But those are the brave know that's not the case. But the idiots who feed into the dumb shit and what they just see on video, or what it's clipped as and showed to them, those are the people who bite and take the bullshit and eat the bullshit up, and then it spins out of control and it fucks everybody else over because they don't understand like what's at play. So it's just stirring up a racial tension, it's stirring up a conflict,
It's stirring up a whole bunch of different shit. Well, yeah, okay, well, you said it best. That shit is MK Ultra, right? I got it wrong. It's MK Ultra. It's not a psyop. It's MK Ultra. Like, they're using these personalities, and they're like getting people to agree with the personalities, but then on the other side, you have people who don't agree with the personality, and then that's what it is.
Is it quiet or is my phone tripping?
Yeah, where's quiet?
Where did the guy go that was just talking about MK Ultra?
They were just chasing kangaroos in the desert, for example.
Yeah, a couple other things I wanted to add to your scientific so I wanted to add two other things. The Reformation and Luther, also the printing press printing in Europe, played a significant role in addition to the religion in terms of the progress in Europe and by extension in the United States.
Well, what Andy just said about the institution, that also makes a lot of sense to me. Even if your institution is a Catholic church, like just having institutions like that will lead to some amount of stability that will be able to allow for innovation in other fields. That's like evidenced by Kepler and Galileo. Even if the institution itself was almost actively like trying to suppress it, I guess there's ways around it. You could say, oh look, we're just discovering God's design. I guess the church was they were okay with that. It was more like evolution that they were like against. That just directly contradicted their whole thing. Things like guns, germs, and steel. I mean, it's obvious how these things are going to lead to, like a rapid growth or just progress. Germs, it causes the necessity for medicine. Doctors, I don't know who invented steel. Well, I mean, I know they have bronze and stuff back in the day, and then iron. I know that probably wasn't the European space whole. Was steel synthesized in Europe? And who invented the
first guns? Must have been like probably Europe, right? 1600s or 1700s. 88. Sounds like probably 1700s. At least the first little cock and nose little pistols. 1800s they already had muskets and stuff.
I think steel was kind of created around the world. Different, because like there was, like even in the Middle East.
Oh yeah,
there was like Damascus steel, like that whole.
This is there's good research here that I'm discovering. Matthew Restall wrote a book, When Montezuma Met Corte, and he's arguing that the context of the conquest of Mexico is more accurately described as a Tlaxcalan-led Spanish-assisted overthrow of the Aztec Empire than as a Spanish conquest of Mexico. Cortes only had 500 soldiers in his net, with long supply lines. And
okay, but this is what I'm thinking.
The Aztecs had 1 million soldiers.
They already had guns.
No, I don't think so.
Cortez didn't have, not like,
well, maybe, but
they might
what
have
year did they have like
muskets or something stuff.
That's good.
500 Spaniards against Aztecs, empire of millions. I don't know how many soldiers he had with his millions of people, but the fact was that Aztecs were really abusing. They were the abusers of Mexico, and they were holding the other people, the Tlaxcalans, in this kind of state where they had huge taxes to pay, and they would just take their people and sacrifice them. Constant supply of humans, sacrifice. Now look, this is why Christianity is popular. Okay? It doesn't require a sacrifice of anything. Ridiculously, it's based on a human sacrifice, but at least it's virtual. You never have to do
sacrifice.
One sacrifice, right? But these guys were constantly sacrificing humans, and people hated them for it. That's why they fell. They didn't build a system of kindness that everybody wanted to defend.
They should
build a system of terror.
I never thought about it that way, but that might have been one of the reasons why Christianity was embraced.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah,
Christianity is really cheap. Christianity is really inexpensive. Very small demands, right? Very, very small.
For a while.
Societies with inclusive institutions, this is what they're saying. Inclusive institutions, broad participation, secure property rights, mechanisms to give ordinary people a state, outperform extractive ones over the long run because extractive systems generate constant defection risk, stifle the innovation that comes from broad participations. The Americas did not have good pathwork of domestic terrorists. I'm sorry if that hurts your little ears to hear, but
a network of domestic. You're an idiot. I mean, you do this on purpose. All them domestic terrorists. So stupid. It's also like when you say, like,
what do you think the Aztecs are doing? It's rank terrorism. Their empire is terrorism.
You can, that the Aztecs were more than ever abusing neighboring populations, whatever. You can say that about every single empire.
No, they were holding everybody in a state of perpetual terror.
I mean, okay, yes, they had crazy parts to their religion. They were doing human sacrifice.
Excuse me, crazy parts to the religion. What if Donald Trump needed to sacrifice one human every day, and he would go into inner cities and scoop up people from different cities?
Okay, yes, like Andy said, I get it.
few times. Well, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, that's very up. So yeah, the other people who would be subjugated by the Aztecs, obviously they were probably pretty happy about Cortez. But that would be the case everywhere. Like there's probably when the Han Dynasty fell, pretty happy. They would probably be the Chinese Empire. Like, I mean, you're gonna be able to find this everywhere. I'm sure they weren't to the Koreans and Japanese. They weren't thrilled about the Chinese dynasty. Now you can argue that the Aztecs were just the culture. You saw the room title that in Pro's house right now?
No, what is it?
Greater.
Odds are we won't have a free election.
Yeah, greater than 0 odds. And something about the election. Okay, now I can. Oh yeah. Actually, I was gonna say there's more people in there. Aisha, David, Pro, Dennis, Otter. 9 more people. I'm surprised John is not in there. Well, I guess John's not on there. Like, so, I'm not so worried that we won't have a free election. However, like, I still have results all day. However, if we don't, then if we don't, if something happens, then it is time to ring the alarm like big time. Then we have a real problem. I still have hopes that our institution, will hold. I mean, because I'm just saying odds greater than 0. Probability, if you say probability greater than 0, you can say probability is always greater than 0. Even in the 90s, during the American heyday, where probability was also greater than 0. But Christina said Benjamin smokes weed. What?
Yeah, I have no idea. Hi, Ali.
Yeah, hi. So, I think Benjamin, not I think I know, he talks about or brings out some highly provocative kind of ideas or saying that on the first glance it may appear to be almost serious, stupid, biased, racist, what have you. But I think it's worth examining these things. Not necessarily because to prove him right or wrong, because then we start exploring different things, different ideas, and how things will come about in terms of the technological advancement, stuff we talked about. Even though he started with something that appears to be unprecedented, it provokes me to, or makes me to think about it. And why am I, who could be supporting it, or finding things that maybe have something to say about it. That's me, Benjamin.
I hear him out on his little theories almost every day. And to be honest, to be fair, they're not really stupid. A lot of times they're wrong. But being wrong is not really a piece. They're usually, we said, at least kind of like thought-provoking, or at least make for good
discussions or good debates. Like if he was just uttering stupid things back at me every day, you know, it would get to a point where we're not even going to hear about it. That's never been the case. This guy, he draws crowds. Hey Ali, dude, can you help me get the House of Reason back?
Wait, Ali.
House of Reason back? Did you lose it?
Oh, well, okay, well, if you tell me what I need to do, I will.
Yeah, dude, it should take like less than a minute. I mean, yeah, dude, this is a new account. I mean, I got banned for posting a meme of like Andrew's head on the plate or something. They never really told me that's the reason, but they told Daniel Nero, that was the reason he got banned. And I did it too. It was me holding Andrew's. It was like a meme. Thankfully, Daniel said he emailed them and they responded. I emailed them a few days ago, so I haven't responded. He said, I don't know, I'm trying to get the account back. Hopefully, but if not, I don't even care that much about the account, but I care more about the house. So, yeah, dude, can you help me real fast? Look, just click on your own profile, go to your little club, your house is right, and click on, look, bro, just ping me to this room. Click on.
Hey, Ali, before we run into Bro's room, because that's where I'm going to go, I have this thought, because I think, there's something about our conversations when I put out something that's really provocative and we do tend to have a good conversation and we explore and we learn some things and we found out about like the Nobel Prize in 2024 and reviewed that and all the literature. It's good, right? So here's one thesis, is that when I say this like provocative stuff, like all the snowflakes leave, they blow up, it explodes their brain, it hurts, and they just appear. And then whoever's left has a reasonable conversation because all the precious snowflakes are gone. That's his thesis.
Well, yeah, he's saying that happened today. That happened with Brian.
Doesn't it happen every day, though?
I mean, that's quite a bit.
Like the reason I have good conversations is because of all the people I repel.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go visit Pro's room.
Hey, hold on, don't close the room. So I'll just
I won't.
Yeah, you can go. I'll be there right now. So click on your profile and go. Okay.
It says one member.
One member? What?
Yeah, House of Reason. Let me see. It says one member, House of Reason. Yeah. Let me just find out more about it.
Wait. My House of Reason? The one with like Socrates statue?
No, it says H. Just the letter H in the middle. That's it. Yes, yeah, I know that. But it has an H. Letter H right in the middle of it, and it's called House of Reason.
With Socrates.
Okay, let me search for it.
Yeah, put in searches, you should find the one. It has 3,600.
Yeah, I might have seen just 1 second. Okay. One more. House of Reason. All houses. Search houses. House of Reason. Okay. So I'll find two. One is the Socrates.
Yeah, so click the Socrates one. Open it, you'll see it says 3,000.
Yes.
Okay. Now click the three dots at the top.
Okay.
Right above it. Yeah. And then go down to members. See where it says members 3,000?
Members 3. Yeah, okay.
Okay, click members. Yep. And now you should see yourself at the top. You have like a little plus sign next to it. That means you're like admin there.
No, I see it. It's right on the top, yes.
Okay. Where it says search members, Just type in CM. Type in CM. Okay. Go all the way down and look for me. This account. CM. It says not smarter than ER. Not smarter, just thinking. It's right on the top of the list. Okay. Okay. So does it have like a thing that you can like a little drop down menu? Yeah, you should. It's a member. It's expanding. Okay. Yeah. It says remove from the house. Give one-time invite. Make an admin. Yeah. So make me an admin. Okay. Just like that, like I can open rooms and stuff. Okay. Add admin. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Just like so click make admin, and I think that should be all. That's all I just use. Cool. Fantastic. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, sure. Okay, talk to you soon. Yeah. I'm gonna go to a room. I don't know if you wanna go there. Yeah, I'm that close to the. Okay, good. Talk to you soon. All right. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, shit. I got to read that. Perfect. Thank you.
Start with a B, bro. Well, I mean, because all I can do is run, because I can't even do bench presses anymore. If I take a 30-pound weight, like a kettlebell,
I was gonna say you put your little dumbbell.
Dude, if I get a 30-pound kettlebell and I take it and I raise my hand above my head, my shoulder will dislocate.
Eesh. That's mad team right there. Damn. That's fucked up.
Well, all I do is run, dude. And drink beer and smoke weed and smoke cigarettes until the world goes.
He's never gonna put some of it.
Until the day I die, bro. Until the day I die. Like, seriously. Like, if you get diagnosed, like, oh, you got lung cancer, it's terminal, like, okay, you should have smoked. I'm like, why not? I'm already.
I guess it's still the same. I just felt like that new piece of information kind of like, I love a good roast battle because they get out of order. So I can't agree with that on anything. I didn't know Kevin Hart had enough.
You lower your wing, you hide your wing even. It's not much lower one. So, you know how humble that is?
Matthew is
hours at a time, so we had to just listen to this motherfucker talk about how much he sucked dick and he liked pink dick and all the Vienna sausages in his ass and all that type of shit. We had to witness all of that shit. But again, he doesn't have half of the accolades that I have. And it's clearly true.
First, it's pronounced accolades. Secondly, fucking employee a month at the fucking Delta Sonic car wash does not make you. Like, when you're handing out rags on the corner to, like, fucking wash windows, what are you doing? How did you win employee of the fucking month there? That's your biggest accolade. What, were you pissing in Windex bottles and putting people's car for $1? Are you out there? Do you have those, like, white, crusty lips that we can just tell, hey, dude, I don't know what you've been sucking on because it's either crack or a cock. I don't know. But again, you came out. Again, I gave you the opportunity to batter up. You were on the plate. You were like, fuck, that picture, that fucking goat, that fucking white mountain, snow-capped fucking king fucking car that dragged his ball sack across my face and then hit me in the ass, pulled my hair and said, get down, bitch. You decided to say, hey, I'm going to come out there and give this epic speech, and it was going to be, we just had it here, and your Mark Simpson voice, how bad I am to you. And you know what? Here's the crazy part. I'm not wrong. I'm 100% right about who and what you are. You're feckless, you're spineless, and if I could, I would literally go back in time and tell your mother, like, dude, just stop at oral. Just get this fucking nut over with. This is not the nut to fucking get pregnant with. I would literally tell her, I'll give you $1 million just to spare this fucking episode right today. So you don't have it, you don't get it, you don't win it, and you don't have it. And nobody's going to cheer you on except for
for maybe the fucking incel fucking white boys that are gonna fucking try to get their goat in. Because these guys never left their mama's basement and they're still begging for fucking mama's milk from her titty. So take your fucking quote half gay ass, go find those guys, go in a circle jerk room, go on some fucking Reddit forum, and fucking suck each other off talking about how the world needs to be along with you. Anything else? Jesus Christ. And when I say I have chores, I have like wood to stack, fucking walls to finish, I've got fucking a whole shit ton because I, unlike you, bought a very large expensive place and I can fix this shit. You can't. You can't. You know that? You can't even pay fucking rent in a rent controlled unit. So spare me what you got fucking going on. For me, chores mean actual fucking labor. For you, they mean you have to actually go out and go to the dollar store and fucking take a bus home. Holy fuck, this thing just keeps getting better. You're half gay and you live at a family house. So you are truly pooky. Holy shit. How does that go with women? Hey, Nye, you know what? You looking fine. Oh my God, you know what? You're an enchantress. You have the look that would haunt a man to circumnavigate the globe to get back to you. Will you come over and hang out with my fucking mom or my fucking family house? I'm living in the garage of my aunt's place. It's in the bed. I've got a cot next to the fucking water heater. What the fuck, dude? Told you. Get a fucking dress. Get a fucking job. Get fucking on your feet.
So my family owns like over 50 for free. I just gotta pay the electricity.
You're fucking killing me. I can't make this shit up. Matt, you gotta take over. I got shit to go over. You can't make this shit up. I win. It's not, wait. Anybody else doubt me that I won? Wait. No. No, man. You don't have black privilege. Even the hair. Is your skin going like a... Have a conversation with you. I want you to give me the fucking... how gay you are, and I want you to move out of your parents' basement. I want you to move out of your parents' basement. Holy shit. No wonder. Your daddy must slap your mom every night going, fuck, we screwed up. That's the night you told me I couldn't use the back door. You hear this? This is your dad knocking on the back door. This is your dad going, hey, honey, we should have did that shit. You should have did that shit. You live with your mommy. You are fucking, you're a grown-ass man. You are fucking supposed to be a man, and you have a nasally Marge Simpson voice. What does she do? Pour your fucking Cheerios out there? Or wait, do you have Cheerios or do you have those generic O's? What do they call them? Nigga O's? Like whatever the fuck it is? Like I don't know what you got going on in your hood. Do you have those? Anything else? Fucking live with your parents' basement, you're half gay, and now you're gonna cry.
The white boy is done having his period. Let me know when he's done with his period.
Dude, I'll go buy you a box of maxi pads so you can strap them on whatever fucking furniture you're having. You can bleed all over that shit. You can gut out, man. Go ahead. At least thank God we know you're not pregnant. Fuck. Thank you. God, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Jesus Christ, Allah Akbar, fucking Muhammad, baby Buddha, fat Buddha, happy Buddha, whatever one I gotta pray to. Come on, motherfucker. Make sure this guy doesn't get fucking pregnant.
Wow. I think I have to set up a crime scene around this stage. Yeah, this dude definitely does not have more money than mine. That's that white boy shit. You are a white boy. Nigga, your bitches don't even want you. Nigga, why you think it's all these biracial kids in this fucking...
Because they're going after white boys like me. What are you talking about? Your women are coming after white boys like me. They're like, I want white boy winners. I want money. I want a home. I want a guy that can build me. They want fucking 800 different animals. They want horses, dogs, cats, fucking goldfish. You know what? That's why there's biracial babies. Because they're coming up to me going, hey, get me pregnant. I want that for you. I want to give you babies. I'm going to cook you meals when you get home. I'm going to allow you to do this because you're going to build me a cabin on 22 acres overlooking a fucking cliff on Lake Superior. You're going to fucking build and design this world for me. You're going to fucking go to... I don't know if they still write checks anymore. But like your ass, we know your ass is living off people. You didn't do shit. You live in my You'll be all right. Grab each cheek, spread over. You're used to that position. All you and the homies do that. Fucking A, live at home with mom and dad and act like you're gonna flex because you got mom and dad to pay your fucking bills while you live in their fucking HUD house. Get the fuck out of here.
So you're doing with your mayonnaise freak out. You're acting like black generational wealth is something that doesn't exist.
You don't have generational wealth. You are living at home in mommy's basement. Generational wealth means a completely different thing. Secondly, nobody is going to have kids with you sounding like Marge Simpson. Nobody's going to do that. And that Walmart weave, again, you got to get rid of it. That fucking Costco corn roll is not going to fucking impress women. You can't do that shit, man. You gotta fucking cowboy up. You gotta sometimes take it square in the face. You gotta let it hit you. You gotta let it drag all over you. You'll get used to it. It's been happening to you your whole life. Fucking put a suit on. Get a fucking job. Move out of mommy's fucking basement because that's just shit embarrassing. And fucking go on and fucking make it. You don't have generational wealth. You don't have fucking anything. You live in mom's basement. So stop sparing me about all this fucking black generational wealth. You don't have it. And knowing your dumbass and how you sound, you're gonna fucking waste it on fucking Popeye's chicken, fucking Mountain Dew, and fucking Cheetos.
I think he left. Holy shit.
Hey, man. Hey, man.
Oh, shit. Dumpster, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, it's May Stimpy. I got clipped a few weeks ago.
Who would clip Steppy? That's strange.
Yeah, I don't know, but I got put in the bad boy space.
I just followed you.
Thank you, my guy. Good seeing you.
Nice to see you there, son.
Brad, you feeling good?
No, actually, I was really excited to hear more of what Coco says. I just can't stand fucking Pookie's coming up and fucking like her and I have been like pretty much, you know, really rocking it out and having like really great comment. Like every time they comment, it's kind of nice to hear, and I like listening to them. But I mean, fuck, man, like I can't stand some of these cats on here. Literally, the motherfucker said he's half gay and he lives at mom and dad's house, and then he wants to talk to me like he's a full fucking man. Like, when did we allow these fucking, like, testicle roaches to fucking sit there and hang on and fucking speak for us? Like, when did that ever fucking happen? Like, we need to bring back the backhand for these fucking kids. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, there is nothing wrong with allowing a man to fucking just smack the fucking... it's not even feminine with them. I don't know what it is, but it's like a disease. It's corruptible. We should, like, do, I don't know, bring back fucking Sparta. Like, only those strong survive. You know, that kind of shit. Let's have that kind of fucking masculinity. Like, women will forgive a lot of our transgressions, not the horrible fucking shit. But they'll be like, yeah, you know, man, if we actually worked out, could see our own dicks, fucking ate healthy, provided, built, defended, and sat there. You know what? Women would be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave the office early. That guy's coming home, and I am going to give him the best fucking home dinner there is. That guy's, I'm going to suck the sheets from his asshole to his cock. That guy's soul is going to leave the body. He's going to elevate by the time I'm done with him. But you know what? We can't do that. You know, and it doesn't take much, guys. Literally, remember to buy flowers once a week. Send fucking postcards, write letters, literally sit down and learn to write. I know you guys are all used to iPhones and shit like that, but actually write a fucking letter out. Tell her how she means to you, what she means to you. Fucking take her out on a date. Just because she's living with you or married to you doesn't mean you stop fucking dating. You take them places. You go on trips. You build an empire with her. Because you know what? The game is the fucking game. And you have to have your fucking women come to you and have it. You want to know why your grandparents lasted 60 years? Your grandfather wasn't no halfway fucking pookie. He was a man who went to church on Sunday, dressed in his finest suit, who went to work 5 days a week and didn't complain. Gave his paycheck over to his wife and his kids, and if they went without, he fucking made sure he doubled up and fucking worked his ass off. Now, some of you had shitty family members. I understand it. You're like the fucking small portion of it. But you know what? There is a vision of what a man can be and what should be. And you should fucking have it. Fucking A. This is all women that asking for it.
Damn, dude, I've been fucking it up. I got 20 years in. I ain't never had my wife suck my dick through the sheets or however you said it. Man, I must be fucking shit up. Man.
Buy her flowers, write her a letter, take her out of the town. You know what? Spend money on the expensive bottle of wine. Don't go for Tamis, get actual good wine. Not the fucking Kool-Aid package with a fucking fancy Italian label. Get her good fucking. Yeah, I take her out. I take her for an experience. Don't just go to the fucking, what's a fucking restaurant that fucking cookies go to?
So, Hail Mary, Mother of Grace, just learn it, okay? And then, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Learn that, okay? And then accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And then we'll see your life.
Hail Mary all the way.
Just know?
Soul of all the people's soul.
Soul is going to be forced converted in here. Yes, we're going to show the Muslims how to
Okay, he's a Sufi, bro. Like, he's not even on a...
Convert
a Salafi to a Christianity. That is odd.
Yeah.
That's a way to get down here.
Well, that's right. That's right.
Sufis now. We're going for the Sufis. We're going for the Sufis. We have Benny Adam, we have Sufi, we have
honestly, Illumi probably would convert a Salafi to Christianity.
I think that's
We believe in you, soul.
Now it's his turn, and now Illumi has to convert the money.
Yeah, definitely go to that Joker next.
He's already converted. Are you kidding me? Like, why would
He has to convert someone else.
It's
his job. Yeah, he has to now convert somebody.
You know what I think, Bob? I think Illumi will need exorcisms, a couple of them, before he'll convert properly. You know what he'll do? He'll convert them to Christianity so he can debate them.
It takes a long time. It takes a long time, bro. It's not an easy process. But with Soul, we're going to skip. We're going to force him. We're going to skip a few processes. But with Illumi, it's going to take him at least 3 years. I'm being dead serious. It takes a long time.
I believe in you, Megatron. Keep forcing it.
A lot of people heard the message of Jesus, and it took them 9 years. 9. And there's others that to continue to deny it. But with Soul, he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. We're going to make the choice for him. Okay, Soul.
Are you saying there's a pilot program for the new acceleration program?
Rabbi, we're saying he's going to accept Jesus as his personal Lord and Savior. And he's going to save his life. It's that simple.
That's it. Through him, with him, in the unit of the Holy Spirit. In us, Father, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
May the Lord be with you.
And be with you also.
Lift up your hearts, we lift them up for the Lord. It is right to give thanks and praise.
As it is in heaven, shall it be on earth.
How we came down here, alright, with the Sufis. You know what they told me when I used to hang out in Bahati all the time? Soul and all of them? You know what that guy told me? What was his name? Johnny. Johnny told me, if you're not going to eventually convert to Islam, you can't hang out with us. But he told me, there's no point of you hanging out in these rooms. Really?
Okay. Well,
Johnny.
they don't accept
Johnny. Johnny.
That is mean. Really?
We're going to make
That's me.
Megatron, I'm gonna find these people. Okay, sorry, I have to live with these.
We're following El Jarvis rules. We're following El Jarvis rules.
Yeah, I love that pic. I think that's the best of Daniel's fusion.
Thank you. And I love Daniel. Okay, I'm his little sex toy. I have to unmute now.
What do you mean next? You're an eternal wife to Daniel.
I just don't snake. That's all.
It's strange. Our Danny boy doesn't talk anymore. This is so strange.
How is everyone today?
You?
I can't complain. So it was saying that this room is only intended for those who intend to convert to Islam.
No, not this room.
Different. No.
Oh, because otherwise, la ilaha illallah.
With that weird shit, okay? Have less smiling favors than I.
Yeah, some days we're leading with the sword of Islam, but then it's Christianity. Are you ready to take the poll? I'm ready to think Constantinople, not Istanbul. Good. You're getting closer to Rome. Getting closer to Rome, buddy.
Check out my snake. It's really cool.
Yeah, I saw that. I looked at it. It's fucking awesome. Did you make that?
Mm-hmm.
I really like it.
We got a Jason Bourne.
I really get turned on when he talks.
Well, Jason Torn. That was Bourne. Jason Torn. Oh, now it's Torn.
No, he's always been Jason Torn. What are you talking about?
Call him Jason Bourne. Maybe because this is what I want to see.
I like Jason.
Yeah, me too. Even though he did like me, he wasn't allowed to like me. And I accepted that about him because, you know, it was really tough for him to fight through everybody to actually be my friend. So I understand. Like, I get it. You know?
You're beautiful, Narcissist. You should share Daniel's peanuts together. Thank you.
Thank you. But truly, Daniel has a good eye, I think. Especially for the big, humongous melons that he's given me.
I agree. Beautiful melons. It's like you took my old boobs and put them in Narcissist's body. Yeah, I want to put my boobs in his mouth.
I'm not gonna lie, like, nice set of tits is nice too, but like when a girl has like a flat and she wears like a nice dress, it's like so sexy, bro. You get what I'm trying to say? Like they can wear different types of dresses, you know? Girls with big boobs sometimes, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's cool and all. Like, you know, it's sexy, you know, but it's just this is the thing about women, is you can't just love one type of woman. It's like, well, you can, it is possible. But I'm saying it is possible. But the woman's shape is so unique that they're all beautiful. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Bart.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, like you get those like flat-chested girls with the big chewy nipples, you know?
Yeah, or just, you know, they know how to move, they dance side to side, you know, or they're dancing to some Arab music. Is that allowed? Allowed, right?
Pushing it, right? Okay.
Yeah, Megatron, pushing it, stop.
You're not even.
I need to take up belly dancing. Maybe that'll help with my menopausability.
You're Bali, for God's sake. You're from Pakistan or from. Where are you from? Aren't you from what is that called again? It's not India. It's where Islamic is from.
Bangladesh.
I
don't know how to dance, but we were taught how to belly dance from like childhood. I then need to dance like, yes, no, sure, auntie, so cute.
Chuck, what's up? Why are you here, Chuck? What's going on? You must be really fucking bored if you're in my room.
What's up, Chuck?
Oh,
I'm actually in Narcissus room. Narcissus, how are you?
Well, this is Narcissus room.
I'm This is whose room is this? It's on the house, so I don't know.
Bro, I started this room 2 days ago. Do you know that?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty gnarly.
As long as the lights on.
Megatron, you look like the guy that like stands outside and guards a room with your PTR. You're like you're gatekeeping.
You see people with my PTR?
Who is that?
It's not just the pic. This is like a real GTA pic.
Are you gonna play GTA 6 when it comes out?
No, I haven't played video games. My God, no.
That's supposed to be freaking, what's his name? Mikhail. Mikhail and me. Sick. I could have just upload that into ChatGPT and write a whole fanfic sort of like romance novel story around it. Kind of fun. Who? Soul doesn't like him. He's putting an X.
Well, Soul's not allowed up unless he converts to Christianity.
No, he's on your stage. On your stage.
Oh.
No, I didn't do that. All you need is that.
Let me get the sword out. Hold on.
Sorry, so there's this thing with like Amish romance novels. Like if you go to like any library in like Pennsylvania or Kentucky or Southern Ohio or Wisconsin or Tennessee or whatever, they're gonna have a whole effing section, particularly in the rural areas, of nothing but Amish romance novels, right? So like, would it be bad if you like use AI to generate Amish romance novels, but then like publish them on paper? Like, it would be kind of like fooling them into like reading like computer generated stuff. I don't know.
As long as you that actually would work, except like you generate they use AI.
Well, just let me point out a simple thing is the Amish don't speak English, they speak Pennsylvania Dutch. So we would first have to train an AI to know their dialect.
Now, they do speak English for when they're just among each other, but they all speak English.
Okay, no, but their romance novels are going to involve Pennsylvania Dutch.
No, I could easily like adopt like, you probably only need to learn like 5 or 6 phrases, you know. I've read a few.
So we're imagining
the trope is generally like this sort of tension of like semi-independent Amish woman inherits the land, men pursue
Amish porn, all of it like
really strict ordinance, like
how would you actually write this novel with Pennsylvania Dutch is what I'm asking.
Again, I've read many. I've spent time in Amish areas. I've read these novels. Like my boyfriend who lives in Kentucky is across the street from a library in Robertson County, Kentucky, and they have the whole Amish novel section, and I would spend a couple weeks at a time there during the summer, and I would read these just for hoots and giggles. So you don't need Pennsylvania Dutch, no. But it's fun to throw a few words in there now and then. If I can learn all of the dialect that's used in the Dune series, I can pick up enough to do an AI novel, Amish romance novel of Pennsylvania Dutch, so, which is actually German, but you know.
In Pennsylvania, Corey, is that where you spent time with the Amish?
No, northern Kentucky.
Okay.
And also Tennessee. There's lots of Amish people in Tennessee.
We're in Tennessee. I'm in Tennessee now.
It might dock someone we both mutually know, but I will just say somewhere east of Nashville. Or excuse me, somewhere west of Nashville and somewhere near Chattanooga. There's a couple communities that I'm familiar with.
Yep. I know. I love you.
Look at my picture that came out messed up. But if you see what I'm trying to do here, the way Mikhail's came out,
I'm trying to fix it.
The fuck is my hands are white, my face is orange. His hands are black, his face is brown. You've completely like lost coloring on the thing.
No, it's all messed up. No.
Oh, this is lovely actually. Oh, I like it. Yes.
Bro, I'm trying to get it where he's holding his head.
You're gonna hold a clip for this right now? Like, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, no.
It was a simple thing that poor Daniel made with a flat rock drawing down.
That's why I think they did it like that so that it doesn't look like that. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great texture. I'm not lying.
Yeah, take the screenshots. I'm deleting it.
I did. It's lovely. She looks like my sister. Does not look like Mikael.
We're not trying to dox it. We're not trying to dox Mikael. Just make it.
Yeah.
It's like chainmail. He's wearing like chainmail. She's in like a 70s. That's out of a 70s home. Like it's. Oh, you're talking about this. I get that. That's cool. Fucking dope, right?
Like, are there no other two people we can use for your pictures? Like, God.
It's in my picture, so there's a bunch of pictures out there.
Soul's still being salty, and he hasn't accepted Jesus spectrum. I just want to let you know.
We'll let him sleep on it tonight. He's gonna sleep on it. Hopefully, tomorrow
So
morning.
sweet. Oh my God! Welcome, Dr. C. Everybody. Welcome, Dr. C.
Thank you. What have you guys been cooking tonight? What's on the menu tonight? What's on the menu tonight?
We have been preparing just for this moment, just for your arrival, and you've come just in time as our honored guest. We love you.
We love you too. Gracias, muchas gracias. What's on the menu tonight, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, I'm serving trouser steak. That gets you right here.
What are you serving?
Trouser steak.
Nothing less would be expected from you, Cora.
I'm serving rationality just so that you could eat it with a pinch of irrationality.
Wrong answer.
And I'm
serving logic so you can eat it with a pinch of illogic.
Right. I already am stuffed with rationality and logic. What else is on the menu?
Yeah, on the menu. Let's keep track of. Let's get back to topic. The topic is scientific proof of the Quran, and we have just the person for that. So let's do it.
Did you just change this?
Great at that.
Did you guys just change this topic right on my arrival?
No, your scientific explanations of Quran are fascinating. Please.
We love you.
Yo, wait till you see this one. Oh my God. This one is so.
Yeah, but Daniel, I did tell Dr. Z, and I'm being serious here, guys. Like, I think some people are kind of using her. Like, she spent time doing this. And I appreciate like any kind of work. Sometimes even if it's irrational, that is being done in any field. Right? So there seems to be like quite the liking for this approach, the scientific approach. Kitty, you're not listening, but just sending hearts to Daniel. So I think that could
I'm really sorry. I was thinking
about
about his penis. Okay.
That's disgusting, you fucking stop. So I'm saying, there could be a possibility. 1 second, you ADHDs, you animals, I'm talking.
You'll just see my picture.
Okay, that's very sacrilegious. Please continue, Nargis. I love
Is there any way you could like, oh my God, this is beautiful.
Oh God.
This is so wrong, but so beautiful.
Whose boobs are coming out of their chest? Like, who is me?
Actually, to be fair, the halos are not
Jesus without, like the insignia left and right.
Is that Jesus or someone else?
Yeah, he's trying to make it look like Jesus, but without. I mean, it's kind of awesome.
Oh my God, this is just beautiful. Why? Please, art is not blasphemy. Stop being a Salafi Christian. Then
No. There is art that absolutely does like insult religion.
Yeah, art is art. Don't kill that for us. This is the only thing left.
Do you want a depiction of like Muhammad and Aisha? Like, is that what you want?
This is beautiful. Okay. And me who hates them still finds this beautiful. Oh my God! Why is his hair, his hairy chest not hairy?
Because obviously he's had open heart surgery. Look at the scar down the middle.
Oh yeah. Oh my God!
I was like, why is there like a surgery scar in his chest? It's kind of interesting that I chose to put that there.
It's beautiful.
That is
magnanimous.
do that, dude.
It is Daniel. Spectacular.
My complex is going to be just like you're fanning the flames of it.
Oh, I have so many more better pictures of Mary and Jesus that I'm gonna put on it. It's like amazing. Like there's so many.
Bad boy in the Yukon. Bad.
Oh bloody hell! This is gorgeous. Thank you.
I love how you're using the Jane Fonda aerobics workout Nargis picture. You like that one, Nargis?
I do love it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very, very
maybe I could put in the one where the one you made with where you've tried the golden ratio. How are you enjoying this, Daniel? How obsessed are you?
I love it. It's fun. It's not as easy as you would think. So if you have some idea as to what you want to make, you kind of, if you really have an idea of what you'd like, you have to redo it like maybe 10 times, 20 times, little tweaks. So it is challenging in some ways.
He explained to me, Nargis, that as he was trying to augment the props with ChatGPT, it's so fucking bad. He was like, I had to explain like I'm a doctor and that it's imperative that it makes it larger. And he's like, no, make it larger.
The largest. Big old body boobs.
Yeah.
Oh, stop. Come on, this is fantasy.
Look, the overflowing golden ratio to me.
Yeah, wait till you see the others. More shit. For the sake of decency, I'll put them on.
With the bees, the fact that that they knew that bees were eating fruit and that there were male and female bees. I thought that one was pretty interesting. That was known at the time, or it was miraculous.
How would they know it?
How would they seen such little tiny genitals?
Yeah, genitals, yeah.
They didn't have any.
They got microscope.
I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know.
Don't ruin it for me, man. It's like the only miracle is keeping me away from it. It's doing what you want, man.
It's to ruin it. I'm gonna ruin it. So every year during the season, there's always going to be maybe one or two queen bees. And then when they're born, then what happens is the queen bee flies really, really high up in the air. What she does is she literally has an orgy. I'm being that serious. All the male bees, what they do is they try to jet her with like,
bit of a window to kind of like back to life. And you'll see that most of the male bees get pushed in the wintertime. You know what are male bees? You know what are the worker bees and the female bees? Like, you know what they are. Like, if you maintain bees. I didn't mean to kill that for you, Daniel.
Had nothing to do with the claim. It was just a long ass explanation like that was a ground. Had nothing to do with
saving the bees. I just wanted to do the orgy thing because that is true. And I think that there's a better way to explain that, but that's exactly what happens with the female. It is true, they do get kicked out for the winter time, so you can tell.
Thank you, Mr. National Geographic. Going back to the claim of the Quran, Daniel, could you
On the great day of saving the bees.
Every time you want me, just like me, they long to be Dr. Z.
Killing me softly with her song. Dr. Z's killing me with her song. Turn the hollow within his words, killing me softly with his song. La 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 la. La 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 la.
wow. When I was doing Clubhouse and one time I entered one of these singing rooms, I heard the most beautiful voice. Fuck, it was Dr. Z. I was like, shit.
I know, right? But
your
voice is equally beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, your creativity in your voice. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. I enjoy your karaoke sessions here.
I think even the most leathery cynic would be, would have a difficult time explaining why it is that the Quran knew that the universe was expanding. So the Quran suggests in Surah Al-Anbiya 21, chapter 21 and 30, that the heavens and the earth were once a single unified entity, a solid mass. Now, think of how many thousands of... This is written in the 7th century, at least. How could they have known these things? And that's not the only one. There's the expansion, which is in 51 and 47, 51 chapter. And the heaven were constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander. So there's this idea of an expansion, and then elsewhere within the Quran, there's an idea of singularity. I'm sorry, doesn't that raise an eyebrow? There's something not natural about that.
Do you feel guilty? Muhammad and the early Sahaba knew about this miracle and never shared it with the world for like hundreds and hundreds of years. Like, they could have really pushed technology in the right direction. Does it bother you that they kept all this information themselves, Dr. Z? Do you feel guilty about that?
I think it was extremely groundbreaking for the time frame that it was revealed in. It is absolutely groundbreaking. I don't think they concealed it. I thought that was the foundation to build on, right? Like, cosmic realities, God hearing about his creation, the singularity, the fact that there is an expansion of the universe, and the reflective light of the moon. I don't know. There's so many other things. The cloud formation, alternation of night and day.
Over
foundation
Never
was
was
made.
unoriginal.
You don't think it was like Jewish of you guys to keep the information to yourselves? I'm not trying to throw any digs. I'm not saying anything, but it's like, we're just picking up the things that you pick up from them and us. I just want to know, do you think it's, very exclusive? You know how the Jews are. Do you think that you guys kind of chewed that one out?
I don't know. I don't think so, because this foundation actually gave path or created path to so many Muslim scholars, basically, and going back into physics and algebra and mathematics, and one of the if not pioneers, but then along those lines that they started working in that direction. It's sad that it didn't, like, nowadays the Islamic direction is completely different. But back then, this was the foundation, and the scholars banked on that. Early Islamic scholars, excelled in different subjects. Why do you think they did that? This was the inspiration. Quran was the inspiration. The teachings of Prophet ﷺ was the inspiration.
Absolutely, man. There was a rumor, Daniel. Go ahead.
Listen to this, man. It's not just one thing. Maybe you could say, all right, singularity, coincidence, expansion, coincidence. And we could go on and on. But there's so many of them that are just weird. So this is from the 57th chapter and the 25th verse. Surah Al-Hadid. We sent down iron, in which is great might and benefits for mankind. So modern science indicates that iron was formed in outer space and brought to Earth via meteors. And I'll do one more. You could go on and on. The orbit of heavenly bodies. The Quran states, this is the 21st chapter and the 33rd verse. The Quran states that the sun and moon move in their own orbits, which contradicts earlier long-held beliefs that the sun was stationary. It just keeps going on and on. And at a certain point, you have to say to yourself, is it a coincidence, or am I just being stubborn and not looking at this text in a way that's honest? I was being so dishonest with the Quran for so long. And at a certain point, when I saw so many of them building up, I said, okay, there's something here. Maybe there was a science that was unknown, that they knew these things. That's my explanation for it, that there were scientists of that in that area that knew. And I do think that there is scientific information within the Quran that couldn't have been known at the time. So it could be extraterrestrial, whatever. You can't ignore all of them. How many do you ignore? 3, 4, 5, and there's 50 or 60 of them. Dr. C, isn't that right?
Well, apart from that, I don't know when exactly the time being relational was discovered, but Quran mentions time dilation, relativity of time. One must wonder when indication. Maybe in the previous scriptures I would give that, but other than that, was there any indication of time being relative and relational to the object? What else? Quran talks about. There's so many things that Quran talks about. You mentioned many. Relativity of the time is one. There was one more thing. The biggest one is the unseen. Like, hello, what you see is not what all it is. The fact that there is a reality beyond your vision, beyond your perception. That's there. Like, our first belief is to believe in the unseen. Believe in the unseen. It's remarkable because shut up. Who is doing this? Listen to me. Believe in the unseen. Stop. I know you guys are trolling, but I'm going to still say it. Believe in the unseen is incredible, because that tells you that your reality is just confined to your sense perception. But guess what? That's not the ultimate reality. There are things beyond your imagination. There's things beyond your perception that exist, right? God has just asked us to believe in it, right? That's the fundamental of Islamic principle, that believe in the unseen. And believe in the unseen is not just believe in God, but everything that He created with my knowledge can't access, but there is, right? Starting with the unobservable universe. Well, guess what? I can't observe it, but I'm being told that there is. So, what am I supposed to do with that information? Then you gotta submit. Like, yeah, your immediate reality, that the bubble that you live in might not be the only existence. There might be other things that are created that we don't have access to, but we still believe and we still submit. And this is the essence of Islam.
So what's the proof, Ms. Karanti? What's the scientific proof that you guys are talking about?
Scientific proof that was stolen. The Jews.
What was the proof?
And there's tons. There's so much scientific evidence, and we know this, and this is the reason why they kind of shelved themselves away from the world, because they didn't want to let these secrets out too early on. And those greedy Jews.
Now, do you know what those secrets are?
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish.
Are you Christian?
No.
Oh, so then this doesn't pertain to you. This is just for the Gnostic. Why are you here? Are you an atheist?
I can't join the room.
Well, no, not if you.
Allah Akbar. I just came to ask what proof.
Yeah, but what proof do you have?
My proof is Allahu Akbar.
See what I'm saying? See what I mean about that?
That's him saying that. That's not me. What you say, Megatron?
Okay, my second proof
is La ilaha illallah. The dude is right to what you're talking about. La ilaha illallah.
So you need to convert right now, or we're gonna have to kick you out of the room. Sorry. This is what we're doing.
He's not Muslim.
No. I'm a Catholic.
That is what we're doing. That is what we're doing.
I will baptize you right now. You do a small prayer for yourself. If you either convert to Christianity, we're leading with the sword today. We will tell you all of the scientific secrets in the Quran. You must convert today, right now.
So what's Islam?
Not
First of all, I'm already born into these religions, so I don't have to convert anything, right? But
okay, so reinstate. That's fine. I like reinstatement. That's fine.
Brother, I understand if you won't let me talk because I have to.
Oh, you have to convert. Like if this was Islam, I would make you pay. But this is Christianity right now, so it's either do or die. You see, at least Islam, they let you pay. Like this is like the Catholics don't want your money.
I don't have to
either convert or die. Either convert or die. That's it. Catholicism right now.
That's not how it works, brother.
That's exactly how it works.
That's how it works for 1500 years. So why is the title about Quran and not the Bible?
It is about the Bible. We're talking about the Bible and the Quran.
But so do you understand what these truths are? Do you yourself, I was trying to ask basically, what did you guys discover as the truth? And do you understand what the real truths to the universe are? And understand, do you understand it's beyond the Quran?
You have to believe in God. You can't even be a Mason if you don't believe in God. What makes you think you could join groups like this?
I believe in God.
Alright, that's all you had to say. Alright, he's converted. Alright, so
that's not converted, bro.
Oh, you're gonna ruin it.
I guess.
So this is the thing, right? We're talking about the expansion of the universe, quantum mechanics, time dilation. These are all scientifically proven to be.
Okay, right. I understand that, but most of the fathers of Quran don't understand that. So you do understand that everything is really about frequencies and consciousness. Is that what you understand that, right?
No.
Okay, then you gotta do some further investigation because this new science that part is true, right? Like, you know, I'm a scientist, right? And fuck, man, I'm always the last to know that there's a party happening somewhere, or just that the guys are going out to a bar. Nobody would. Yeah, like you have to wait for this proof is time dilation in the Quran, bro. People that have out of body experiences and go through the 7 different realms, the different heavens, they come back and make YouTube videos about their experience and explain this stuff. So it's like, it will resonate with you because the truth is the truth, but everything is interdimensional. Multiple, there's multiverses. Everything goes back to consciousness, frequencies, and that's really what it's about. That's why Jesus came. Jesus came to tell people about that stuff. And no, Jesus didn't die for our sins. Like, that's some bullshit. But he did come. So yeah, I mean, that's closer to the truth.
I wish people had a better understanding of what dimensions actually are.
Yeah, I wish people did too, to understand that, there are these different dimensions, right? And the Bible and Quran, they probably explain them, but people don't realize what you're talking about.
No, you're not understanding what dimensions are. Dimensions are simply methods of measuring position and vector, right? And so, like, if you have more inputs, you have more dimensional, like, inputs, basically. So, like, the 4th dimension has 4 inputs, right? The 5th dimension has 5th. That's how you find the coordinate of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, to give an example, to give an example, like, in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoons, like, Krang is from dimension X, right? So, like, the position, like, if you're in that dimension, is just X, right? It's on. So dimensions are basically.
Just one thing, Kaz, really quick, because you said something really that bothered me a little bit. You're like, oh, he died for our sins, but you know how the sacrificial system had, right, with the goats? There was a scapegoat, and then they would sacrifice the other one. Right? The sins would go away with the other goat. You know how they did it in the Old Testament?
I'm not too familiar with that.
All right, so you know the New Testament, that they had the other part of this guy, right? Remember, it was like Barabbas, right? And then they had Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the old sacrificial system, what they used to do is they used to take 2 lambs, right? And the scapegoat, the one that took the sins, they would let go. All the sins would be in that one. And then they would sacrifice the other one. But you see, you cannot get away from this system, because even at that moment, at his trial, they let the worst simmer. They kept the perfect official man that was completely innocent. And so it's still following this framework. You can't get out of it, no matter what.
I hear you, but people.
So, but you right down to the end. That's what I mean. And then the end of sin and sacrifice, right? Is now you can't kill anybody anymore. Because then now that's it. It's now more Christians. Like, every time we kill one Christian, I mean, more Christian. So now it just works against them.
No, I get it, but people.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
but until today, but like,
I get it, bro. But people don't. Jesus, he died for our sins. That's the least. I promise you. That's the least. That's the last thing Jesus is worried about. People thinking he came here to die for our sins, bro. Jesus came here because we were sinning. So in that context, yes, he died for our sins, but it's not he died for our sins. I don't know if you understand the difference. Like,
so how do you think they knew the bee thing? How about the bee thing? Like, they know that bees had female and males. How do you think the Quran knew this information about bees?
Because that information was passed down.
From where?
From people with the knowledge, bro. It's coming from the source. So people lost a lot of information and into the she was talking about different dimensions. She didn't really say light travels. So basically, in these different dimensions, yes, there's different entities that can basically phase through light differently. That's what they are. Heaven is one of those dimensions.
Hey Bart, did you know that bee colonies are 95% female? And they're matriarchal?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So the ones that are left out in the wintertime, those are just like, because the men are just there to fertilize. What I mean, with all the male bees, they die. But after, their only purpose in life is to create that big, huge bee circle for the queen. Throughout the summer, like that, their only purpose. And the moment they shoot their load in her, they die.
Correct.
Yeah, that's it. That's just their goal. And then she gets all fat and she likes them. And I guess the ones when she's done, I guess she puts out this kind of smell, and then the rest follow her or chewing gum.
Yeah, what'll happen is if you develop it, there's always one queen in a colony, and then over time, a second queen is developed. And when that queen matures, the colony splits in half. but it's all a theoretical mathematic exercise. With the exception of there's a lady that has somehow just recently managed to have like an operating four-dimensional sort of like experimental space, and I'm not sure. I would have to look, and I would like to see it. But yeah, it's dimensions are a mathematical concept. They're not like there's no such thing as like a different place that's like a version of a third dimension that is like just a different version of a third dimension. That's a multiverse. That's not
Yeah, I mean,
a different dimension.
from what I know, that's a true. It's not a theory. It's that's actually how things are. In each decision you make.
That's yeah, the multiverse.
Then everything.
Yeah, the many universes is a theory. It's a way of explaining certain problems of quantum mechanics that you run across. These are all models that we don't really have the ability to solve mathematical proofs.
I mean,
generally.
Then everything is a theory. Even gravity.
Well, in science and theory, right? In science and theory is I would even call it hypotheses actually, but people use theory in a colloquial sense. But like the many universes is more about hypotheses, whereas something like the theory of evolution or quantum mechanics or general relativity are scientific theories, which means that they're tested over and over again in different methodologies. They've yet to be proven false, so we are accurate.
I mean, these things are always changing. Like the thing is you make it seem like okay, you have all these theories. So if you don't believe in anything, what's your hope? I'm biased.
I'm not a nihilist. I used the reference that seemed most applicable to me and useful to me at the time. I've got lots of references to pull from. And then I think about what that entails or what I want to do next.
Yeah, I believe in people. Like I said, everybody lives on the world, so and people don't die. People do come back, and just relive again. And I believe that people start when they died enough times, came back enough times, and deep down they could feel they've been here before, or certain things like that, right? But everything's a theory. Even gravity is a theory, which means they can be proven wrong, or it can one day be proven wrong. That's not actually how it works. Basically, nobody knows anything. Is what I mean. Because everything is a theory.
Well, like I was saying with scientific theory, they're relatively useful models. Like they have an ability to make predictions with large degree of accuracy, right? So it's not like I have a theory and you're just like kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's I have a scientific theory, something that has been tested and tested and tested and tested. So you don't reach theory status without having demonstrated that it's reliably accurate as a model. It might need refinement, but in general, it's reliable. And then occasionally you have like big things that happen. Like we still use Newtonian mechanics. They work well at a certain scale, like, but they're not good for making predictions for like broad scale, like cosmology, and astrophysics, because we've discovered that there are things about gravity and time and space and time that are affected by basically general relativity explains it better. And so we use those, that, and same with at small, tiny scales. That's where you use quantum mechanics because it makes more accurate predictions. But if you want to build like a machine to make pies, Newton's laws are fine.
How would you respond to the pessimistic meta-induction argument against scientific realism?
Stop, Deepak.
Yeah, people need to understand science. It just goes along.
not in there because
You know,
like
you're talking like you know something.
I do. Everybody
No,
knows.
you don't.
Everybody knows this. It depends on if you want to look within yourself and be enlightened.
Yeah, I don't know anybody for certain.
I know this.
Stages of the probability of something like that.
Yeah, I know this for certain. So it's just that's just the level my soul has gotten to. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's soul is different. There's a lot of people that understand this. Fighting against my intuition, you just never know your intuition is not at a place where you can start basically pointing out and saying this is the truth and this isn't the truth. That's what that is. I believe that you're just not in a place where you can say it's more of a I don't know any I don't even know, so I'm not gonna pick one. I'm at a point where I can start picking.
Chaotic. You can't predict anything with 100% certainty.
It's not chaotic at all.
It is.
It's very structured. It's very structured.
There are structures
You see how we
patterns that form within chaos, but they're not, unless you know all the initial conditions, you cannot predict that.
But here's the thing though, I understand certain things like what happens when you die. I understand these things, right? I understand where we come from. I understand certain things, right? Some people understand these things more than I do because there are teachers that I could,
I understand very much what happens when you die because I've studied defensive pathology.
Right, and what you would
I can tell you what bugs will eat you based on the climate that you're in and how fast your body will decay based on the temperature and the humidity and all of that.
Right,
I do understand what happens.
those things don't really matter to me. Those details, because those don't change anything. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, they matter.
What really matters is what happens. What happens? Yeah, I'm not trying to be here, but what really matters is just what happens to your so-called soul. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not who cares what happens to your body. It's not even your body. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I was just wondering, okay.
target government. It's called a noble landmark. I mean, I don't know how much you know. Obviously, you know the in and out because you're marked out. You know what necessary to
Mark is just sore and cynical right now because his entire profession is about to like get swallowed up by the thing that goes. That's true.
I'm fine. Actually, that useful self-driving cars that can operate on all parts of like the transportation grid. I'll be retired by then. You mean the UAP files? What? You know what an unidentified aerial phenomena is? That's what it's called. Because not everything's flying. You know, not everything's flying.
We're only talking about the unidentified phone. We're talking about UFOs. The things that come from not Earth.
Not necessarily. Not all UFOs are extraterrestrial. In fact, most of them aren't. It's not all of them.
Since most of them aren't, I'm talking about the ones that are.
I don't think we have any confirmed examples of extraterrestrial unidentified objects.
So this is what we have. You're a good example of.
Oh, you know those UFOs they were like seeing over New Jersey? Turns out they were testing for chemtrails. Or like in Las Vegas, they have like aerial
There's been too many accounts of UFOs.
people insisted were UFOs that actually.
You're saying that as I'm not talking about the ones. I'm talking about the ones that are.
There's all the ball lightning.
But
Fine, ball like space debris. Like I've seen like satellites burning up.
see, you're an example of you're an educated person. But that's not saying that, right? Because a lot of educated people, they're so caught up on the education that they miss.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like everything about this stuff. And then like the Kitover Congressman.
What you say, Narcis?
The reason why my friend Cora gets cyclone because if every region either by flat earthers.
This is the first time I met her, so I don't know. You said flat earth? Who said it was flat earth?
I just saw a lot of psychoanalysis, including my brother Jamal in the flat earth room on Quora. So I'm wondering, like, is this a pattern or what?
Yeah, no, because first of all, like, it's not any disrespect. I know people listen to me but it's more of a, she's interesting.
There's something wrong with me because I don't just accept mansplaining.
No, I'm not mansplaining. I'm just, you're curious. It's something that's very interesting about you. It doesn't seem like you have, it doesn't seem like your intuition works.
I don't. What are you talking about? It doesn't seem like my intuition works.
I know it's not a
Does my intuition work?
I don't think your intuition works.
Are you saying that in all of my knowledge and exploration of my 52 years, that because I don't come to the same conclusions as you about things, that somehow I'm like defective? Like, that's really odd. That's very egocentric.
No. Okay. I knew you were gonna make it up. Yeah, so like I don't think we should rely too much on our intuitions. But if you can't afford college, I think you can always rely on in-state too. Yeah, for sure. You know, to people that can.
That's what I had. I had in-state tuition. All right, state school all the way.
Yeah, I mean, good guy in one of those things. But the thing is, like, you're interesting because, well, to the regular human
just want to. I just want to say that there's actually now, like, again, scientists are late to the party, but now they have, like, conquer up their own terms of, like, the fact that there are, like, all these secret extra dimensions, right? I just posted a paper in the in the chat, right, on, like, large extra dimensions of higher dimension inflation, and, like, here's like a quote from the paper, right? So, like, for notational simplicity, we use brackets in the measure, transforming a density, okay, blah blah blah. Where's the part I wanted? This is just here's the part. Yeah, no, this is important, right? Like, the vacuum solution of the high dimensional theory is a 4+D-dimensional de Sitter space-time described in flat slicing, a uniformly exponential expanding universe of external and internal dimensions, right? So the vacuum solution. So clearly trying to do this with a vacuum solution. And where do you think the capital of the Dyson company is? New Jersey. There's just some economics talking about the economic fallout of the Trump tariffs on American USD inflation. It has nothing to do with right, exactly. It has nothing to do with the the extra dimensions that only disembodied consciousness is. Yeah, but you guys, most people don't even believe what they see, but don't understand the depth of what they have. Like, you have a consciousness. There's a lot of depth to that. Where does it come from? People don't explore that, right? But it's like
models of where
you're talking about models, but you're talking about plenty of models.
I like to use about Roger Penrose's core theory. That one's hilarious just because I think it's like microtubules in your brain, quantum level observation.
I think you're too keen on the terminology, the scientific terminologies of these, but you're too deep into like terminology and education, like based off from people that are figuring things out where the information already exists.
It's about things as I look at
Scientists are discovering things to be true that people already knew. That's just a feeling. That's a problem. Why are these people with just so-called feelings? Even though I know what it is from, it's just they're using their common sense, right? But why are these people with just so-called feelings beating the scientists to the punch years before? Years before. It's extraordinary how these people are getting all this shit right. And these scientists also.
Earlier there was like some guy in a deli in North Carolina that like please throw some.
I mean, I think if it was some lots of I don't know. Feed the babies alone.
Feedback has the cures children.
It just doesn't seem stand firm on anything to be true. I get it, you don't know anything, so you just always stand from that viewpoint. I get that viewpoint. Okay, we don't know nothing, so we don't know anything sure. But it's
Sniper could have saved them all.
I don't know.
Try.
Saved it.
I don't know about they got me there.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. I gotta put that. Cora, how is it that? Okay, Mark and me are telling you there's a deep state that exists. It's inevitable. It's like it's really just that's the truth to it. But why is it that you can't see it? Is it that you're too? Well,
No,
it
because
is
of
what
that.
you're too.
Human beings
It's
are that
it's not
organized.
autism. It's too. You're too plugged in into the pages. I can tell when somebody's too plugged
Dude,
in.
I literally just told you I understand the entire structure of the being.
Right? She
Just
sees
because you understand something doesn't mean you're plugged into it.
I'm talking about the deep state. I'm talking about a real life thing.
At the end of the movie, they destroyed the Matrix and left no trace. Okay?
I'm asking her, the deep state, Cora, the deep state. Why don't you understand or why can't you see that the deep state exists?
Because I work with government employees all the time. I used to work with ones at the federal level, like all the freaking time. They're not that smart. They're diligent. They're devoted. They're public servants. But they're known so like big conspiracy. The conspiracy is among the elite classes, the wealthy classes, right? So, this whole deep state shit is just, it's like people wanting to have a boogeyman.
That's what you mean by the deep state.
Yeah, and see, it's like there's a point where you're too educated to where you're blind. It's like you start
Less capable of understanding things.
You might see that way from the inside.
because I feel like you're too educated because you're
Gotcha.
no, listen to me, Cindy. It's just like you're educated enough more, but are you intelligent? Can you see abstractly? That's the question.
I can visualize the non-Euclidean topography of the universe.
So do you
So
understand?
yeah, that's what I do when I meditate. It's real fun.
You think 9/11 was fake? You think 9/11 was an inside job?
No.
You think it was? You think it was an inside job in the U.S.
Something on inside the Matrix. Cora can try to feel well.
It was less about that, and it was more about the actual construction of the tower structure. So they had like these floating floors that came off of a central column, steel columns, right? And as soon as you had one floor collapse near the top, it just was like dominoes all the way down. So you didn't really have to do anything with
average, like, a decent object, sort of, like the amount of effort it takes to slow it down when it's traveling is exactly equal to like how much
I don't know. He got his first passport when he was 20 years old, you know, because he was born in 1971. Then, you know, it would expire. His second, you know, iteration of his passport would expire in 2001. And then there's the one at 365 chance that he did September 11th, which is near his birthday, so it kind of makes sense, you know.
But there's no hard and fast rule that passports have to expire in the world of religion for like 20 years. It could expire after exactly
Every 10 years.
873,000 years. Or like the fact every 13 months later.
I think it would be like.
And then why would it say it's a U.S. passport? Like, why didn't they just make up a different country?
I mean, why would they have to? Like, it's more plausible.
Well, the architect did say that they did base those versions of the Matrix on, you know, mid-90s United States. So why wouldn't they put in the parameters of normal United States?
Well, I mean,
actions. That would make more sense. Why get that stuff up?
Putting most of the parameters within the realm of inspiration duration.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So if you like, that an anagram of the name Neo is one, right? Like the one. That's like also another word. It's a Neo.
Right. There's a lot of like small hard to notice differences between the world of the Matrix and the real world. For example, in the real world, the person who looks like Neo is actually Keanu Reeves, not the movie. I have to think about coincidence, right? Probability. And like, you know, like depending on how you define what the objective is, right? Like that's how you would calculate the probability of it happening. But I'm not sure how to like articulate that. You know how like people use fine tuning and it's like the response is that like, oh, like it's because you're looking for something called like, right? Like so, you know, I'm trying to like I'm trying to find a better way to articulate that. Like, because it's a thought that I'm having, but I haven't been able to form it fully.
I mean, it's essentially, that's my problem with the fine tuning. It's like, it presupposes that life is an intended outcome, right?
Yeah, well, life would kind of worse than that because there's too much coincidence. Like even not like in quote unquote.
And it's the other way around, Ted. We exist because the universe randomly started generating patterns that result in us. The way we are is because of the structure of the universe. The universe is a structure around bringing us into existence.
Yeah.
We exist because the universe exists because of us. That's how I learned things to be.
And yet you believe in aliens.
Right. Well, we're here.
If we're so special, why would they need any other kind of life forms? You know, like intelligent life forms. You know, especially when they're obviously more advanced than us because they can travel, you know, at greater than light speed and actually reach out. Well, we exist.
Humans were just made in a special way. I'm not even gonna go
does that mean that like if we take that as a given that life was an intended like aspect of the universe, then the fine tuning argument goes through, right? Like then it lands. Or are there like other problems?
Somewhat, but there's actually like people act like it can only be one way, but and CM has a chart of it. There's actually a range of potential. It's not as finely tuned as people think. Like there's a range of potential ways that the things like the fine tuning constant and stuff could fall and still result in the ability to have some form of carbon, based life.
Actually, looking for is that I think it's called the round Blackwell theorem. You could read about it on Wikipedia and stuff. That's exactly.
Yeah, that's not like lifetime to read about.
sense so that we can explain.
Right. So everything already exists. Everything exists simultaneously. You have plenty different versions of yourself, right? With little minor difference. But the thing is, every decision you make, you're basically choosing which reality you want to get closer to. That's why people say, just do shit. Like, all you have to do is do things and believe that because you will eventually fall in line into your universe, right? For example, if one of your future selves is living in New York in a penthouse right now, for you to get there right now, you have to be like, I want to live in New York.
I demand a dog picture tax.
Let me move to New York. That you're gonna get closer. Oh, sorry. To them merging with that time.
Said I demand a dog picture tax.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Now, I kind of ponder that in a corporate structure. Okay. You know, in corporate structure, there is shared value that talk about maybe the normal one. They call it the dimension of firefighting. You know, like smaller company with just firefighting every day. They fight for their living on a small company. But the higher company would want to say a shared value, which is belief to see. And then another one, which is more of see belief, the Chinese company. You know, they see the opportunity here, you can. So then I'm looking at maybe it's aligned with you, but I'm kind of pondering whether the three specific analogy of this. Let's say I like to firefighting. Anything that I do, I have to react to it, and then generate outcome. But other than that, I say, why not I look at belief to see? Then I master the belief to see skill set that I get into that, the outcome will be different. So like I am in this verse, and then I can jump to the other verse according to my that one. So I would look at the three dimension. Does it make sense that it is like three combination of spice that I can select? I'm going to use this spice, then I'm going to explain this spice, and I'm going to mix this spice and that spice, and this is how I generate the output that I'm getting right now.
All right. So for me, correct. So I mean,
yeah, Deepak is an expert in spice.
This is a great about my idea. But he brought the floor there. Such a trivial thing to do. I mean, I learned how to say. So basically, yeah. So I see what you're saying. So basically, for you to get the outcome you want, you have to start aligning. And you heard this before. You just have to start aligning as if you're already there. So what would you be doing in that type of outcome? You have to start protecting it right now. And with that intent, you slowly, step by step, move closer to the version. You're going to go to the next version. You're going to probably merge into the version of a closer version of you that's closest to that. Then when you make a change, a closer version that's closest to that. Then so you keep taking those steps to get closer to that last version. You know, then you're there. That's how I would see each decision basically pushes you to different things. Every decision you do matters because you're potentially jumping.
Okay. Dimensions that I'm doing. Now, how do you personally able to ponder like, hey, how this guy that met me is talking about it, and suddenly I'm here also looking at, hey, I've been thinking about the same understanding, but I run with it in this manner. You run with that you are talking about. How did you get hold of that? Is that somebody, or you are like, how did it happen to you from not knowing until you pondering that this might be true or this is, confidently say this is true?
Okay, that's a really good question. So, from a child, I've always been somebody I like to debate, meaning I like to see things logically and find out the truth. So maybe just that just led me to coming down certain, timelines to where I got this information from. I can't even recall where I got it, but I can tell you, it always resonated with me. I probably always thought it was
what you is more experiential knowledge, right? Because you are kind of like experiencing it, and then over time you pick it up. Okay, I'm going to get it more, accumulate. Yeah. Because I do find what my experience is more like experiential knowledge. So I'm kind of trying to see whether you and me, there is a resonant frequency that we can even get hold of. Hey, wow, I mean, between you and me, just I'm trying to look at that possibility of that frequency that I am more on the experiential knowledge. I did not even go to bookstore buying books, but I'm trying to ask something beyond the book. Like let's say there's a book that in bookstore, I will keep asking, who write the book? Why he is writing this book? Something like that. Like you talking right now. Hey, who is this guy? I don't listen to your word, but I listen to the very behind your words. So because of your humbleness that you are portraying that, hey, this guy must be something like that.
Right. So basically, I had experience with it too. So I wanted to be somewhere in life, right? But one day, years ago, I was sitting in my mom's room. I was in my mom's crib in my room in the basement. And I decided, and I had somewhere to be at 10 a.m. And I decided I'm not gonna go there. My cousin comes in the room, right? And my cousin comes in the room and says, "Dude, you didn't go, you tripping." So I'm like, "All right, I'll go." So I end up going. I get there last around 2 p.m. Right? And then that's when I was the last, like, it was an interview, I was the last to have the interview. And when I had the interview, he was next door to a different manager on a different sector. They asked him, can you hire this person? And he said, if you trust him, I trust him. And then he's like, hey, he said you can start Wednesday. And then as I'm leaving, he tells me, and then that little decision, everything has to happen exactly like that. No, I got 3 years. The next 3 years, my whole life, because I decided I knew what I wanted, right? And I said, like, no way. I would never. I decided not to go. My cousin had to come there because the last kid said, well, why you ain't go? You're tripping. And I'm like, I decided to go last minute. They didn't have a spot for me. He went and told the person, and basically I got to where I wanted to be, but it happened in the weirdest way.
This is just weird. Like we know, there's so many better scientific explanations of what would have happened to you, right? Like we know what psychological effects of certain substances could be. Mass hallucinations have happened. There's just all sorts of possibilities that are a better explanation of what happened to you in this case.
And keep in mind, you're saying there's all sorts of better explanations, but you're not talking about explanation. It's not what it was. Basically, it's pretty simple. What I'm basically saying is, for you to everything already exists. Your version of your best self already exists. So it already exists. It's about you consciously allowing it get closer to that.
Are you familiar with like Hume's no miracles argument?
No.
Right? And I think that's basically what we're gonna apply.
All these arguments are coming after after the fact that these things already exist. This is how life is already structured. So all these theories or things, these are coming after trying to explain to you what I'm explaining to you right now. So people make all these theories, all these new theories, bro. I'm telling you what it is. It's all these things already exist, bro.
Saying that whole story where you went with God, where you were like, you're not gonna go to the job, but then like your cousin told you to go and you went and you interviewed and then you got the job because the guy asked the other manager. That sounds ridiculous as people saying that, I don't know, like the constants of the universe have to be fine tuned to like 10 bar 123 or whatever.
Yes, everything has to happen the exact way, the exact second, the exact way it happened, or it would not have happened. That's what I'm telling you. And I understood that from that situation. But here's the thing though, it was kind of like, of course this happened to me, because this is always how it works out for me. Like, regardless
was supposed to have like something like 1916 or something. There was like thousands of people being right that happened when people like stare at the sun and they're trying to expect a photograph of the event. It happens rarely, but it does.
Right, and plus, I have one question to you. Right, hang on. You see, now the question is this: just like today, I think now guess with me in the room. Okay, I'm just going to give the context first. The context is that with the room, I have been in the room and I've been moved down to the audience and then I come up somehow and then I almost want to leave. You know, I said, okay, I'm kind of like, okay, I'm not being likened here. But I said, maybe this is a test for me. I should stay. And because I was like staying, and then suddenly I do not want to put the phone near me. You know what happened? I put my Bluetooth speaker portable. I just want to listen. Suddenly, why am I picking up your frequency, not other person's frequency? That's what makes it like, hey, why am I getting the same frequency and resonance? So when I remember when I was in science class physics, you know the glass, the broken, so that they had both glasses with the same frequency level, it gives that kind of a similar sound, or maybe at least they are saying if you same frequency, you have reaction, the same reaction, something like that. Yeah, checkpoint.
Wait,
You say something.
So in terms of frequencies, things of similar frequencies always are going to resonate with each other.
Yes.
That's just a rule. That's just a rule of life. How I know?
Exactly, in physics, yes.
Here's how I know, right? I ran into people, right? I ran into people without ever meeting them, but I feel like I knew them, right? And I feel like I knew aspects of details about how they think. So I met this girl in my complex, but I know why I went up to her. I went up to her because I felt like it was some type of spiritual connection, right? Because I felt like she was just the type of person that could see the world how I see it. That's really how I felt. So when I met her, I asked her, I said, yeah, I'm stopping in my photo with this person. I asked her, yeah, what do you believe? She didn't answer. Right? When she didn't answer, I knew I was right. Because she purposely didn't answer. Because she felt like her answer would be too revealing. You know what I'm saying? But when I met her, she's exactly who I thought she was. But the way I knew about this stuff, like, because we talk about it, I'm like, yeah, bro, because we talk about how weird it was that I told her, like, that she felt like, and she was kind of speaking the same way, but I just knew because of the frequency, bro. And it's something that I could see, but not with my eyes. You know what I'm saying? But it's just my body knew. Not in a sexual way, but it's like something in me knew this about her without me ever knowing this person at all. Like it's
Now, okay, now how do you balance? How are you going to balance between something like, say, this one time back, I was like supposed to be having some kind of MOU signing the next morning, you know. So what happened is that then I wanted to drive my car and on the same morning. Prior to that, I prepared myself for the MOU. What happened is that my tire of my car punctured. So what I did was I kind of looking at two scenarios. I pondered back what the episode happened. One episode is like, if I react in a negative, in a firefighting manner, I would just say, no, because I had this important meeting, and then I will keep the wood, you know, and then maybe my face going to be, hot anger. Okay, now that's one scenario. Okay, another one, I say, God, are you testing me? Are you testing me? And then it cooled me down. And actually, in front of my house, there are individuals that come and stop. Hey, so I just see to believe or believe to see in that, but not firefighting. And somehow they offer me, hey, you have something to do, but maybe this is not the direction that you're going to talk to him. If no problem, I'll send you. So kind of like 5 minutes after, I'll be hit by a trailer. How do you see that silver lining by not able to prove it because you haven't really drive a car to be hit by the trailer, but because you are given a positive vibe with the test, you are okay, you know, so you are safe. So that's silver lining. How do you balance between that and the one that you are having your free will saying, okay, I'm going to choose to bring this and that, yet you are allowing that to with the flow. How do you balance that so that you get a silver lining? Yeah.
I would say, because what I do, right, because now, sometimes what I do is I think about, okay, if I was in the position that I wanted to be, what would I do? What would I do if I was currently that right now? You know, so if you want somebody that's unhealthy or trying to get in a perfect body, right? You think of, okay, what would I do if I was in super good shape and super confident about myself?
Yes.
Like what would that person? Because the thing is, when you become that person, you will be doing these things.
Yeah.
So the key is to do these things.
Wow.
Every day.
Oh, that's how you go. What's next? Yeah? When you have situation as such, that's how you're going to what's next. So what you're going to do, you will be pondering that, and then give yourself a pause. And what would I do? You know, with this situation, what would I do?
That's how I know what I'm not. That's how I know what I'm doing.
Oh.
Because I know if I was in the situation that I want to be in the future, I wouldn't do this right. I wouldn't be doing this.
That means what you are saying align with my analogy about if I do firefighting mode, that means I don't even start thinking, I just react to it. That will be a losing end for me. But if I start looking at what would I do, then I ponder, maybe believe to see, at least I'm not firefighting in that understand character of a person. That means I'm getting a better one output from how I do myself.
Yeah, you gotta be engaged and aware, because you know when you that's why people meditate, because that lets you take away those distractions and just be aware. So you just gotta be engaged and aware. And it's very simple things that you probably heard plenty of times, and I probably heard plenty of times. I started realizing like how severe. Now I actually thinking started from one small decision. I wasn't pointing to telling you a story. The smallest decision you make, it could be anything. Just the route you take to work tomorrow could affect the next 30 years of your life. And you wouldn't even know it connected to you making a right turn at the light instead of a left. Because that like it's so crazy though, but you know, that's how kind of thinking things go.
Yeah. So having that logically, I can even I mean, like I put up the three power button. Either I press the button or level firefighting, or I press the button believe to see or see to believe. That means I get output that which is whichever I decide, that output will be the one that I'm getting on. Achieving or getting like the output that I generate from that action that I did. So hence, if that is the case, multiverse to you makes sense. To me, the three different power button makes sense. So that is what you meant by multiverse that you're saying. I mean, are we aligned in that understanding that you're talking about multiverse and my button of firefighting, see to believe and believe to see? Is that aligned?
I mean, it sounds like it's right, but I think just if you're doing something, you're trying to make the right decision with intent to get to where you want to be. The outcome, right? The outcome of these decisions, even if it doesn't look like it, could potentially be pushing you to where you want to be. So you might leave for a job, you might want to get a job, right? Because you want to
several times, right? Do you have that kind of experience that okay, it's like what it means is that you have a plan the way to do, but that plan is superseded by the designer plan that is special for you that you don't even realize.
Right. And
Oh my goodness, that is interesting, man.
while I get there, for example, right, this is an experience that I had. So, I got somewhere, right? Because a couple places that, keep in mind, these places I went to, it's people I knew that were trying to get me to these places. Like, I was inside people, and for some reason, it didn't work out still. So I go on my own place, and then it aligns, and then the person tells me, yeah, man, everything happens for a reason. That's why you're hearing from me, and I'm talking to you right now. And he didn't even know I'm really paying attention to the word. Like, it's crazy this guy's saying this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I'm receiving the message as in it's not him telling me, but it's a message from beyond to me. It's not even him telling me this
route. Do you experience some kind of a backlash, or maybe people like the route is kind of a lonely kind of route, and your family members or friends, close friends that even not able to, because some of them may not be able to experience. Have you experienced some kind of they call it frictions, the unnecessary?
Everybody around me, sometimes you get to a point where basically only you understand how things, only you and your selective group understand how things work. But the thing is, these people that understand things with you, they're probably, most of the time, they're not there because they got their own experience. Most of the time, it's people, it's the regular people around you. And, but like I said, like, that's just my thing. Like, what I know is just what I know. I run into people to talk about it. I talk about it with them. But those people, I just live regular lives with them when I run into them, unless they reveal to me that they know this type of stuff. Then we can get into it. But I'm never going to try to, because people are just going to, it takes time for you to even understand.
Is that something
Everybody has it. Everybody has it. But like I said, most people start seeing it faster than others, because they have. I think people have multiple lives or different souls, multiple lives, and they learn throughout these different lives. But there's souls that are more mature than other souls. But I just feel like it's information. That's the true meaning behind it. If they were unfiltered and not touched by man, that's what they're really trying to teach people, right? But isn't everybody now? They don't want you to know this stuff because that will give true liberation, and people will. They don't want to control you. Yeah, they will influence you. Like in a good and bad way. Because now the person that committed murder is sensitive. They're not gonna care.
Yeah.
People are not gonna care about certain things.
They are more persistent. They are more stable in terms of facing challenges as well, where nobody can plant fear into them because they are kind of able to be more agile or something like that. Okay. Now the next thing that I'm kind of pondering. Okay, so if you are having that kind of experience, how do you tell it? Is that like okay, you said something that you said it is in me. Okay, I'm just trying to understand, because something that when you were saying what you're saying, that flashed to my inner eyes is that looking at the SIM card, the mobile phone SIM card. Hang on, not mobile phone SIM card, the one which is the 1980s. The dial up, the phone dial up that you get. But I have this SIM card connection. This SIM card is the one that I have embedded values that you talk about. Oh, so everybody has. As long as you are human, you have your SIM card. Okay. However, you also finding the data from the telco, maybe the raw material of, to make it even more, in terms of you cooking your meal. I mean, how do you look at it in that context?
So it's like different machines can read SIM cards faster than others. Let's say you might have a usage
are you consistent in your performance, or you are fluctuating? Like, sometimes you can get it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you feel. What is the state of being that you are right now? Are you consistent in what that you are already having, like they call it permanent user password, or you are just merely getting that temporary user password at the moment? What is your current state?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely fluctuate, but it's more of it's a fluctuation which I think is inevitable. But it's like I said, you're always headed towards your destination, regardless. But it's now I can acknowledge that, so it doesn't really matter anymore, because now I understand the rules of the game.
Yeah,
how things go.
Yes, very true. Okay, now there's something that I kind of like looking at. Does your family growing up self conditioning helps in what you are, who you are, or it's more like by accident that you go somewhere, or maybe there's something that is nothing got to do with your conditioning when you were growing up? I see your profile here. You have this profile. I'm looking at whether what your holding values is. So could you just give me some kind of short summary? What's your holding values? Belief system, holding values. Something that you hold on, like you believe in God, or you have some kind of.
I believe in a source consciousness, which some people consider God. But I really believe this thing is it's really in the background, and it's just there. I believe you have a higher version of yourself that is aware of all of this, and just a small people who you are, and you're always being guided towards that. So I believe that after death, you never lose consciousness. You still have your identity, but in your body, you're not your body, right? So, but you are who you are. You're the only person that's going to judge yourself, and based off the life you live, if you don't feel like you did it right, you're going to want to do this again.
With the mind, the power, the mind. Okay. Now I keep saying the soul. There are also individuals that say the soul, but they're not able to get that vibration of the soul, but somehow they use their mind to vocalize the terminology soul, but I don't find that vibration is really awakened. So whereas you kind of like looking at when did you start looking at the soul as something that is relevant in your context hierarchy rather than your mind. I have not heard that you say your mind as the core driver. So how did you get hold of that? Hey, the soul. How did you?
So your soul, so it's always, like I said, I've always felt these things. When I got older, I learned how to express them. But
before that, can you give me some context before that? How was it?
As a kid, it's just I always just felt weird, like something's not right. Like the stuff I know is not. That's not what it is, But in terms of that, it's like your mind is what creates this reality, right? When you think, when you see and observe, that's what's creating the reality around you living. But when I say mind, I mean consciousness. That's why I get that.
Okay.
Consciousness. But, when I say your soul, that's the spirit, right?
That means when you were younger, there's awam banging on you, which is the consciousness banging on you, like, hey, there's some kind of frictions in you. Is that how it happened? Right?
Yeah, like it's just like it's something like off about everything, Like it just doesn't the information they're teaching us. All of
Okay. Then what happened next?
I was in church. I kind of stopped going to church. But it's not like
want to bring up the one. What was the tipping point happen? Because when you say you got, there must be some kind of a tipping point. Or
I'm one of those people. There was never a tipping point. I've always been like this.
or maybe. Yeah, okay.
She's 40 years old. She said she just had her spiritual awakening or something like that, where she started realizing these things.
Even your teenagers, you already had that kind of like, you know, your.
I was always interested in these things.
I see. That's kind of unique in, yeah. Because normally you must have somebody normally must have some kind of, you know, maybe a footballer is suddenly, you know, broken his leg and then, you know, but yours, yeah. What really happened behind the scene? That's what I'm trying to look at, you know. What happened? God knows what happened to this guy. I want to see the behind the scene, the director script, you know. Why it happened to you, you know? Yeah.
I always like, I don't know, like nothing, like I can't tell you, bro. Like I never had a. If it was, I can tell you, this is the day I realized.
Yeah, man.
I never had that. It just when it's like, it's kind of like you're asking me when was my moment when I started walking. I can't tell you that, bro. It's just like.
Okay. Have you been bugging yourself on maybe you know, when you were a teenager, there are moments that you're bugging yourself in the last 3 years in a row, you know, like maybe 1 year continuously, you know, like you keep having more higher decibel of why, you know, do you have that moment, like kind of like more profound, spiking wisdomly somehow, you know?
Nah, I mean,
do you have that moment?
I think because even at young, I'm Haitian, so I was born in Haiti. I wasn't born in America. I was born in Haiti, but growing up in church, I came here when I was 5. But even when I was in Sunday school and stuff like that, that's when I was like, as a kid, like that's when I was like, why? Right? Because it's like they were telling me some certain things in Sunday school, and I used to be scared of hell. You know, I used to be scared of going to hell because I was like, but then I always just think of it like, bro, how would it make sense that you can go to hell for not being Christian when other people are born without a choice in different parts of the world where they won't be Christian?
Yeah.
So it's just like I was thinking like that as a kid. I don't know. I can't get that.
Now, if I were to say, hey, God office, let's get, that's the one behind the scene. I just asked from God office. I'm just imagining right now, yeah, a file about you. I read it out to you right now. Something like this. The moment you were there during the time when you say, why a person we have no choice of deciding I want to born as Chinese, I want to born as Indian, I want to born as whatever, you know. So we have no choice. Yeah. So now, yeah. Okay. So having that kind of pondering, to me, I mean, behind the scene, I look at, and then maybe the designer saying, hey, I am the designer that I met you. Don't ask this question. I want to make you to appreciate why, regardless of what I will done a sin, but you have to make sure. Yeah.
Nobody planned it. I said it, and I was questioning it, but nobody told me to. There's nobody around me. I was a kid, bro. This is like when I was 5, bro. So it's just like, so nobody. This is just how I'm thinking. Like I'm just like,
now, yes. This is okay. Now I will see the relation to storyline. During during the time that you are wondering that why am I born to be this type, it's not my choice. And then maybe you say something about how you get it. You say it's already been in every of us. Maybe the seed is already there in you. You are knowing that, hey, I'm going to plant the seed that I have. I'm going to polish the SIM card that I have. I'm going to service the SIM card that you have, the mobile SIM card that you have. Maybe that's what you did to yourself. Then it grows, Yeah, what's it?
Yeah, because if it's everybody, probably
Yeah.
as a kid.
You don't have to look up. You don't have to look elsewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just started polishing mine real early.
Yeah. Yeah. Early, yes. That makes sense.
But that's how I would go, man.
So you are also, in a way, to me, how you present yourself is like more experiential knowledge.
Now, it's experiential knowledge. I know it's knowledge within myself because the way I think and the way I think about things, I know it's not. I didn't learn from somebody, so that came from somewhere beyond me being born. And also some of it is knowledge I just learned that resonates with me. But that goes back to just you truly knowing things. So when you hear things, it's like when you hear somebody say your name, like you could be in a crowd and somebody yells your name, and you can't hear anything else. You just hear transmission. As soon as somebody says your name, you hear it because it resonates with you.
Yeah, just like what I happened to me today.
So when I'm giving back your information, I'm learning that way too because I know when it resonates with me. I know when it aligns with everything else, and I can tell like easy.
The moment that I pick up you, I quickly go to my mobile phone because I had the Bluetooth speaker. I think about 2 meters away. So there's another room. So I don't want to hack my mobile phone. So there was one moment you with a lady. I can't remember who was that lady. Suddenly you say something and then they read it differently, and then you say, "This is not what I meant." Then you are given a chance to elaborate your point, and then I find that the point that you're making it like you are calibrating your frequency to the person so that the person can understand. You see, how kind of who is this guy? Is recalibrating yourself to have the resonance that this for that their frequency, not your frequency. So you're not bugging on your frequency. Hey, you follow my frequency, but you are in a way trying to knowing what is this lady frequency. Somehow kind of, hey, she's okay with it. So when she allowed it, and I said, hey, this guy is really you somehow is trying to adjust yourself just to get the resonance. I was like, hey, I must want to know this guy. So that's where it come about. So it's like your name being called in a noisy areas, still you can hear your name being called. So I kind of like looking at, hey, it happens. Don't look like wow. Yeah, hey. Actually, yeah. We are just one of the speakers here, but the title was, I think, with some of the earlier moderator they come up with it. Yeah, I think Brother Corey as well, probably. What was it? How to call it? Cass, Brother Cass, yeah. 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 That interesting, Brother. Okay, let me just, me and him, how do I say, Cass? You are a different space, I am a different space, then we harmonize, not because of our religion. How is that? I mean, that's how I
from the Bible, right, and the Quran, but it has nothing to do with religion.
Yeah.
So you're inspired by both books. Inspired is short, but not inspired for sure.
story changes based upon what actually happened.
So you
Meaning,
think
if he was on a stick and the story changed that into a crucifix, or if he was stoned to death and the story changed that to a crucifix, or if he was on a crucifix and the story was just honestly reporting that, all of those are different types of stories. That's why it matters to the people who care about that story.
here's the thing that you guys, we're gonna have to come up here to speak. You guys, no offense, but I've been derailed. Okay, I wanted to talk about one of the biggest crimes in history. It's somehow this black woman the carpet. Okay, sorry. I want to hear from something interesting about the ancestors killed their god. You can say that they're wrong or that it's irrelevant.
of events that was useful to their purposes and memorialized the story for eternity, that didn't actually happen. Those are two very different ways to relate to the story, which, by the way, is why you will find it in Muslim circles. Because having that debate at the very beginning as to whether we should accept any of the record about these events is when you have to draw the line between saying, yes, I agree with all of these teachings, but guess what? You've never seen them because your book is full of lies.
Yeah, what was your last thought? Yeah, I was just basically saying people are debating on little details that really don't change.
Debating on whether or not to throw the book away. No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that's why the debate matters. The people that have accepted the book, they already have it. They don't care what you debate them. But the people that say, I like Jesus, I don't like this is when they're going to fight the book by saying it's a discrepancy. It doesn't fit what actually happened, and I can't trust this source.
People are debating things like, whether Jesus died on a cross or whether he died on a cross. It's very clear. Yeah, to make a point, right? It's his language of mine. We would call it theater, right, John? Is that either?
Yeah, you're what?
No, this is one thing we would call theater, right?
Of the story?
No, but Cass is trying to tell us that we have to focus on the main point of where these books are saying, right? And people go astray, they go to all kinds of, minuscule, whatever, ideas about something that is the main point. They're saying trees, they're not connecting the dots or whatever, I don't know. So I think that's what you're saying, Cass. Yes, people are doing the dumbest things to debate because the word crucifix, it is possible to get crucified on stake. Now, the Bible never said Jesus was crucified on the cross. It never said that. That's a great point. Now, I just want to move on to what they're going to way to have more people think like you, because I happen to like that idea. I think people should focus on the main message instead of making a shot. I really love it. And how would you think, what do you think needs to be done? What has been, how do people get to this wrong thinking? How do we get to the right thinking? Bro, that's a very hard question, bro. And people are not willing to get to the right thinking because the wrong thinking has done so much damage. But the cross thing was just the tip of the iceberg, bro. It's a lot of things, right? My problem with all these texts is if I ask 100 pastors, what does this verse mean? And whether it's from the Bible or whether it's from the Quran, if I ask 100 of them, what does this mean? I promise you, unanimously, all of them will not say the same thing. Okay, but you're addressing
the opposite.
Wait, bro, I'm sorry. Okay, why in a world, okay, where there are 4,500 religions, except please, I know what my voice sounds like, and it doesn't sound like what you just said. So please let me continue. Where were we? Yes, you are aware that there are something like 5,000 religions in the world, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think all of those religions do not believe in Jesus, and Jesus' followers, okay, are Catholicism and Protestantism and all the other sects, maybe 25% of the world, and people tell each other within those sects, well, you don't believe the right way, you don't believe the right way. So I think you would agree with me that most people do not believe in Jesus, right? No, most people believe in Jesus. How can I like to hear that one, please? How?
Prove it.
The proof is
I don't know why you're like so antagonistic to everything I say.
I didn't mean it, but please.
And listen, I made a declaration. I do not know.
People believe in Jesus, right? So all you have to do is look up what religions acknowledge Jesus at all. Like, it's not what's up in your tracks, because most religions do not believe in Jesus. Okay, Buddhism does not, Jainism does not. Okay, there are just so many of them that do not, and I know the number of these religions. But one of the what it's in there. It says, Ezra.
Sorry, what was that?
Did God come to Abraham? I said that the whole story with Abraham, breaking all the idols of his father and all that, wasn't it Abraham that initiated? I mean, I could be wrong about this. Wasn't Abraham the question first, and he believed in God, and then God appeared to him?
In the verses, there's no explicit indication when God, meaning it starts at Lech Lecha, and it seems unprompted. It's not clear from the verses explicitly why God is deciding to speak with Abraham. In contrast to like Noah or who's that guy, Methuselah or Enoch, and said like he walked with God. Right? Those have like some commentary. Noah says that he was righteous in his generation. Abraham, it has the little story of Terah and his father and his brother who died in the lifetime of his father, and then like it ends as if like the end of the genealogy, and then it just starts the next chapter. So I'm saying it is somewhat unprompted. The rabbis filled in the blank and explained why was his son dead, what was Abraham doing, and how he was, fighting idolatry. But inherent within even like that starting point is acknowledging that there's some kind of history that they're ignoring because he's 75 years old when it starts.
Yeah, you think they're ignoring the history in the Bible?
No, the Bible isn't ignoring any history. It's very focused, but it leaves things deliberately ambiguous. So, like, in the example of, like, Abraham, when his entire mission starts at 75, the Bible is referencing there's a whole life of Abraham that is just not pertinent to this story. When Moses starts saving the Jews at 80, it's saying, yeah, it tells us a bit of his early life, but it says everything up until the 80 is, again, not what this book is about.
But here's the thing, right? You think that the Bible doesn't include this? Or
the Bible doesn't include every fact that ever occurred. There are several times that Abraham, over his 175 years, went to the bathroom, and the Bible didn't record any of it.
You know they have the Ethiopian Bible, which gives additional context.
Yes, there are many unofficial additions that have been added to the Bible, which, by the way, if you read the Bible, it's explicit. You're not supposed to do that. But yeah, there have been many that have written books after the fact and tried to add them on to the story.
I want to ask you a quick question. Because I like the theory that people believe things that's mass following. Yeah, most people only believe.
If that were true, then we would all think the same thing. So it must be untrue.
Most people don't think the same thing.
Oh, really? Then how are we arguing right now?
We're just proof.
Like, if we accept as true your premise that people only ever agree with each other, then no one would ever have a unique thought.
Most people agree on
most people. So how do you know if you're talking to somebody who's just believing what their friends believe, or if he's genuinely thought his own thought, and you just have to talk to them either way?
I would like to add one thing. They haven't explored most people.
Oh, I understand. You console yourself of not being able to change anyone's mind because you say they're not thinking for themselves, because if they were, they would agree with me. Instead of just agreeing with that big group, you're trying to say that you...
Once I see it, somebody has to dove into other realms of possibilities, right? Then I can tell you just doctrine, just doctrine. I can't say most people.
Okay, you're just calling me indoctrinated. I'm calling you dumb. It makes no difference.
I'd rather get called that. Either good.
Yeah, no. You have to be to have this idea. A lot of people are going to call you dumb.
Same thing will come out as Joe, right?
Jesus tells him that I'm tracking everything you said. Get to your point, bro. Get to your point. Are you talking about me? What? If you're talking about me, if you're talking about me, if you're talking about me, right? I can respect it if you're talking about the point. Give the mic back to me. Give the mic back to me. I want to hear what you're saying. I want to hear it. Not to the point. Okay, are you done? You're disrupting the rules and how it is done. I'm giving you all explanations. You didn't understand common sense. You're not capable of understanding common sense because you would understand that, bro. But basically, that's what it is.
He's gone. He's upset because he touched a hot spot. He doesn't believe in God at all. He's Jewish, but he doesn't believe in God.
What do you think? You think you don't believe in God, bro? What? You don't believe in God? That's the conversation. But like, thank you. But I think if we don't want to discuss it, we don't want to engage in something that the room is want to move on.
No, the room doesn't want to move on. I like that.
Straight. All right, so we're talking with Cass. Cass is saying that I think he is generally narrative. People narrate their beliefs
It was a woman's day. There's a few women. I should just.
Sorry, were you saying something, Wallace?
Oh no, I came in earlier. And Pepe was talking all. That's why it's on. I can't recall, and I only caught the tail end of it. And I think it's just happening today. It's like breaking news of classified.
Figure it out.
Well, that's interesting because I think everyone, even if it's nothing, it's what everyone's hung up on. And so if that blockage got cleared out and it started flowing, I think anything that could be taken away from people that is unknown that people are waiting for, I think. But then just gets piled on top. So I don't know what. Never mind. We're not going to find out anything. So, yeah.
I didn't follow this today at all. What are they alleging she did?
I'm still reading up on it, but all I know is her offices were raided. And that's it right now. So,
Hello, guys. Her office was raided by the CIA because they tried to say she had classified information on the JFK files and the MK Ultra files. So that's why.
Oh wow! So that's the files. That's wild. That's completely different than an Epstein. So she had on JFK files that were never released.
I'm assuming that was the case. Everything is just happening. It's just unfolding, so the details are still sketchy. But they saying that she possessed classified information that was a part of these two files.
Talking about those feet?
Right. Yeah.
MK Ultra? Because a lot of that information is supposed to have already been destroyed.
Right, but just think about it. The CIA raided her office. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, she's the head of she's the CIA. She's the CIA boss. Only the FBI couldn't do that because she's technically the boss of the intelligence services. Only the CIA could do that. Like, if the FBI did it, it would look like partisan, like Castile nonsense.
No, and I appreciate that, Mike, because that is what I heard at the tail end before they stopped talking about it. And I was going to say maybe it's like a 72-hour rule on this one, because I think it is just breaking and there's probably more to come. And yeah, I think tonight when I get to my destination, I'll try to read about it. But
no problem.
Okay, I'm looking at the list now of who went to China. So Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, Elon Musk, Tim Cook from Apple, Larry Fink from BlackRock, Steven Schwartzman from Blackstone, Charlie Morgan from Boeing, Brian Sykes Space, David Solomon Goldman Sachs, Sanjay, I'm going to butcher this name, Mehrota from Micron, and Christino Amon from Qualcomm. That's the list.
no, and I'm glad you brought this back around. Go ahead.
I thought they sanctioned Rubio and he's technically banned from China.
I didn't read that part.
There was a meme online about it where people on Twitter were saying, "Oh, they're giving Rubio a special Chinese name so that they don't have to prosecute him."
he's very outspoken about the Uyghur issue, him and Ted Cruz, which, if you're thinking about their long-term future political prospects, that's what the Chinese Communist Party has against those two people because of their emphasis on the.
Yeah.
Both Ted Cruz and Rubio are, for some reason, very gung-ho about the Uyghur issue. So this is bad for these China trips and their future in politics.
Social credit score.
So looking at this list of all the CEOs that went, is he cool with Musk now? Like, I haven't followed that one.
This ruling
I mean,
harkens back to the darkest days of the Jim Crow.
Klan is in Tennessee erasing black folks. They gutted the Voting Rights Act and redrew the map.
If your dad didn't teach you how to properly trade the market open, don't worry, I'm your daddy now. Now the first thing that you need to understand is why the I'm a real Democrat, not a faggot like you. Okay? I've heard enough of this bullshit. Y'all can go to hell. I put your hand.
Monday, meetings. Tuesday, flight. Wednesday, call the Pope. As I stand here in Athens, Greece, looking at.
Yeah, it's funny. I sit and think about it, and I imagine like a big swarm of fish trying to stick together, so not one of them stands out, and they're all kind of in a big, huge tank of sharks, which is China. And it is interesting to see them all go over there. Nothing will happen. I hope not. And how can it? Because we're going to have big deals happening. And if something bad happens, big deals can happen. So this, I hope, is going to be something great. Get the ball rolling and do great things.
Do you think of all the private planes that came in at one time, all of their jets? I mean, I doubt they all flew on Air Force One, although I could be wrong on that. Marshall, do you know?
No, I'm not entirely sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if Musk and those guys took their own private planes out.
They have Air Force Two, Vice President's plane, or
Yeah, but these guys all have their own very big BBJs. I mean, I gotta believe that that's a lot of corporate execs going.
Yeah, they're not all cramming in one can. Are you?
They all need their own bedrooms.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
Well, and how many executives did you say, Abby? Because that'll kind of tell you. I mean, even if you had half the planes for them, which, that's not even realistic.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 15, I read? 12, 15, and then all their staff.
What day is it today? May what? When did they all land there?
Yeah, what is it, the 13th or 14th? I should look at the calendar again. Did you say the Beast did go and all his equipment? Or is he traveling light?
Well, I wonder if he'll use one. Is he going to use a Chinese electric car over there? I assume that the embassy has car. That's the other thing you keep talking when we talk about the Beast. Now, whether they all have a place like China, you would think maybe they keep a bulletproof car there.
This is interesting. ChatGPT's not giving you an answer to this one.
Dude, listen to how paranoid you sound.
No, but like ChatGPT's being paranoid to answer this question. This is even more trippy.
The main people who would try to target them would be Iranians who want revenge for Khomeini, and that would be the wild card whether China lets Iranians into their country. They generally don't. They would stand out, but
yours, Larry.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, I got some more information on the Tulsi situation, right? It said there are recent claims that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing and preparing to declassify files related to the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the CIA's Project MKUltra program, and possibly other historical intelligence records. A CIA whistleblower allegedly testified that CIA officials removed around 40 boxes, quote unquote, of these files from offices under Gabbard's authority before they could be released publicly. Supporters of Gabbard and other members of Congress, especially Anna Paulina Luna, are framing this as a possible obstruction of transparency or congressional oversight. Luna publicly threatened subpoenas if the documents were not returned. However, an important detail, Gabbard's office denied that the CIA, quote unquote, raided her office. Later clarifications said documents may have transferred previously during an internal intelligence dispute, not in a dramatic same-day raid. Project MKUltra has been associated with secret CIA experiments involving LSD, hypnosis, behavioral conditioning, and interrogation techniques during the Cold War. I think we pretty much know all that. The assassination of John F. Kennedy files are tied to decades of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies, organized crime, Cuba, the Soviet Union, and possible cover-ups. But they were saying, they said that the initial investigation started because a whistleblower complaint alleged someone close to President Trump. Critics say that this may have violated oversight laws. Gabbard's office denies any wrongdoing. That's an article out of whistleblower.org.
Now when I get to my destination,
if I'm being honest, I haven't really been trusting the government like I have in the past lately. I don't know, there's certain things that have been seeming contrived to me. Like, it's certain events that back in the day when conspiracy theorists used to call them false flags, I used to just wave them off. But it's like, I don't know. I'm going to tell you what actually changed my whole perspective on the way government operates, the whole Charlie Kirk scenario. And to see him done like that, you know, it was just, and just to see the behaviors of the individual actors afterwards, it just rattled me in a way that I can't shake. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like living in bliss. I prefer it over the just the burdensome knowledge of wisdom. But it's like that right there got me looking at the government in a way that I've never looked at them before, and it's kind of frightening, if I could say.
Is Bat still here or is gone? Marshall, what do you think of the primary results from Tuesday? Is Joe? Oh, Joe's in the audience.
I'm not sure which way they went. To be frank, I didn't watch it. I saw some stuff about it that I don't really remember. Did much of the Democrats win?
Yeah, but not the super progressives didn't on the D side, and those primaries didn't win.
So they got the same people. So we're gonna have to run against, in some of these places, we're gonna have to run against the same folks as the crazies.
Essentially.
That's gonna be hard. Crazies always make our job easier.
There's a lot to talk about. I'm not sure if you guys are asleep or what, but I'm sure I'll bleed to the part. What's your consensus on what I said earlier? We speak about government a lot, but do you guys believe that our government's nature is an event in order to foster that goal, or are the conspiracy theorists just blowing smoke up my ass? Please, just point me in the direction.
Are you talking about like a wag the dog situation?
Like a false flag.
Wag the dog. Did you ever see that movie?
Right, or I think of a reflection. Like the more scared you are, and this is I'm just thinking like the more scared they're gonna be. And so if they're that scared, then it's gotta be something. But like you said, you always took it as conspiracy theories. Why would you ever stop taking that? And it's funny, a lot of people are just being proven right, and all the crazy things are starting to like not be crazy. And so where does that kind of stop? Man, I don't want you. You shouldn't feel any different about your government because I guess when you see this kind of stuff happening, you just see how scared they are. And if they're that scared, then that should be the question. Like, why are they so scared? And don't you be scared? Because we should just wonder why they're so scared.
I don't know. My personal view is you shouldn't put stake in conspiracy theorists. Conspiracies are real. Conspiracy theorists just make shit up.
Well, that's why I was telling him just to keep his head where it was before and just keep them where they are. And it's kind of easy to do that until they're like no longer theories and they're just conspiracy. And I think that's the hard thing that a lot of people are dealing with is when the theory part falls away and it's just all becomes conspiracy. Man, you know what? California is going to be hot, and I'm not even following it. I've lived here my whole life, and I'm so tired of California and the system. And this is the one time I should probably be putting attention. And maybe that's what I'll read about when I get to my destination. But yeah, California, I think, is going to be hot this go round.
I was like wondering for the people that have just thrown in the towel, like your governor's race could really go a different way, and LA mayor's race. I mean, here's hoping.
Tom Steyer, I'm a fan of.
No, I'm talking about.
Is that the red coat? Yeah, I might have to vote for a red coat.
I know. And then within LA, like, could it happen that Bass goes down? Like, do you think there's enough momentum in California? I mean, it's interesting. You don't vote in LA, right? Wallace, you're.
No, I don't. I'm in Northern California.
You're in Northern California.
I mean, I don't see how not. But when you hear the nation talking, there's no way he could win because of what he's done. Even the last 10 years alone will just destroy him as a candidate running for president. I don't think any. So who would they pick next? Somebody even worse. So I'm not even really worried about that. Yeah, California governor. Super interesting how it could just shift to red all of a sudden. And I think it kind of did the same thing under, Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, yeah, interesting times. And you know what? California is more red than you think. And I think we're going to start seeing that, now with things shifting literally and getting back to the way things should be. It'll be interesting to see how California turns out.
So wait, what's specifically wrong with Tom Steyer? Because
I don't know that much about him, but I heard he's cool.
He's not cool.
He's a progressive.
He's not cool. He's like not, and he made an ass of himself when he was in that debate running for president.
But isn't he at least pro-Israel compared to
but that's not. He's a governor. Like it's not really the issue. The issue is more. Is he? I mean, from an ethnic standpoint, I mean, is he going to protect the people that are under attack right now in the state? But it's also, you have to look at, I mean, focus more on his fiscal stuff as a governor. I mean, he doesn't make foreign policy. So.
Exactly. State governor never made foreign policy.
Yeah, I mean, but what's the guy's name? Who's the Republican from England? Am I blanking?
Steve Hilton.
Yeah, I mean, he's picked up a lot of steam. How is the polling look on that? Do you know?
I saw his name on the betting markets where he that's how I found out is that I didn't know about he's an alumnus of my high school, so that's why I keep track of him.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, but I don't actually know.
Ooh, we got another bonus to vote for. He's been here that long. That's a plus.
So the thing about Tom Steyer is that I think he's I think he was a worse candidate personally in 2020 than Michael Bloomberg. But the thing about Tom Steyer is that I think there's a lot of groupthink in California, and I think that a lot of those people will huddle in and pile into him.
Hold on 1 second. Pepe, are you awake? Pepe? Coco? One of these mods awake? Peter? Can one of you hear me? Joe, I can't get them to. Let me see if I can get someone to come back and.
Let me ask you guys a question. You was finished, Ash.
Are you still asking about the Tulsi stuff? I don't think we should talk about the Tulsi stuff. But that's
no, I'm not really even thinking about Tulsi. But now, I was actually speaking about California. Do you guys think certain places are even governable in reality, like realistically? Like,
what do you mean? Like, could you administer a city government?
I think it means that the West Coast has a way bigger, invisible homeless problem, and whereas in the East Coast it's localized to New York City, and that's why I think sometimes
a place locally you can't govern a place.
Can't actually will control over people. Yeah, because if you look at places like the Bay, you look at places like LA, you're like, I don't know if the territory too vast, too expansive, but it seems like it's too much going on in these areas for them to actually, it's almost like they can't like build up the police forces enough to actually deal with a lot of these issues. I think the numbers are actually kind of, in terms of employment of the officers, I think they kind of like fudged a little bit. We're going through that here in DC. Actually, the chief of police just got fired. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about it. Trump made a big issue about the police chief like fudging the crime numbers and things like that. So I'm saying, like, is these places even government? Do they have the manpower, police-wise, to deal with a lot of these issues? Do they have the like political power in terms of district attorneys and things like that? So that's all I was saying. I'm laying right here. No matter how many people in the office in a lot of these places, especially stuff like that, when you go to a lot of these places, they look like burned waste towns. Like you would think they third world countries. So I'm just wondering. That's what
Mike. We already have seen what the California standard of a district attorney can accomplish and whether they're sensible. That was the very infamous failed Kamala Harris, and I don't think we should rely on that apparatus of the California system to govern it. I mean, what it makes California more appealing to say Texas,
like say you're thinking, oh, I want to live in California versus I want to live in Texas, is the Tom Sawyer state of California, where there's tech companies and you have an elite of California that is, broadly speaking, very intelligent and makes good decisions. But we don't want to talk about the Kamala Harris side of California.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is the sheriff and the DA, those two things people need to put more attention to, because if you get the wrong people in those positions and it starts going county by county with the same way of thinking about crime and how to deal with it, you can lay waste to large parts of the state. And Northern California has its red and blue problems with crime in some counties. It's all blue almost, but you'd be surprised. There's a lot of red in California and a lot of people who don't want to put up with any of this shit anymore. And so anybody who's progressive and even supports anything that has been going on, I think is going to have a hard time turning this ship around, because and that's why it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be super interesting. I think it might turn red, and I wouldn't even have said that 2 weeks ago. And the more I'm hearing, and I need to read, it's gonna get spicy here in California. And I'm an independent, so but even Arnold Schwarzenegger, no one would have thought, but I mean, just there's another Hollywood person. It's almost like Trump. It's like weird. Progressivism, what's that? Idiocracy, like Brondo. Like the retardation is just out of control. And we're almost to the point, I think, where people with half a brain are like, what have we been doing? We need to shift gears or, start turning this ship around. And I don't know. I think any progressive who is running would support Gavin Newsom in any of those agendas, and fast. And like Oakland was horrible forever. San Francisco, unfortunately, is horrible. You go there, unfortunately, you got to get a shit map, which that is true if you look it up. California does get it, San Francisco has shit maps that you upload every day, new ones, so you know where to be careful walking, and it's just embarrassing. And we were talking about China earlier, where it's interesting to see what California did when China came over here, and it is crazy how all these people.
What the hell is it meant to be?
Hola, Senor Homelander.
He is Captain Sombrero. Yes, but God, you're such a moron. Deep. What does he do? Show him.
Okay. Shh.
Bro, you're gonna love this. It's coming, Senor Homelander. It's coming now. Anyone order extra guac and sour cream? All done? What, didn't bring nacho cheese to the party? Actually... Oh, I think it's done. Oh, man, come try it. That's disgusting. What the hell?
It's interesting. Oh, well, you want to tell you, I think Chelsea it's 2 years away for this stadium, but we all went in.
We get to hold on to them here.
No, dude, just if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Don't conceal this from me.
I went to Philly last week and I saw them play the Phillies. They had 12. They had 12 runs.
That you're thriving. You're exceeding. You're excelling. You're feeling great.
I just don't know what kind of benefit of it being infrared is for.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, the Bay Area pretty much lost all their teams. The only one it'll probably go to is the 49ers. They're not even in Candlestick anymore, San Francisco. You got to go down to Santa Clara, and what a shit show.
Do you think the Sharks will stay?
Yeah, I mean that they're supported so much. The hockey fans, I think, are great down here. San Jose's, I think it's still the most expensive real estate in the nation. It might have changed, but a couple months ago it was. And so, yeah, they're like almost considering that southern South Bay part of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is huge now. It almost has its own South San Francisco. Yeah, I don't know. I think if the Bay Area doesn't get their shit together, they're not going to have any teams of any kind. And then all these arenas and stadiums are just going to be for concerts, which are fun too. But no, Bay Area teams, my whole life I'm 47, and Bay Area teams, I'm a 49er fan and an A's fan, which was odd to a lot of people. But dude, it's all over now. All I have is my memorabilia and my signatures and memories, and I guess that's good enough. I got to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm splitting it because I don't want 80 games. It's ridiculous. I couldn't possibly go. So, but I'll have a decent amount of games, so you can come down here, and once we open, the stadium's going to be amazing.
No, I got Black Hole family, and they're pretty pissed off, and they travel there a lot, and it's just a ruckus. I don't even go near the Black Hole. It is what it sounds. It's dangerous and sticky, and yeah, you're lucky to make it home if you hang out there.
It's that bad?
Yeah, in Oakland it was really bad. So I don't know if there's a black hole in Vegas where half of the people who show up to the black hole, like half of them get arrested. And so the black hole gets smaller and smaller by the time the game's over because they just beat each other up and cause so much ruckus. Well, it's all the people wearing the paint and the horns.
Yeah,
and
but they can't afford the ticket. Those Raiders tickets are expensive. I mean, wait, I say they can't afford it, but I take that back because even in the better seats, it's a lot of thugs. I mean, that have come in. It's a very interesting fan base, but I think the really rough crowd, the tickets, they can't get in the stadium.
Well, I'm really happy Vegas got the A's and the Raiders because I think they're like an all-time great. They're just all-time great teams, and so to go to Vegas and make that one of the shows is good. I was going to bring up the Warriors. The Warriors are just awesome and crazy, and the seasons they've had the last 5-6 years has just blown the city up, and their new stadium is just awesome. It's kind of weird where it's at, and you know, the driving and parking and all that, but it's totally on the water and beautiful. But Warriors, yeah, great team.
We're supposed to get an expansion new team NBA here. I don't think we're going to take care of the Warriors away, but I think it's going to be a team birthed here. Are all the mods sleeping? Joe, I'd maybe leave and come back.
What's up, handsome?
See you guys.
Ojo says that handsome was here before.
Oh yeah, I was here quite some time ago.
Check back about that.
Jensen wants to sell his product, right? And but he is a trepidation that will help any sort of literally. There's some handicapped or staggered product, and not selling them most of that strips of some of them like 2 generations behind. But
don't think two generations.
I don't think it's. I hear a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I don't think it's staggered enough. So, but then interestingly, the Chinese were suspicious of the age 20 as well, because the officials were thinking that they may have backdoors.
Yeah, so those backdoors would be interesting. I know that there was a recent leak of Chinese data in Tianjin, their supercomputer leak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was.
so that didn't help. that was like truckloads or trainloads of data leaked from.
I mean, it flies in the face of the infrastructure story, because some people, when they think of China, they think, oh, look at Chengdu 20 years from now, 20 years ago versus today. Like Chengdu didn't even have a subway system 20 years ago, right? But then they give this narrative that they are all they've developed infrastructure. They're not a third world country anymore. But then when it comes to these pressure points, this Tianjin thing still happened. But then it must be one of those cybersecurity things, because they were really bad about it. They wouldn't let Trump into the country.
Yeah, I mean they were. It's a hodgepodge of many things. It's mostly American technology. Even the Tianjin supercomputer centers were American technology. And interestingly, they were mostly AMD products. And then structures and infrastructures.
So that's not Benson, that's his cousin, right?
Right. That's the Su, Lisa Su, and Jensen's cousin. Yeah. So,
I just saw the interview she gave when they were talking about open AI integration with AMD ecosystem, because I'm not so aware of the other side, but it was interesting that they were, because people think that it's all NVIDIA, but
right. Yeah, I mean, it's they have second name line, right? And so, yeah. So there was, there were suspicions that whether Lisa Su or Points or whatever. So, and so that's why the purchasing of H20. And so, Jensen wanted to sell his wares, but he's like, there's caught in between. But I just don't think the staggering is far enough, because if you leave it up to the Chinese businesses, they're clamoring for the chips.
This is a pretty dangerous visit. I mean, it looks like Xi is saying Taiwan is important, and this is the first time in my lifetime I've ever seen a naval war, because we have the other branches of the armed forces work with Afghanistan and Iraq, but a naval war, with the Gulf of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, this is where possible Taiwan. It would be purely naval, so I don't know why she's playing with fire.
me in this image. I'm done.
Studying science rigorously. And so, like, it's, yeah, they'll ask questions like, why doesn't it rain up in, like, Australia? But and I agree, probably when I was 8 years old, I mean, I didn't know anything, so I probably did think everything was just, like, magic.